I took the late shift at the only gas station off Highway 17 because it paid a little more per hour. I didn't think much of it. I figured the nights would be boring, a few cars passing through while I restocked shelves and fiddled with my phone. For the first couple of weeks, that was mostly true. Nights dragged on quietly and I'd watch the clock until dawn. But one night, things changed and I still can't fully explain what I saw. The station itself is small, with 2 pumps under a flickering canopy light. We have a single building that houses the convenience store, a small restroom, and my register counter near the front windows. Past the pumps, there's a wide stretch of gravel leading to the road. Beyond that, the highway extends into darkness, surrounded by desert brush. Most nights, no one drives by after midnight. The silence can feel comforting or creepy, depending on my mood. I remember it all started around 2 a.m. On a Wednesday, I'd been leaning on the counter, scrolling through random news stories on my phone, trying to keep my mind busy so I wouldn't doze off. Every so often, I'd glance out the window just to make sure the pumps were clear and no car had pulled up unexpectedly. On that night, I noticed flickers of light across the highway, the vague glow of headlights, as if a vehicle was coming around the bend. At first, I expected the headlights to grow brighter and approach the station, maybe a late traveler needing fuel or snacks. But the lights just blinked in the distance, then vanished, as though they turned off. I kept watching, waiting for them to reappear, but nothing happened. After a minute, I tried to shrug it off, thinking it could have been a reflection or some distant ranch light. I returned to my phone, half listening to the low hum of the neon sign outside. Then, out of nowhere, I saw the lights again, this time brighter. They glowed for a moment, then flickered in a pattern like they were flashing on and off. I stood up, pressing my nose to the glass door. The lights seemed to come from the highway, close to the guardrail, but as soon as they flared, they disappeared again. No car engine sound, no approach, just total silence. A chill ran through me. Still, I tried to remain logical. Maybe it was a truck parked on the side of the road, turning its headlights on and off for some reason. Or maybe my eyes were playing tricks in the darkness. I told myself there had to be a normal explanation. Minutes passed. No more lights appeared. The highway remained empty. My nerves settled, and I told myself not to act silly. I went back to restocking some snack bags on the shelves, checking dates on each item. The station's radio played soft music in the background. Everything felt normal again, until I heard a faint tap on the glass. I froze. In the middle of the night, a tap on the window usually means a customer is trying to get my attention. But I hadn't heard any car pull in. The sensors near the pumps beep whenever a vehicle arrives, yet I heard nothing. Setting down my box of chips, I walked slowly back to the counter. The overhead lights inside the store made it harder to see outside clearly, so I hunched forward, cupping my hands around my face to block reflection. The parking lot looked empty, the pumps still. No sign of a customer. I flipped on the outside floodlight to be sure. The bright beam lit up the gravel, revealing absolutely no one there. Then, another tap closer to the door this time. It sounded like a single knuckle gently knocking on the glass. Swallowing a lump in my throat, I stepped around the counter to the entrance. The door was locked since it was late. Through the glass, I saw nothing except the beams of the floodlight illuminating the empty lot. Feeling uneasy, I unlocked the door and leaned outside, scanning the immediate area. Yards away, the highway looked deserted. No headlights, no parked vehicle, nobody walking around. I retreated inside, locked the door again, and tried to steady my breathing. Maybe it was the wind catching something, or a random piece of debris hitting the window. The desert nights can be windy sometimes. That's what I told myself, but I couldn't fully believe it. The taps had felt too deliberate. About 15 minutes later, I turned off the inside radio to listen carefully. The quiet felt heavier than usual. I could hear the buzz of the fluorescent lights in the ceiling and the faint hum of the station's refrigerator units. Then, from nowhere, I heard a low squeaking sound near the glass. I spun toward the windows. My heart jolted when I saw something new. Handprints pressed on the glass from outside, forming slowly as if invisible hands were leaning against it. I froze, every muscle tense. The handprints looked roughly human-sized, but they seemed to appear in the middle of the window, not from the bottom up. Almost like someone was standing right there, pressing both palms to the glass, yet I saw no face, no body, just the faint outline of hands. Wide-eyed, I backed up and knocked over a stack of candy bars on the counter. My breath came in quick gasps. I wanted to run outside with a flashlight to see who it was, but a voice in my head screamed that I should keep the door locked. Instead, I grabbed my phone and turned on the camera, snapping a quick picture of the window. The glare made it hard to capture, but I could see the smudge of prints in the photo. Before I could think of what to do next, the prints began to vanish, fading away as if someone wiped them from the other side. Adrenaline surged through me. I dashed to the light switches, flipping on every exterior light we had. The gas pumps glowed in stark brightness, and the area near the store's entrance was bathed in white light. Still, no person out there. My mind wrestled with questions. Could a prankster be messing with me? Was it possible that a thief was scoping out the station? Yet the handprints didn't look normal. They appeared too smoothly and faded too quickly. I shut myself behind the counter, phone in hand, ready to call the police if anything else happened. For a few tense minutes I crouched, peering over the countertop. The windows revealed nothing but pale-lit gravel. The night dragged on with no further knocks, no more prints. After some time I stood up and tried to calm down. The rest of the shift felt like an eternity, but nothing else unusual occurred. Eventually sunrise arrived, a welcome relief. My manager came in at 6 a.m., and I told him about the strange events. He laughed, suspecting maybe I was overtired or caught a reflection. I insisted it was real, even showed him the blurry photo of the prints, but it wasn't very convincing. He patted my shoulder, telling me to go home and rest. He wanted me back the next night so I could try to pay more attention. That frustrated me, but I couldn't blame him. It sounded unbelievable. The next night, I arrived at work feeling jumpy. I scanned the area thoroughly before going in. Nothing weird. The hours trickled by again. Around 2:30 a.m., I thought I saw those flickering headlights on the highway once more, but faint, too distant to be certain. No car showed up. I was tired but forced myself to stay alert. This time, I left most of the station lights on, hoping perhaps that would discourage any weirdness. At around 3 a.m., while I restocked the cooler, I heard a light scraping against the glass door. Alarmed, I spun around, peeking over the aisles. Nothing. Then, from my vantage point, I watched pale handprints appear again on the right window pane, forming slowly like something pressed from outside. My stomach clenched. The prints looked the same size, maybe belonging to the same unseen visitor. Quivering, I inched closer, hugging the shelves. The handprints stayed still for a moment, then slid downward as if the invisible hands were slipping away. Then they faded. This time, I decided to run outside immediately, phone flashlight on. The second I burst through the door, a blast of cold air met me. The lot lay empty under the overhead light. No footprints in the dust, no sign of a person. My flashlight beam caught swirling gravel, but there wasn't a single track leading away. Yet there I stood, seeing nothing but feeling a strong sense I wasn't alone. My heart pounded. Slowly I circled the station, shining the light around the back, checking behind the dumpster. All corners. No one, not even the stray cat that sometimes lurked around. Defeated, I went back in, locking the door. All I could do was wait for dawn again, nerves frayed. I kept the phone camera pointed at the window for the rest of my shift, hoping to catch proof. But the handprints did not return that night. In the following days, I tried telling my coworkers, describing the shape of the prints and the strange flicker of headlights. Some teased me, saying the desert at night can cause hallucinations. Others looked uneasy, hinting that they too sometimes felt spooked out here after midnight. No one had a solid explanation. I asked an older local if the highway had any ghost stories. He scratched his chin and mentioned a rumor about an accident years ago. A driver stranded on the highway, no help for miles, eventually dying of heat or dehydration. People claimed to see phantom headlights or hitchhikers, but that was just a tale, nothing confirmed. Still, I couldn't help but connect it in my mind. flickering headlights on an empty road, handprints on the window. Maybe something was trying to get help or catch attention. The thought gave me chills. I stayed on the night shift for several more weeks. The flickering headlights showed up a handful of times, always far out on the highway. Usually after seeing them, I'd hear tapping or find fresh handprints on the glass, but never as pronounced as that first time. They would appear and fade within seconds. I tried capturing clearer photos, but all I got were smudges that could be anything. The manager still brushed it off. Over time, I learned to live with the strange events. Some nights were quiet, with no sign of anything odd. Others, I'd see the lights or discover faint prints. Each time I felt a mix of fear and pity-fear, because I didn't understand what was happening. Pity, because it felt like a desperate attempt by someone, or something, to reach out. The highway stayed lonely and the desert nights were dark around us. I never solved the mystery. Maybe those headlights belonged to a restless spirit. Maybe the handprints came from a ghost hoping to find safety in the light of the gas station. Or maybe there's another answer, I just never found it. I still work the graveyard shift sometimes, though I try to swap if I can. Whenever the clock nears 2 a.m., I keep one eye on the empty highway and the other on the glass windows. Part of me still hopes to glimpse those flickering lights one more time, to see if I can catch who or what leaves those handprints. But a larger part of me dreads the thought, knowing that if it appears again, I might still have no idea how to help or how to make it stop. I grew up near Pier 22, a popular spot where tourists gather every evening to watch the sun sink into the sea. The pier extends far into the water, offering a broad view of bright orange, pink, and gold as day turns to dusk. For visitors, it seems magical. They laugh and snap photos of the sky, waiting for that perfect moment when the sun finally slips below the horizon. But I learned at a young age that I should leave before the last sliver of sunlight disappears. The adults in my family always warned me, don't stay on the pier after dark. At first, I thought it was a silly local superstition. Many coastal towns have legends and rituals meant to scare kids into going home early. So as a teenager, I asked around to see if anyone knew the true reason. Most of the older people simply claimed it was a local tradition. We do not stay on Pier 22 at night. They shrugged and offered no detailed explanation. My parents were a bit more direct. They said, people who remain on the pier after sundown sometimes feel a strange presence. We don't want you around that. Year after year, I saw how tourists ignored the warning. They came from far away with their cameras and beach hats. They loved seeing the sun vanish into the ocean. Many thought the stories were just folklore. Some even stayed at the pier after it turned dark, sometimes alone, sometimes in small groups. I rarely saw them return, though. In a tourist town, visitors often move on to the next hotel or the next scenic spot. Maybe that's why no one made a big fuss about it. But the locals got nervous whenever they spotted someone hanging around the pier too late. They would whisper, they shouldn't stay. They never went to call them back, though. Most townsfolk firmly refused to set foot on Pier 22 once the light dimmed. No one wanted to test the old stories. I first felt the truth of it one summer evening when I was about 16. My friend Carla and I lingered at the waterfront. It was close to sundown, and we had been out swimming and fishing all afternoon. We sat on the sand near the pier, finishing sodas and chatting about school. The sky was a swirl of colors. The ocean seemed calm. We got caught up in conversation, forgetting the time. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I noticed a tall figure step onto the far end of the pier. It stood out against the orange sky for just a second, then disappeared behind one of the pier's supports. Something about it made my skin crawl. I felt the urge to leave immediately, as if an invisible alarm rang in my head. Carla must have sensed it too, because she grabbed my arm and whispered, "We should go." We packed up fast, not even bothering to brush the sand off our clothes. We walked away, and the pier loomed behind us in the fading light. Before we rounded the corner, I glanced back. A tall shape stood at the very edge of the dock, near a section where the guardrails were old and broken. It seemed to be looking right at us. I couldn't see its face, but I felt its gaze. My pulse raced, and we hurried home. That was my first encounter with the lone figure. After that day, I listened to my family's advice and never stayed past dusk. But I still heard stories. A local fisherman named Eduardo claimed that one night he forgot extra bait in his truck and went back to retrieve it well after dark. As he passed Pier 22, his headlights caught a glimpse of someone pacing along the edge. Eduardo slowed his truck, thinking maybe a person was in trouble. But when he got out, there was no one. Then, from somewhere further on the pier, he heard slow, deliberate footsteps. He swore the figure stood in the gloom watching him. When he aimed his flashlight down the boards, he saw only a long shadow. Eduardo fled without investigating further. Tourists kept showing up, of course. Many left right after the sun was gone, drawn away by dinner plans or nightlife in town. But some remained to enjoy the nighttime breeze, taking pictures of the moonlight on the water. Locals warned them, but not too forcefully. No one wanted to sound crazy, and we were used to visitors ignoring local legends. Occasionally, a brave soul would mention seeing a single shape at the end of the pier, pacing slowly, as if measuring the boards. They would say the figure had an unsettling stillness in its posture even when walking. Some described it as tall and thin, wearing old-style clothes. Others said it wore a hood or hat. No one ever got a clear look at the face. At our small library, I tried to dig up old news articles or records about Pier 22. The harbor was rather old, built nearly a century ago for fishing boats. Over time, it turned into more of a tourist spot. One article from decades ago mentioned a person who disappeared from the pier late at night, leaving only their shoes behind. Another story talked about a boat that went missing nearby, but none of it provided a solid origin for the figure. The only repeated piece of information I found was that people should not linger on Pier 22 after sundown. Curiosity made me want to watch the figure from a safe distance. So, a couple of years later, I went with my boyfriend Dustin to a viewpoint above the waterfront. It was a small cliff that gave a decent overview of the harbor. We sat there with binoculars as the sun went down. Tourists and families packed the pier as usual, taking pictures and chatting. Then, once the sun sank below the horizon, most people left. A small group of teenagers remained at the far end, messing around with skateboards. From my vantage point, I saw them laugh and do little stunts near the guardrails. Suddenly, one teen froze, staring toward the pier's final stretch. Through my binoculars, I watched him drop his board and take a step back. Another teen looked in the same direction. I couldn't see what they saw, but I guessed it might be that figure again. The group quickly gathered their stuff and hustled away, leaving the pier empty. Moments later, in the dim twilight, the figure appeared. I nearly dropped the binoculars. It emerged from behind a tall post, stepping into the open. Slowly, it walked back and forth at the very edge, turning its head now and then as though scanning for late stragglers. Even from our vantage point, I felt my skin prickle. The shape moved at a calm, methodical pace. Dustin shifted beside me, uneasy. "That is so creepy," he muttered. We kept watching for a few more minutes, but the figure didn't leave. Finally, we couldn't bear the tension. We left the cliff and drove home, disturbed by what we had seen. Over time, the pattern stayed the same. Tourists arrived for the sunset, happy and unworried. The locals, however, always tidied up quickly and left before full darkness. Anyone who stayed late mentioned feeling unnerved, like someone was staring them down. A few claimed the figure followed them for a short distance along the pier's boards. Others spoke of hearing a soft dragging sound like cloth across the wood. No one was ever physically harmed, at least not that we know. But the sense of quiet terror hung over the place. There was a rumor that if you tried to approach the figure, you'd lose sight of it as soon as you got close. One brave visitor said he attempted to chase it down. The shape vanished behind a post near the end of the dock. When the visitor reached the same post, breathless, the pier stretched out empty, with only the waves lapping against the supports. Yet when he turned around, he thought he glimpsed it far behind him, as if it had circled around somehow. That visitor left in a hurry and never returned. Some older folks in town claim the figure is a lost soul. Maybe a fisherman waiting for a boat that never returned, or a grieving parent who lost a child at sea. Others theorize it's some guardian of the place, refusing to let people wander the pier at night for their own safety. A few even say it could be something else entirely, not human at all. Nobody has a firm answer, and maybe that's best. For me, the memory of seeing that tall shape while the sky turned from orange to a dark blue is enough proof that something dwells there. Those who grow up in this town accept it as part of life near Pier 22. The sunsets are beautiful, but you don't stay late. If you do, you might catch a glimpse of that silent figure pacing the edges, eyes locked on anyone who dares to remain. In all my years here, I've never heard of anyone harmed directly, but the fear alone is enough. The presence seems to hold a quiet power over the pier. It warns or scares people away as soon as night falls. I still go to watch the sunset sometimes, especially if friends from out of town visit. But I make sure we leave well before the last glow of daylight disappears. We'll wave to the row of tourists taking final pictures and call out, "Enjoy the view," knowing inside that they should wrap up quickly. Occasionally, I think of the figure whenever I see a vivid sunset. The colors on the water remind me of how beauty and mystery can exist side by side. Pier 22 is a lovely spot, the perfect place for a postcard photo. Yet it hides that lonely walker on the boards. The locals keep their tradition. Admire the sun's fall, then gather your things and go home. Let the figure have the pier to itself at night. And so it goes on, day after day. The sun sets, cameras click, families cheer, and eventually, the dock empties. The figure emerges, pacing in the shadows, scanning the horizon. I wonder if it thinks of us too, these humans who come to watch the sunset yet fear the dark that follows. Or maybe it's trapped in its own endless routine. In any case, the people of our town have learned, when that golden glow fades, so do you, unless you want to meet the silent watcher of Pier 22, who stands at the edge, gaze fixed on whoever lingers too long. I took a part-time job at the only 24-hour laundromat in my small town, hoping to earn some extra money while finishing my college courses. The owner, Mr. Patel, seemed friendly enough, and he offered me flexible hours. The tall neon sign outside read "Wash and Spin," glowing brightly against the night sky. It stood on a quiet corner next to an abandoned video store. At a glance, the place was nothing special. Just rows of washers and dryers in a long tiled room. But it stayed open round the clock, and that made it an easy choice for night owls and busy parents. During my first shifts at Wash and Spin, I worked normal daytime hours, greeting customers as they loaded their clothes. People came and went, chatting or folding laundry. The machines hummed in the background. Nothing seemed unusual. Over time, though, I heard strange rumors from some of the regulars. They said weird things happened late at night when fewer people were around. According to one customer, sometimes the washers started running by themselves, or the TV in the corner turned on with no one touching the remote. Another claimed that the security camera in the back showed flickers, like a shadow peeking into view. I shrugged off these stories at first. I figured these were just local myths, the kind of spooky tales people tell to pass the time. But Mr. Patel did mention one day that the nighttime shifts never lasted long. The people he hired either quit or asked for a schedule change after a few weeks. When I asked him why, he simply said, "They get spooked. They think they see something." He shook his head, clearly not believing the rumors himself. But he also admitted that the laundromat uses more electricity at night than it should, as if some of the machines switch on for no reason. Eventually, my college schedule forced me to take a late-night shift once a week. I expected it to be quiet, perhaps even lonely, but I thought I could study during downtime. I arrived for my first overnight shift at 10 p.m. In the warm glow of the overhead fluorescent lights, the rows of washers gleamed, and the big industrial dryers rumbled as two last customers finished their loads. By midnight, they headed out, waving goodbye. The door shut behind them, leaving me alone with the mechanical hum of the laundromat. I pulled out my textbooks and notes, spreading them on a folding table near the front. The quiet soon felt oppressive. Every little sound like a distant click or the pipes rattling seemed louder. I reminded myself not to be paranoid. After all, a laundromat has many hidden sounds. Water lines flushing, fans spinning, and timers ticking. I tried to focus on my reading. Around 12:30 a.m., I heard a sudden whirring noise from across the room. One of the large washing machines started spinning, even though no one was there to start it. My heart jumped. I set my notes aside and stood up, slowly approaching the washer. The button panel lights were on, and the drum rolled as if full of clothes. When I opened the door's glass, it was empty. No water, no laundry inside. The machine was just spinning. I tapped the control panel, pressed stop, and the cycle ended. I figured it had to be a technical glitch, so I made a mental note to tell Mr. Patel in the morning. I returned to my seat and tried to go back to studying, but I couldn't concentrate. My eyes kept darting around the aisles of silent machines, expecting another random activation. Suddenly, near the back row, an overhead light flickered. The laundromat's lights were old, so flickering wasn't unheard of. Still, it added to my unease. I waited a few more minutes, half expecting the TV in the corner to power on by itself. Eventually, I calmed down and resumed my reading. Then, around 1:15 a.m., a faint noise drifted in from behind the row of dryers. It sounded like a soft scrape, or maybe a shuffle of feet. My stomach twisted. "Hello?" I called out, hoping a customer had come in quietly. No answer. I stood and moved closer, stepping carefully on the tiled floor. The reflection of blinking neon lights outside made the glass windows look almost mirrored. I checked behind the dryers and found nobody. It was just me, alone. I told myself it was the building settling or the machines cooling, but my nerves remained on edge. Around 2 a.m., I decided to look at the security camera monitor to distract myself. There were 4 cameras, one aimed at the front door, one capturing the main row of washers, one pointing at the dryers, and the last directed at the cash counter. The screen sat in a small office near the back. Everything looked normal at a glance: empty aisles, silent machines. I sighed, feeling a little relief. As I stared at the feed, though, I noticed a flicker in camera 2, the one showing the middle washers. At first, it was just a glitch in the lower corner. Then, for a brief second, a shape appeared, like someone standing halfway out of frame. My blood went cold. The figure seemed tall and slightly hunched, but the image was too blurry to make out clothes or features. I leaned in, heart pounding. Right away it vanished. I rushed out of the office into the main laundromat. No one was there. The washers stood still, the aisles completely empty. My only company was the hum of the fluorescent lights. I ran back to the office, rewound the camera footage, and watched. The shape flickered in for a second, then out. Almost like a glitch, yet it felt too specific, too much like the outline of a person. I couldn't decide if I wanted it to come back, so I could be sure or never appear again. When morning came, I practically flew out of my seat at 6 a.m. to leave. Mr. Patel arrived to open the register. He saw my anxious face and asked if everything was okay. I shared the details: the spinning washer, the flicker on camera, the strange noises. He listened politely, his face serious but calm. "This place is old," he said. "Wiring issues, maybe. Cameras can glitch, but I'll take a look. Thanks for sticking through the night." For the next few weeks, my schedule often included more late shifts. Each night I dealt with at least one bizarre incident. Sometimes a dryer turned on by itself, spinning with no clothes inside. I'd open the door only to find it blowing hot air into an empty drum. Once I found a washer that seemed to have water and someone's clothes tumbling quietly. But when I opened it, it was empty and bone dry. A few times I heard footsteps behind racks of detergent, but whenever I checked, no one was there. One evening, I decided to keep the security camera screens in front of me at the counter. Mr. Patel approved it, hoping I would feel safer. The flicker happened more often than I realized. A corner of the screen would go dark, or a shadow would dart across the washers. Sometimes it was near the floor, like something crawling. Other times it was at eye level, lingering for just a breath before fading out. I never saw it with my own eyes on the actual floor, only in the monitor's feed. That made it even more unsettling. Some customers who came in after midnight started to notice odd behavior too. One man said, "I thought I heard someone whisper my name near the soda machine." A woman complained that her washing cycle ended too quickly, but the timer still read 5 minutes. A teenage boy who showed up to wash sports uniforms screamed when the door of a dryer slammed by itself. He refused to come back again. Each time I would nod sympathetically. I wanted to assure them it was just a machine malfunction, but I couldn't ignore the chill in my own body every time these events stacked up. The strangest encounter occurred on a stormy night. Thunder rumbled outside and the rain poured heavily against the windows. After 1 a.m., the laundromat was empty, no customers. The overhead lights flickered repeatedly because of the storm. I sat by the counter feeling half nervous about a power outage. The floor was silent except for distant thunder. Then, the washers at the far right corner turned on, all three at once. The lids locked with a click, and I heard water start to run. My adrenaline spiked. I walked over and pressed each control panel, trying to shut them off, but the buttons were unresponsive. The washers kept filling with invisible laundry, swirling water that, in reality, shouldn't be there. As I stood there, a sense of being watched came over me. I looked around but saw no one. Then, the lights flickered again. In that half-second of darkness, I thought I saw a tall figure reflected in the metal of one washer's door. My heart pounded. When the lights came back, the reflection was gone. I rushed to the office to see the cameras. Each screen showed static at the far right corner. The rest of the laundromat was clear. Taking a shaky breath, I hurried back and tried to power down the main circuit for those washers. After a few attempts, the water finally stopped, and the machines clicked off. When the sun rose, the storm eased, and I left. At home, I stared at the ceiling, trying to process what happened. I kept thinking about that reflection. It felt so real, like someone gazed right through the metal at me. The next day, Mr. Patel told me an electrician would come soon, but the first appointment they had was weeks away. In the meantime, I had to keep watching the place. He offered me a small raise to stay on these odd shifts, which I accepted, though I wasn't sure if money was worth the fear. Seeking answers, I asked around town about wash and spin, hoping for a clue. An older resident mentioned that years ago, this lot housed another building that burned down a hardware store or something similar. They didn't recall any tragedies, though. Another rumor circulated about a former employee who claimed the laundromat was built on unlucky ground. But no one had a solid story of a specific haunting. Still, each night, the flickers on the camera and the self-starting machines continued. At times, they were mild, just a dryer door slamming when no one was near. Other times, they were more alarming, like the washers filling and emptying on their own. I tried talking aloud, asking, "Is somebody here?" Some nights I heard faint scraping on the tiles, but no real response. One evening, hoping for proof, I took a short video of the security monitor using my phone. The flicker happened again near camera 2, showing a strange shadow. However, when I saved the footage and replayed it, the shape was barely visible. My friends who watched the clip only saw a glitch. They told me it could be the reflection of my phone's camera. I felt frustrated, like the darn thing was taunting me. Eventually, the electrician arrived. He checked the circuits, rewired a few connections, and replaced some old panels. For a week, everything was calm. I thought maybe we had fixed the weird surges. However, the flickers soon returned, although less often. The machine malfunctions continued once or twice a night. By then, I had learned to treat it as part of the laundromat's strange personality. I kept the work environment neat, assisted the occasional customer, and tried to cope with the sudden noises or spinning washers. One late shift, just before I finished my part-time run, I heard a sigh, like a gentle exhale, coming from behind the row of dryers. It was so clear, so human, I actually said, "Hello?" My voice echoed. I stepped around the machines, flashlight ready. Nothing. Yet, on the floor, I noticed a single wet footprint, one normal-size footprint, like someone stepped out of a washer. It led nowhere, just sat in a little puddle. My pulse raced as I realized how bizarre this was. I grabbed a towel, dried it, and stared at that spot for a moment. I didn't hear anything else. I never told Mr. Patel about it, because I doubted he'd believe me. Shortly after, I changed my schedule for school reasons and gave up the late shift. A new person took over. I wondered how they'd handle the strange events. Did the night figure keep appearing on the cameras? Did washers still start on their own? Part of me felt relief at leaving, but another part felt sad, as if I were abandoning someone, or something that lingered there. It was weirdly fascinating living with a nightly mystery. I still do my laundry there in the daytime sometimes. Occasionally I glance at a machine, half expecting to see it flip on by itself. The place looks normal under the sun's rays. New customers come in and out, unaware that after midnight the washers might start their lonely spin. I don't bring it up, though. There's no point scaring people who just want clean clothes. When I pass by late at night, say, driving home after a party, I see the lights of Wash and Spin glowing in the dark. The parking lot is usually empty, the neon sign flickering. I imagine the new cashier inside, maybe reading or texting. And I wonder if the cameras still show that faint figure in the corner, slipping between the spinning washers, watching quietly as time goes on and clothes tumble endlessly. The sign on the door says, "Open 24 hours," but I know the place is never truly empty. Some presence remains, hidden among the machines, unexplainable and persistent. A quiet reminder that even the most ordinary spots can hold secrets no one fully understands. I started my dream job in an office tower downtown. The building had over 30 floors, each bustling with companies, departments, and executives going about their day. I loved the shiny glass walls in the lobby and the polished elevator doors that reflected everyone's hurried faces each morning. At first, everything seemed normal, full of the usual office life. People tapping away at keyboards, meeting rooms booked solid, coffee runs during breaks. But then I began hearing odd whispers about an impossible 13th floor that sometimes appeared on the elevator panel. Officially, the tower had no 13th floor labeled. The buttons went from 12 to 14, then continued upward. That's not unusual. Many buildings skip labeling the 13th out of superstition. Most of us never gave it a second thought. However, a few employees swore that now and then, when they pressed a certain floor number, the elevator skipped to a hidden stop. The doors would open, showing a dim hallway that didn't make sense. These rumors spread quietly, so the bosses never addressed it publicly. Still, I overheard enough talk to get curious. One Monday morning, I was in the break room sipping coffee when my coworker Nate told me he experienced something strange. He said he left a meeting on the 20th floor, got in the elevator alone, and pressed the button for the lobby. The ride started normally, but then the elevator jerked and slowed. The doors opened onto a poorly lit corridor with a single flickering light overhead. He poked his head out, saw the number 13 scratched into the wall, and felt dread wash over him. The corridor wasn't on the building's official map, so he hurriedly pressed door close. The elevator snapped back on track, dropping him off at the lobby. Shaken, he told a security guard who shrugged him off. Nate refused to ride the elevator alone for weeks after that. At first I thought it was just an urban legend, but then other stories emerged. A receptionist said she accidentally hit the wrong button and ended up on a floor that looked like a maintenance area, bare walls, dim lights, and a sign that said 13 near the ceiling. One of the HR assistants claimed she stepped off and heard low humming sounds from somewhere down a dark corridor. She left in a panic and told no one but close friends. In each case, people described a narrow hallway with flickering lights, a stale smell, and a sense that it extended too far, as if it stretched beyond the building's design. Over time, my curiosity grew. Was it a trick of the elevator, a glitch in the system, or something else entirely? I asked around, but most people either brushed it off or got nervous when I mentioned the 13th floor. The building management insisted there was no such floor, only mechanical space between 12 and 14th. They said any stories were rumors or hoaxes. Still, employees kept talking among themselves, swapping whispered experiences in corners, detailing strange feelings of someone watching them if they lingered at that hidden floor too long. One day, after a long afternoon, I stayed late in the office to finish a project. By the time I left, it was past 8 p.m., and the building felt quieter than usual. I walked to the elevator bank, pressed the button, and stepped into the empty elevator. My mind drifted to all those stories. Would anything strange happen? Probably not, I told myself. It's just gossip. I pressed lobby and waited. The ride was smooth at first, the standard elevator music playing softly. Then, around the 15th floor, I felt a slight jolt. The display on the panel began to flicker. Instead of showing 14 or 13, it went blank. My heart sped up. The elevator slowed and stopped. The doors slid open silently. I stood there, frozen, staring at a hallway illuminated by a few dim wall sconces. The air smelled musty. A single sign near the door said 13 in faded numbers. Fear and curiosity fought within me. Part of me wanted to keep riding down, ignoring it all. But another part nudged me forward, eager to confirm the rumors firsthand. After a moment of hesitation, I stepped out carefully, letting the elevator doors slide shut behind me. At once I regretted it. The corridor stretched ahead, seeming longer than what should fit in that area of the building. The walls were off-white, mottled with stains, and the floor was a dull gray tile. A faint humming sound came from somewhere up ahead, like old ventilation systems. My footsteps echoed unnaturally, like the place was hollow. Every step I took made me want to run back to the elevator. But the elevator doors behind me stayed closed, as if locked. I ventured a little farther, noticing that the corridor branched off to the left at one point. At the corner, a flickering fluorescent light cast shaky shadows on the ceiling. The place felt abandoned, yet not entirely lifeless. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard a faint whisper or shuffle. The air grew stale, making it slightly harder to breathe. "Hello?" I called softly, though I wasn't sure if I wanted a response. My voice bounced off the walls, then died in the silence. I continued a few more steps, spotting what looked like old office doors on either side. They had no signage and the panels were dusty. The handles looked rusted. My hand shook as I tried one door gently. It was locked, but the handle rattled in a way that suggested the metal was worn thin. A sudden scraping sound came from further down the hallway. I froze, heart hammering, certain I was not alone. I glanced back toward the elevator doors. I could still see them at the far end behind me, but they felt too far away. Then, from that scraping noise, I heard a slow series of clicks, like nails on tile. My throat tightened. Quietly, I stepped back, not wanting to find out what made that sound. As I moved away, a dim figure appeared at the far corner. It was too dark to see properly. It could have been a person or something else. Either way, it just stood there, or maybe hunched there, motionless. The corridor lights flickered, and the figure shifted slightly as if tilting its head. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I turned and ran back to the elevator doors. When I reached them, I touched the call button repeatedly, afraid the elevator wouldn't come. My eyes darted to the corridor. The figure remained at the corner, almost blending into the shadows. Then, mercifully, the elevator doors slid open. I hurried inside and pressed the lobby button. The doors closed just as that shape seemed to take a step forward. I swear I heard a distant hiss or sigh. My heart pounded as the elevator began to descend. It took me straight to the lobby this time, with no more detours. The doors opened onto the bright ground floor, where a bored security guard sat at the front desk, scrolling through his phone. My knees felt shaky, but I managed to walk out calmly. The guard gave me a polite nod, not noticing my panic. Once I left the building, the cool night air helped me regain composure. I wanted to convince myself it was some elaborate trick or a leftover maintenance area, but the memory of that corridor felt disturbingly real. Over the next few days, I tried to tell some coworkers what happened. A few believed me, or at least claimed they did. Many told me similar stories, sightings of that corridor, the uneasy feeling of being watched. One person said they heard an eerie humming, like voices chanting, though faint. Another claimed to see old furniture stacked in a corner, covered in cobwebs. Always the random shape or presence lurked just out of full view. Our management kept quiet on the matter, ignoring repeated requests to fix the elevators. They'd send out memos reminding everyone not to press certain combinations of buttons, but the instructions never explained why. Some employees decided to use the stairs or avoid going alone in the elevators. Others carried on as usual, unconvinced or simply ignoring the strange rumors. I did some research, looking up the building's history. It was built many years ago, originally planned for only 12 floors. Later, expansions were made, adding more stories. Documents showed a curious gap in the construction plans. Blueprints jumped from 12 to 14, with a note about structural reinforcements. Nobody admitted to building a hidden floor. The property manager refused to talk about it, and the building's owners never responded to queries. Once in a while, staff would vanish for a few hours. Reappearing seemed dazed if they took the elevator alone, though no one reported a permanent disappearance that I knew of. Some left the company soon after, never giving details. The 13th floor remained a silent enigma. I grew cautious about working late. If I had to stay after hours, I asked a coworker to share the elevator or use the stairs. Yet I couldn't completely avoid that creeping curiosity. So I collected what stories I could, writing them down. One employee mentioned stepping onto the 13th floor and seeing a row of old cubicles, each with a computer screen from decades ago. Another claimed to see a single office with the lights on, but when they approached, the door slammed shut on its own. Everyone described the place as larger than it should be, as if it stretched beyond normal building limits. A rumor floated around that if someone explored far enough, they'd reach a locked elevator that led to another place entirely. Footsteps might echo behind them, or voices might whisper in the walls. Some believed it was a portal of sorts, a leftover dimension from an earlier building design. Of course, nobody had real proof, just fractured stories and trembling voices. Over time, I realized the best way to handle it was to accept that the 13th floor existed in some hidden manner. Management didn't fix it. Security never addressed it. Employees survived by ignoring it, or telling new hires not to ride alone. Maybe the building was built on strange land, or maybe the construction left behind a half-real space. Whichever the cause, the fact remained. The elevator occasionally decided to stop there, offering a glimpse of a place that shouldn't be. I never revisited the corridor after that frightening night. The image of that figure, half in shadow, still haunted my dreams. Sometimes I'd start awake, picturing the flickering lights and hearing that scraping sound. Co-workers who had similar nightmares claimed they, too, woke up with a pounding heart, unsure if the entity from the corridor might one day step into the real floors. Even now, I work in the same tower. I hurry out before dark whenever possible. Friends tease me about being paranoid, but I no longer care. I've seen too many sincere faces trembling with fear after a wrong elevator ride. I look at button panels warily, making sure I don't brush the 12th or 14th key in any unusual combination. If the elevator stutters or the indicator flickers, I tense up, ready to dash out as soon as the doors open on a normal level. Once in a while, I look at new employees, fresh and cheerful, stepping into the elevator with carefree smiles. I wonder if one day they'll ride alone and find themselves on that hidden floor. If they do, I hope they step back into the elevator quickly, before the corridor calls them further inside. Because if you wander too far, if you lose sight of the elevator, who knows what might greet you around the corner. So the tower continues, its daily business humming with meetings, emails, and coffee runs. People pass each other in polished halls and modern conference rooms, rarely suspecting the strange dimension lurking in the middle. Some keep their heads down, refusing to talk about it. Others share hushed stories by the water cooler, always glancing around to ensure no manager overhears. And the 13th floor remains there, waiting for anyone unfortunate or curious enough to land on it. When the elevator doors open onto that dim space, you face a choice. Step off and see the impossible, or quickly press another button and return to the ordinary world. I've made my choice. I stay safe, or at least I try to. If the elevator lights flicker, I press door close, praying it continues downward to the lobby. The building is big, but I refuse to believe I've seen all it can hide. That corridor might stretch deeper into the unknown, leading to more locked doors and flickering lights. I'll let braver souls explore it. I'm content just knowing it's there, a quiet reminder that even a busy office tower can house secrets beyond normal reason. And sometimes, despite all logic, a simple elevator ride can take you somewhere no map mentions, somewhere you truly don't want to be. Ever since I was young, my family has lived by the sea, making our living from fishing and running a little harbor shop. We sell bait, tackle, and snacks to locals and travelers who come here to fish or sail. The shop sits on a short street near the water, and the back door faces the pier. My dad and his dad before him ran this place for decades, passing it down to me. For a long while, it has been our family's honest way to survive. I knew every boat and every wave that lapped against the old wooden dock, or so I thought. For most of my life, evenings at the harbor felt peaceful. After sunset, when the scuba divers and day fishers cleared out. I would close up the shop and watch the sky turn orange and purple over the water. Gulls would settle on moored boats, and the night breeze carried the salty smell I loved. I found comfort in that routine, locking the door, flipping the sign to closed, then walking home under the dim streetlights. Things changed a few weeks ago when I started hearing static noises at night, low and crackling, coming from somewhere near the pier. It first caught my attention as a faint hiss, like someone's radio was stuck on a dead channel. I assumed it was a fisherman's old walkie-talkie or a boat's radio messing up. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just hopped into my car and drove home. But the next night, I heard the same muffled static as I locked up. This time, it seemed a little clearer, as though the source drew closer. I paused and listened, but it soon faded into the background of the waves. Perhaps, I told myself, a passing ship had a broken radio. I went home, slightly curious, yet not worried. Another evening came, and again I heard that faint static when I stepped out to the back of our shop. The harbor was quiet, with only a few lights from anchored boats. The breeze blew softly, but no one else seemed around. That static was stronger, though, less faint. I followed the sound, walking carefully down the wooden pier, guided by a single dim lamp. I found no gadget, no radio, and no people. Yet, the static crackled in the air, sending shivers through me. Eventually, it faded, and I returned to lock the doors, unsettled, but still unsure. After a week of these nightly visits from static noise, I decided to stay longer one evening to investigate. I waited for everyone to leave. Fishermen, tourists, even the last cargo driver unloading supplies. Then I locked the shop from the inside and sat behind the counter watching the clock. By midnight, the harbor was silent, so I stepped out back. The moon shone bright, reflecting on the water. Perfect calm. But then, faintly, I heard it again. A gentle hiss in the distance. I felt drawn toward the pier as if the static was beckoning me. I followed the sound along the dock's edge, passing wooden posts thick with barnacles. The hiss grew louder with each step, as though a radio was stuck between channels. My heart pounded. I reached the very end of the pier, where a single battered lamppost flickered. My eyes searched the darkness. Then came a moment that made my skin crawl. Mixed in with the static, I thought I heard a voice. It was muddled, garbled, but distinctly human-sounding. Shocked, I took a step back. The voice vanished, leaving only hissing static behind. The next day, I couldn't concentrate in the shop. My sister asked if I was feeling sick. I just shook my head and said I was tired. She left it at that, but I noticed her giving me worried looks. The truth was I felt rattled. I had no logical explanation for that voice in the static. Part of me feared I was imagining things. Yet I couldn't shake off the chill in my bones. That evening, I stayed late again. I wanted to be sure of what I was hearing. I waited until the harbor lay empty, then crept back out onto the pier. The same radio hiss greeted me, a shade louder. I leaned against the rail, scanning the dark water. No boat engines rumbled. No lights shimmered except for the one old lamp. Right then I heard it. A voice within the static, calling a name. My name. It said, John. Soft and distorted, as if someone far away tried to speak through crackling interference. My breath caught in my throat. I stood frozen, my heart pounding loudly in my ears. The voice repeated more clearly, John! I spun around, fully expecting to see a person, yet the pier was empty. I looked down into the water, half expecting a prankster in a hidden boat. Nobody was there. My hands trembled. A thick tension filled the air, matching the hum in my chest. Unable to stand it any longer, I turned and rushed back to the shop, locking the back door behind me. My reflection in the glass showed wide, terrified eyes. That night, shock gave way to worry. Why would a mysterious radio signal call my name? And how was it reaching me from an apparently empty pier? Part of me wanted to ignore it, just close the shop earlier and leave. But my curiosity refused to let go, and soon my dread mingled with a strange urge to find answers. The following evening I tried a rational approach. I brought an old portable radio from home, hoping to match the frequency of that weird signal. If I could catch the station, maybe I'd hear the source. By midnight, the harbor was silent again. I carried my radio to the end of the pier. The static hiss in the air rose once more. Carefully, I turned the dial on my radio, scanning channels. At first, I heard only normal stations with music or talk shows. Then I hit a patch of static. My radio hissed, and from its speaker, I caught a faint echo of that same voice. My own name came through, John, followed by more static. The voice sounded pained somehow, or urgent. A cold wave of fear rippled through me. What was this? Could it be a trick? My father had passed away at sea years ago. Could it somehow be connected? I didn't believe in ghosts, but my father's boat wreck was the scariest event of my life. He was lost on a stormy night, never found. As the memory flooded back, I tightened my grip on the radio. My father's name was also John, short for Jonathan, just like me. Could that be it? Night after night, I tested the same spot with the radio. The voice grew clearer, calling John, in short bursts, sometimes adding words I couldn't fully understand. It sounded like, John, come, or John, help, me, spoken in a shaky tone. Waves lapped the pilings, and the lamp flickered overhead, as if drained by the presence of something else. I started having nightmares about my father's lost boat, about waves dragging me under. My sister noticed I was jumpy and tired, but I didn't tell her the whole truth. Who would believe a radio was calling out to me from the dock at night? One late evening, I decided to push my fear aside and talk back into my portable radio. I pressed the button and spoke softly. Who are you? Is anyone there? The static replied with a crackle, then a painful screech that made me drop the device. After I picked it up, the voice said my name again, louder this time. The tone felt familiar yet distorted. I whispered, Dad, half hoping, half terrified. The radio hissed. No clear answer came, only a faint help, and then static. Tears burned in my eyes. My father's accident haunted me, but I never imagined hearing a voice that resembled his. Though muffled, it carried a certain warmth that tugged at my memory. Guilt washed over me, because I never got to say a proper goodbye. He vanished in that storm. Was he somehow reaching out? With trembling steps, I inched closer to the dock's edge. The sea glistened, black emptiness below. I called again, Dad, are you there? The static hummed, followed by a short, broken sentence. It sounded like, John, come, please. My breath came quickly, tears sliding down my cheeks. My father always ended phone calls with a similar gentle request if he needed help, though not in these words. I stood there until nearly dawn, repeating questions, waiting, listening. The voice only gave partial replies, as if cut off by static. Finally, exhausted and cold, I trudged home. Over breakfast, my sister commented on my pale face. I just shook my head. No matter how I explained, it would sound impossible. Over the next few nights, the voice became more urgent. John, please, it said. Storm. Can't. Find. Help. Each word crackled, merging with the water's gentle splashes. My mind reeled at the possibility that my father was trapped somewhere, needing me. It was crazy. I knew he was gone. Yet my heart grew heavy with an odd mix of grief and determination. If he needed me even from beyond, I had to act. Finally, one moonless night, the voice came through stronger than ever. The sea was calm, but the radio hissed and spat words. John, come, harbor, boat, storm. The message repeated, each time more broken. My own voice trembled as I gripped the radio and said, I'm here. Tell me what to do. Silence followed for a long moment. Then a final clear whisper spoke, goodbye. All at once the static ceased. The air felt thinner. Waves lapped at the posts, but the radio channel was dead quiet, no hiss or voice. I fiddled with the dial, scanning every bandwidth. Nothing. The night was still, as if the presence had departed. My tears came freely then, a deep release of sadness, guilt, and longing for a father lost. It felt as though some final farewell had just taken place on that dark dock. Since that night, the static never returned. I still close the shop each evening, noticing the hush that falls over the harbor after dark. But now, the silence feels gentler, not so heavy or anxious. Sometimes I stand at the pier's edge, remembering that strange signal that called my name. I recall the voice that might have been my father's, or maybe just my own heart seeking closure. Whatever it was, I find peace thinking he reached out in some form. Perhaps he was guiding me to let go. Occasionally, I still bring my small radio, scanning the channels. Why? Because part of me wonders if I'll hear it again. Some new sign, or the faint echo of that voice repeating John through the static. Yet the airwaves remain empty. I suppose that's good. It means the call ended the way it was meant to. The harbor, with its gentle waves and swaying boats, now seems calm, as if a weight lifted from it too. Now, I treat each closing shift with more appreciation for the quiet that follows. I lock the door, flip the sign, and stand for a moment, gazing at the water. If the breeze stirs or a gull cries, I smile, remembering that not everything fits into neat logic. Sometimes memories and loved ones echo in surprising places, even in old radio static on a dark pier. And though it scared me, it also healed a small part of my hurting heart to hear that muffled voice call out a final goodbye, letting me know that some connections run deeper than any sea. I was walking home late one night, feeling the cool air on my face. The streets were nearly empty. A few distant headlights broke the darkness, but no one else was around. My path took me under one of the large highway overpasses in town, a concrete structure that loomed above the quiet road. Normally, I never paid much attention to it, but that night I heard something strange whispers. They were soft, almost lost in the hum of the passing cars above. At first, I thought it might be the wind, whistling through the gaps in the concrete. But as I stepped closer, I realized these whispers sounded like voices. They floated through the air, rising from underneath the bridge. A cold feeling spread across my shoulders. I paused and looked around. No one stood near me. The sidewalk was dark, lit only by a distant street lamp. I wondered if some people might be huddled beneath the overpass, talking in low voices. It wouldn't be the first time someone used such a place for shelter. But something about these whispers felt different, like they didn't belong to normal conversation. My heart pounded as I crept forward, following the sound. The bridge columns cast large shadows, and I had to watch my step to avoid broken glass and fallen branches. The whispering grew clearer. It wasn't in a language I recognized, more like a soft chanting or murmuring. It made my skin prickle with unease. Suddenly the voices dropped silent, as if they sensed my presence. The quiet was almost worse than the sound. A dull roar of traffic continued overhead, but underneath, everything grew tense, expectant. I stood there, unsure whether to step back or continue. Curiosity won out. I flicked on the flashlight feature on my phone, shining a beam along the concrete walls. That's when I noticed something unusual: painted symbols, high on the support beams, in places no ordinary person could easily reach. The shapes were bold and angular, drawn in thick black lines, some connected by smaller characters I didn't understand. They reminded me of runes or ancient scripts I'd seen in old books or documentaries, but I couldn't identify them for sure. My light trembled on the worn concrete, revealing more of these symbols scattered across different sections. They formed a strange pattern that seemed too deliberate to be random graffiti. The biggest question struck me. How did someone manage to paint them so high up? The beams stood well above my head. Even with a tall ladder, it would be tricky to work at that angle, especially under a busy highway. Yet, there they were, large and clear. I tried stepping further in, scanning the walls with my phone. Every so often, my beam caught a fresh patch of black shapes. It looked like they had been painted recently, no signs of fading. And they weren't just scribbles. They seemed carefully drawn, maybe with brushes or markers. My breath quickened. I felt like I'd stumbled onto a hidden message or a warning. The whispering returned, faint and far away, like it drifted from the corners of the concrete. I spun around, aiming my light, but saw only empty space. No person, no group. Then a breeze rushed through, ruffling my hair. The wind carried a hint of dampness, as if from river water, though none was nearby. My chest tightened. Without thinking, I whispered, "Hello? Is anyone here?" No response came. Just a low hush, weaving in and out of the overpass's columns. The painted symbols appeared in any spot that was even slightly sheltered from view, as though their maker wanted them half hidden. I moved carefully, avoiding broken chunks of concrete on the ground. Each step felt heavy, as if the air itself pressed down on me. Suddenly, I heard a soft shuffle of footsteps behind one of the columns. My heart jumped. I pointed my phone's light in that direction. The beam revealed an empty patch of concrete, but the shuffle came again, now from behind me. It was as if someone circled around. I spun back, fear gripping me. Still, I caught no sight of a person, no shadow, nothing. Just the repeated tap-tap, then it vanished. I started to wonder if I was imagining it, but the sound of those whispers felt very real. They rose again, twisting through the empty space. This time the volume was so soft it almost brushed my ears like a secret. My phone flashlight flickered for a moment, or maybe my hand shook either way. The beam trembled. I squinted, trying to pick out any movement in the corners. The symbols on the pillars seemed to glow in the dim light. Not an actual glow, but my mind played tricks on me, making them stand out more. I realized how alone I was, far from any help if something went wrong. A chill raced through me, telling me I should leave, but something about the presence in the air felt like it wanted me to stay, or to notice the message scrawled above. I swallowed hard. With my free hand, I took a couple of quick photos of the symbols, hoping someone else could identify them. Each flash from my phone camera lit the area in harsh brightness, then returned it to shadow. The last camera flash revealed a strange shape near the edge of my vision, perhaps a figure standing behind a column. I tried to hold the camera up again, but I couldn't see anything the second time. My heart thundered in my chest. I backed away slowly, phone light aimed forward. The whispering grew louder, but I still couldn't pick out real words, only that urgent chanting rhythm. My steps quickened. I nearly tripped over some loose debris. Feeling panicked, I turned and hurried out from under the overpass, eyes focused on the circle of orange streetlight ahead. The whispers called after me, echoing within the concrete walls, but I didn't dare look back. Once I reached the lit sidewalk, I breathed easier. The ordinary city noises, some passing cars, a distant train horn felt like a relief. My nerves still jittered. I forced myself to walk calmly until I was far from the highway. Only then did I stop and check my phone pictures. They were blurry from my trembling hands, but the symbols were definitely visible. Dark, sharp lines, letters or shapes I'd never seen before. In the following days, I tried searching online for anything similar. Strange runes, mysterious markings, symbol graffiti. I found nothing that matched exactly. I considered showing the pictures to a friend, but I worried they'd think I was overreacting. Eventually, curiosity overcame me. I showed a friend from college who studied art history. She looked puzzled, saying it wasn't like any standard runic alphabet or known script she'd seen. It might be modern, she suggested, or something made up. Meanwhile, thoughts of the whispers haunted me. Sometimes I'd be alone in my apartment and think I heard them again, just faint enough to doubt my own ears. The memory of that night under the overpass clung to me. Part of me wanted to go back, see if more symbols appeared or if I could find someone responsible. Another part of me felt terrified. Rationally, I knew other people walked under that bridge daily, but did they also sense the same presence? Finally, after a week of restless nights, I gathered my courage. I planned to revisit the overpass earlier, maybe around twilight so it wouldn't be so dark. But each time I tried to head there, I found excuses to postpone. What if the voices returned, or if I found the person painting those symbols? Would they be hostile? Late one evening, I forced myself to approach the area again. Dusk light still lingered, so it was not pitch black. Cars passed overhead, shaking the structure. I glanced around, noticing that the first row of concrete pillars seemed the same as before. No new markings at eye level, just a few ordinary graffiti tags. I moved cautiously under the overpass, scanning the higher beams. No fresh symbols jumped out at me. My nerves buzzed. Everything looked normal, if a bit spooky. No whispers reached my ears. Relieved, I began to think maybe it was a one-time event or my imagination. But as I turned to leave, I glimpsed a single new marking on a far column, partly hidden by shadows. It was bolder, with thick lines scrawled in red paint, different from the black shapes I saw before. The lines twisted, forming what looked like an elongated letter or sign. Something about it felt even more unsettling. At that moment, a light breeze swept through. I caught the echo of a whisper brief, almost swallowed by the road noise. My heart clutched, and I backed away. That was enough. I left quickly, not wanting to hear more. As I retreated, the hush beneath the highway felt like it held secrets I was not meant to uncover. To this day, I'm still not sure who painted those symbols or how they managed to reach those heights. I haven't told everyone about this experience, not fully, but I keep those blurry photos on my phone, a reminder that some things in the city slip under normal sight. Sometimes a friend will mention hearing odd noises near the same overpass, or seeing strange graffiti. Usually they laugh it off. I just nod quietly, remembering the chanting voices and weird shapes. Whenever I must pass that area again, I do so quickly. The tall columns, the swirling breeze, and the endless rush of cars make me feel small. And if the wind blows a certain way, I almost think I catch the faintest echo of those whispers, calling from hidden corners. If you ever find yourself under that bridge at night, maybe you'll hear them too, and notice the painted symbols that mark a mystery no one dares to solve. Most people know our neighborhood cafe for its warm atmosphere and friendly staff. It sits on a street corner with large windows that let in the morning light. Each day, regular customers line up for fresh coffee and pastries. They exchange greetings with the barista, take a seat, read the paper, or chat about local news. It's always been a cheerful place, at least. That's what I believed until I started working there. Soon I noticed strange things happening before the morning rush, moments that made me wonder if someone else, unseen, visited our little cafe each day. My name is Hana, and I've been the opening barista for almost a year. I arrive at dawn to unlock the doors, turn on the lights, and set up everything before customers come in. When I first started, my routine felt normal enough. Check the pastry case, start brewing coffee, lay out napkins and cups. But within weeks, I realized something odd happened almost daily, usually just before we officially opened at 6 a.m. One of the first signs was the flickering lights. The cafe has overhead fixtures that gently brighten the space. Sometimes while I was grinding coffee beans or setting out mugs, the lights would blink softly 2 or 3 times. They never flickered during the day only at that early hour. I tried telling myself it was an electrical hiccup since the building is old, but the timing was often too precise. Sometimes it felt like the lights responded to my presence, flickering when I'd step near the corner booth. That corner booth is close to the front window, partially hidden behind a tall plant. I used to consider it the best seat in the cafe, quiet and cozy, until I realized I kept seeing something move there whenever my back was turned. It was such a small movement, like a shadow shifting. I'd glance quickly, expecting to see a customer who slipped in early, but nobody was there. The seat would be empty, the table bare. The plant's leaves remained still. Yet out of the corner of my eye, I was sure I spotted a figure. A few times, cups rattled on the shelves without anyone touching them. That always startled me. I'd be loading clean cups onto the display, and one at the far end of the shelf would shake as if lightly tapped. I'd rush over to steady it, feeling a sudden chill. At first, I thought maybe a truck passed outside, causing mild vibrations, but there wasn't always traffic at that hour. Sometimes it happened when everything outside was silent. No passing vehicles, no heavy footsteps. One morning, when I was pouring fresh coffee into the servers, I felt a gentle tug on my apron. I turned around, sure a coworker was behind me, but I was alone. My heart skipped a beat. Talk about unexpected. I actually called out, "Hello, anyone there?" No answer. The cafe was locked from the inside, the door still bearing a closed sign. I tried laughing it off, telling myself I was tired. But that little tug felt undeniably real. During my first few months, I kept most of these experiences to myself, worried coworkers might tease me. However, one day, I casually mentioned that I sometimes heard weird sounds in the morning. To my surprise, my manager, Elise, nodded knowingly. "Oh, you mean the rattle and flicker?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Turns out she had noticed it too, though she pretended it was the building's quirks. She said the previous barista reported hearing the front door open on its own, only to find no one outside. That gave me courage to speak up. I asked if she thought the cafe might be haunted. Elise shrugged and said, "I'm not sure, but I like to think if there is a spirit here, it's friendly. It never breaks anything. Maybe it just wants coffee, too." That made me chuckle, though a nervous knot formed in my stomach. The idea of a ghostly guest unsettled me, but it also sparked a strange curiosity. As the weeks passed, I paid closer attention. Mornings around 5:45 a.m., I'd hear a faint scuffing, noise like a shoe sliding across the floor. It always seemed to come from the direction of that corner booth. Once I walked up to it, calling a gentle, "Hello?" I swear I felt a slight cold breeze, though the door and windows were shut. Sometimes I found the salt and pepper shakers at that booth moved to the opposite side of the table, even though I always kept them near the napkin holder. No other employees had arrived, and the door was locked, so it made no sense. Customers occasionally joked about the cafe's flickering lights, but nobody seemed scared. They brushed it off as old wiring. But I noticed that each time the lights flickered in the morning, I also heard a quiet clink or rattle somewhere else, as if, in that exact moment, our invisible visitor made itself known. Sometimes I talked aloud, saying something like, "Good morning, whoever you are," in a half-serious tone, just to see if anything would happen. One time, I'm sure I heard the faintest of knocks on the wood beneath the table. One of the strangest incidents happened on a Sunday. The streets outside were still empty, not even a jogger or dog walker in sight. I was organizing the pastry tray on the counter when I heard a gentle scraping noise behind me. Thinking a coworker had arrived, I turned around, expecting to see Mary or Joel, but no one stood there. Instead, a single menu from the top of a stack now lay open on a nearby table. It looked as though someone picked it up, scanned through it, and left it there. I walked over slowly, a tingle running up my spine. Could a draft have done that? The menu was quite sturdy and not easy to flip open. My mind told me no. Sometimes the sense of a presence was so strong, I half expected to look up and see a figure sitting in that corner booth, perhaps an older customer reading the paper. In my imagination, they had a warm smile, as if continuing an old routine from a time long past. But each glance revealed only empty space and the soft echo of overhead lights. It was eerie, yet not entirely frightening. There was a gentleness to it, like a polite stranger who quietly sits and observes. Curiosity drove me to ask some longtime customers if they knew of any history of the building. A few recalled that the cafe used to be a small diner decades ago. One older gentleman, Mr. Riley, said he visited the diner as a child with his father. He claimed that the corner booth was where a group of friends used to gather every morning for coffee. I wondered if somehow one of them had grown so attached that they still swung by in spirit. It was just a passing thought, but it made me see the corner booth in a new light, a place filled with old memories and shared laughter. Eventually, I told Elise about how often I saw movement from the corner of my eye and how the salt shakers would switch spots. She proposed we set up a small camera one morning to see if we could catch anything on film. We didn't want to make a big fuss, so we used a simple phone propped on a shelf pointed near the corner booth. That next morning, the lights flickered right on cue at 5:50 a.m. Then I heard a soft rattle as though a cup moved. I approached cautiously, feeling my heart pound. When we checked the footage, we saw the booth in the frame, but nothing solid appeared. Yet seconds before I walked over, a shadow seemed to pass across the seat, very faint, but noticeable. Elise and I exchanged looks. Neither of us could dismiss it as a trick of the light. It resembled a figure sitting down or standing up quickly. A chill ran through us both. Still, the camera never captured a clear shape. Over time, we tried to accept our cafe ghost. We joked that we should name them. Elise called the spirit "Morning, Joe," thinking it might be a friendly presence who just wants coffee each day. I started smiling when the lights flickered, greeting the visitor as if it were indeed an old patron. And in a funny way, the cafe felt cozier for it. Even some customers, hearing the stories from us or noticing small events, joined in the playful idea. One lady would walk in, see the flicker, and say, Morning Joe must be up early today. Despite the good humor, I occasionally felt a melancholy vibe around the corner booth, as if the spirit lingered out of loneliness or habit. The feeling was stronger on mornings when the skies were gray. On those days the cups rattled a bit louder and tiny breezes brushed my arms. I wonder if maybe Morning Joe didn't want to let go of a routine they treasured while alive, sharing coffee in a booth, watching the sunrise, chatting with friends. One particular morning, I arrived later than usual because my alarm didn't ring. I rushed to open the cafe by 6:15 a.m., a bit behind schedule. As I fumbled for the keys, I worried that customers might be waiting outside. Instead, I found the door locked, but the interior lights partly on. I knew for certain I'd left them off the previous night. My heart pounded. Was someone inside? Had Elise come early? No, her car was nowhere to be seen. I unlocked the door carefully, stepping in. The overhead lights glowed softly. The shop was empty, of course, yet on the corner booth's table sat one cup upright. I always store them in the cupboard. Could a co-worker have come and left? That seemed unlikely at this hour. And it was just one cup, nothing else out of place. I picked up the cup, feeling the inside no liquid, just a warm surface, as if someone had poured fresh coffee recently. My palms went cold despite the warmth. The cafe felt quiet, in that thick way that tells you you're not alone. I whispered, "I'm sorry I'm late," out of pure instinct. Immediately, the lights flickered twice. I almost laughed at how ridiculous it felt. Maybe our invisible customer was annoyed I hadn't opened on time. For the rest of that day, I felt an odd mixture of guilt and amusement. Weeks turned into months, and I got used to our early visitor. Nothing ever felt threatening, though it was certainly mysterious. Any negative feelings I had at the beginning gradually gave way to mild curiosity and a strange sense of comfort. It's as if the cafe's history itself was alive, and I shared mornings with something beyond the ordinary. My daily tasks continued: brewing coffee, baking croissants, greeting real customers when they arrived. But in the back of my mind, I always waited for that subtle sign. A flicker of bulbs, the gentle rattle of cups. Sometimes new staff members asked about the rumors. I'd smile and share a few stories, warning them not to freak out if they heard a locker door open or if the corner booth seemed to have a slight dip, like someone just sat down. Many brushed it off, but some got wide-eyed. Eventually, most accepted it as part of the cafe's charm. A few customers even claimed they felt a hand tap their shoulder when no one was behind them. But if anything, it helped the cafe become more popular. People wanted to see if they'd experience a floating cup or hear a ghostly whisper. We never saw anything so dramatic, though. Morning Joe stayed polite, just as Elise suggested from the start. To this day, I open the cafe doors at dawn, greeting the empty tables and the corner booth. If some small rattle or flicker occurs, I smile and say, "Good morning." Then I brew coffee, set out pastries, and wait for real customers. Odd as it might sound, I find it comforting. The cafe's calm, early hours hold a gentle presence that I believe once loved the simple pleasure of a fresh cup of coffee and a quiet seat. In a way, it reminds me to appreciate the ordinary things in life, like a warm drink and friendly company. So, if you ever stop by our neighborhood cafe right after we open, you might notice a slight haze in the corner booth. Or maybe you'll see a cup shift on the counter by itself, just a fraction. Don't worry though, no one has ever come to harm. If you do witness a flicker in the lights, think of it as a small wave from our invisible guest and old customer, perhaps, who can't quite leave the place that once felt like home. And if you spot me behind the counter, you can ask for the story, and I'll share it with a smile. After all, we've come to accept that our cafe has a gentle ghost, a reminder that some mornings hold more than just fresh coffee in the air. I had been driving all afternoon through winding back roads, eager to reach the forest trail I'd read about online. People said it was scenic, with a beautiful lake at the end. When I finally arrived, I noticed a wooden sign at the entrance. Path closes at sunset. The sun was already low. I didn't want to miss my chance, so I hurried off in hopes of catching a glimpse of the lake before dark. The trail led through tall pines, their slender trunks rising like silent guardians. Rays of evening light filtered between branches, bathing the dirt path in a gentle glow. My shoes crunched on fallen needles, releasing a faint, earthy scent. The air felt crisp, and a slight breeze rattled the leaves above. I walked faster, unsure how long it would take to reach the lake. Every so often I passed small markers by the trail, each with faded words. A few other hikers were heading out, nodding quickly as they hurried back to the parking area. They seemed focused, as if they didn't want to linger after sunset. Their urgency made me a bit uneasy, but I kept going, determined to see what lay ahead. After maybe 15 more minutes, the path curved toward a small rest stop, a simple wooden shelter with a bench, a trash bin, and a dim lamp that flickered faintly. The lamp stood on a metal post, casting a pale circle of yellowish light on the ground. Beside it, a big sign repeated, "Path closes at sunset. No overnight camping." Beneath that, someone had scribbled in marker, "Enter at your own risk after dark." My heart fluttered. I wasn't superstitious, but something about that added warning felt ominous. Still, I decided to rest for a moment. The shelter was empty, except for an abandoned soda can on the bench. As I caught my breath, I realized the sun was now nearly gone, painting the sky orangey purple. A hush settled on the area, as if the forest was waiting for night to properly begin. I was about to turn back, not wanting to break the rules, when I noticed something on the ground by the lamp. Footprints, barefoot impressions in the dirt, with a strange gap between the toes. They looked fresh, the edges still defined. They started near the bench, then continued off into the woods away from the marked trail. I crouched down to get a closer look and saw that the footprints were larger than the average adult's foot. The gap between the big toe and the others was wide, almost like a split hoof, yet it still resembled a human shape. It sent a chill up my spine. Curiosity took over, even though a voice in my head whispered that I should ignore them. Most forest safety guidelines say to stick to the marked paths, but these footprints felt too strange to dismiss. My mind raced with possibilities. A local prank, a trick of the light, or some unusual creature? I stood up, glancing toward the line of trees where the prints led. The forest beyond the lamp's glow looked dark and unwelcoming. A gust of wind flickered the lamp. For an instant, everything went dim, and I felt my heart pound. When the light returned, I made a decision. Just a quick look, I told myself. I'd follow the footprints a short distance, see if there was a logical explanation, a hidden campsite, maybe. Then I'd return to my car and leave. I stepped carefully off the main trail, following the faint shapes pressed into the dirt. The trees here stood closer together, their branches tangling overhead and blocking out most of the remaining twilight. My eyes adjusted gradually, and every rustle or crack made me tense. I moved slowly, brushing aside the occasional low-hanging limb. Dead leaves crackled under my feet, while in the distance I heard a single owl hoot. The footprints continued steadily, each one just as odd as the first. Before long, the rest stop's lamp was out of sight. Darkness deepened around me. I realized I was alone, far from the road. That uneasy feeling grew stronger, yet I couldn't turn back. Something about these tracks gripped my curiosity. Was this person hurt or lost? A moment later, an unexpected sound echoed, a low, soft click or clack, like nails tapping against a rock. My blood went cold. I paused, holding my breath, trying to pinpoint the direction of the sound. The forest held its silence for a moment. Then I heard another faint click somewhere ahead. It was followed by soft rustling, as if something moved through the thick undergrowth. My eyes strained in the gloom. I thought of turning on my phone's flashlight, but hesitated, worrying it might attract attention. Instead, I crouched behind a wide pine trunk, peering out from its side. The air felt heavy, and I smelled damp soil. The footprints seemed to continue straight on, but I couldn't see them clearly anymore. I reached a hand forward, touching the ground to find the next print by feel. With a little fumbling, I located one. The toes had sunk deeper here, which might mean the person, she, or thing had put more weight on their front step. I tried to swallow my rising fear. Suddenly, the trees ahead parted a bit, and I saw a faint glow moonlight shining on an open patch of ground. I moved closer, staying as quiet as possible. The footprints led me to a small clearing. In the middle stood a smooth, flat rock about knee-high. Around it, tall grass swayed gently. The moonlight illuminated the stone, revealing marks on its surface like scratches or carvings. My heart thudded. Could this be some kind of ritual site? Or an old boundary marker? The clicking sound returned, this time from the other side of the clearing. I ducked behind some bushes, ignoring the twigs that poked my arms. Slowly, I peeked out. In the dim moonlight, I saw a shape move, something tall and lean, stepping into view. My breath caught. Its outline resembled a human figure, but with elongated limbs. Then my gaze dropped down and saw two bare feet with toes spread wide, just like the footprints I had followed. I clenched my fists, trying to keep calm. The figure stood near the flat rock, leaning forward as if studying something. A soft, hissing breath reached my ears. I couldn't see its face clearly, only a profile in the moonlit glow. It looked up suddenly, turning its head as though it sensed I was there. I froze, pressing myself lower behind the bush. There was silence. Then a sharp exhale from the creature, if that's what it was. It stepped onto the rock, gripping the surface with toes that seemed to splay unnaturally far. Then it let out a soft, chattering sound. Not quite human speech, but more articulate than an animal's growl. I felt my heart pounding harder, every instinct screaming at me to retreat. The figure began scratching something into the rock. Each movement sent a faint scraping noise across the clearing. My body shook, and I realized there was no good reason to stay. Curiosity was one thing, but I was putting myself in danger with every passing second. Gritting my teeth, I inched backward, careful not to break any sticks. A twig snapped under my foot, despite me trying to be cautious. The sound rang out too loudly in the silent clearing. The creature's head jerked up instantly, and from the angle of its silhouette, it looked alert. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Without waiting to see if it rushed at me, I turned and ran back the way I had come, branches smacking my arms and chest in the darkness. The forest floor seemed full of obstacles now, each root a potential trap. I stumbled but kept moving, breath ripping through my lungs. Behind me, I caught a faint series of clicks as if it was following. That spiked my panic. I sprinted faster, ignoring the scratches on my face from low branches. My only goal was to find the main trail, to reach the rest stop lamp, or the sign something familiar. The forest felt endless, but after a frantic minute of running, I saw the faint glow of that dim lamp again. Relief washed over me like a wave. I burst into the clearing of the rest stop, tripping over a small rock and nearly falling. My body trembled, and I spun around, expecting to see the creature bounding after me. But the edges of the woods were still. The lamp flickered weakly, and the sign warning about the trail closure stared back at me silently. The footprints near the post looked just as fresh, but no one stepped out from the shadows. Catching my breath, I forced myself to think clearly. I had no proof of what I'd seen, only the memory burned into my mind. I glanced at the time on my phone much later than I realized. The night deepened, and I was alone out here with only my car waiting in the small parking area beyond the bend. Fear overcame curiosity. I jogged away from the rest stop, back to my vehicle. Once inside, I locked the doors, hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys. The headlights lit the edge of the trail sign, and I half expected to see that figure step into view. Nothing happened. I drove off, my nerves still on fire. That night, I barely slept. My dreams were filled with images of those odd footprints and the creature's slender shape. I could still hear the faint clicking in the quiet moments between sleep and waking. The next day, I wondered if I should report it to a ranger. But what would I say that I found some bizarre footprints and saw a tall figure scratching on a rock? They might laugh or suspect a prank. In the end, I kept it to myself. Sometimes I still think about that sign reading. Path closes at sunset. It was clearly more than just a safety rule. Maybe it was a warning. The forest at night can hide things we're not meant to see. If I hadn't been so curious, maybe I'd still imagine the woods as a peaceful place. Now, when dusk falls, I picture those footprints leading away from the lamplight, off into the darkness where something strange waits. I haven't returned to that trail since. The memory of that silhouette on the rock still sends shivers through me. Perhaps the forest keeps its own secrets, and the footprints I found were part of a reality better left alone. Even now, each time I pass a closed after sunset sign, I feel my chest tighten, and I remember how curiosity led me down a path I wasn't truly prepared to follow. I attended a small gathering at an old manor house, invited by a friend who insisted I see the place. The manor stood on a large piece of land, surrounded by tall hedges and trimmed gardens. Guests moved in and out of the main rooms, laughing and chatting. Music played softly from a grand piano, and the scent of fresh flowers filled the main hall. Everything felt so pleasant in the manor itself. But behind the big house was a smaller guest house, separated by a short pathway. I noticed it when I stepped outside for fresh air. The guest house looked older and in need of paint. Vines crawled up its walls. No lights shone in the windows. The door was closed, secured with a rusty bolt on the outside. It gave me an uneasy feeling standing there in the moonlight. I looked at the bolt and wondered, why lock the door from the outside? Usually, if someone stays in a guest house, they lock it from inside. One of the people at the party passed by and remarked that nobody used the little place anymore. They shrugged, saying it once housed staff or visiting relatives, but had been empty for years. Their tone suggested we shouldn't bother exploring it. I thanked them and walked on, but my curiosity sparked. Later that evening, the manor's chatter grew louder, and I felt a bit overwhelmed by the crowd. I slipped out a side door into the garden. Lanterns along the path glowed softly. The night air was cool, and I breathed easier away from the noise. My eyes wandered from flower beds to that neglected building behind the main house. Tall hedges partly hid it, but I still saw the outline of its roof against the sky. I felt drawn to it for reasons I couldn't explain. Perhaps I simply enjoy old, quiet places. The rest of the party was lively, but my mind kept drifting to that locked-up guest house. Something about it seemed lonely. I made my way there, stepping carefully over grass and uneven stones. The windows looked dark. The only light came from a faint moon high above. As I approached the door, I noticed the same rusty bolt. Seen up close, it looked even more worn. A large padlock dangled loosely, as if it had not been opened for a long time. I started to turn away, deciding there was no reason to pry. Suddenly, I heard a light knock. Tap, tap. It was gentle, but clearly coming from inside the guest house door. I froze, a chill spreading over me. At first I thought somebody might be inside, but that made no sense. The door was bolted from outside. There was no way for anyone to get in there, right? I pressed my ear to the door. The wooden surface felt cold. Then I heard another knock, quicker this time, like someone tapping in nervous bursts. Tap, tap, tap. I backed up, heart pounding. My first instinct was to call out, but I hesitated. Who would respond? Why would they be locked in from outside? I glanced around the yard. Nobody else was there. The manor's music played softly in the distance. I decided to speak. "Hello?" I said in a low voice. Is someone inside?" Silence answered me. My own breathing seemed loud. Then, just as I thought I'd imagined it, another knock sounded. Tap, tap. It felt like a plea, as if the person inside was waiting for help. My skin tingled with unease. I thought about finding the owner of the manor to ask about it. But some voice inside told me that might not be wise. Maybe the owners had a reason for keeping the guest house sealed. Or maybe they had no idea this was happening. Part of me felt a strong urge to set whoever was inside free. But what if I was mistaken? Still, I couldn't just walk away and ignore it. Steeling myself, I tried the padlock. It was indeed locked. The metal was cold and stiff. "I can't open this," I whispered toward the door. Can you hear me? There was no response this time. The knocks had stopped. A sudden breeze rustled the nearby hedges. It made a rasping sound, almost like a sigh. I felt a strange heaviness in the air, as though the night itself held its breath. Unsure what else to do, I circled around the guest house, hoping to find another window or entrance. The side windows were boarded shut. The back door, if it even existed, was blocked by a collapsed fence and dense bushes. The whole structure looked abandoned, with moss covering stones and rotting wood across the frames. I couldn't see any clear way in. Still, the idea that someone or something might be inside wouldn't leave my head. By chance, I found a broken window along the side small, with glass shards around the frame. It led into what seemed like a narrow storage area, but it was too cramped to crawl through safely. I used my phone's flashlight to peer inside. Dust swirled in the beam of light, revealing a dim, empty space with old crates and spider webs. Nothing looked disturbed, no footprints, no sign of recent activity. I returned to the front door, drawing closer again. My heart beat faster, half expecting another knock. The manor behind me was still busy. I heard faint laughter from somewhere on the second floor. It felt like two separate worlds, the bright, cheerful party in the main house, and this silent, sealed space in the back. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a soft voice. A whisper, so faint I almost thought it was the wind. It was impossible to make out words, but the tone sounded pleading. "Hello?" I called again. "I'm here. Tell me if you need help." No reply, only a gentle thump on the door once more. This time it was quieter, weaker. I pressed my hand to the wood. "I'm sorry," I said softly, unsure if the occupant could even hear me. "I can't open it." In that moment, I remembered something. Sometimes, old guest houses had cellar doors or a root cellar beneath them. If it was locked from the outside, maybe there was a separate entry below. The thought gave me a little hope. Scanning the ground, I looked for any sign of a cellar door. Eventually, near the back corner, I spotted a pair of metal doors set flush with the ground. One was heavily rusted. I tugged on the handle, but it refused to budge. It felt stuck, as if years of dirt and corrosion sealed it shut. Digging my foot against the edge, I tried to pry it open. After a few tries, it shifted slightly, making a harsh squeak. I stopped, worried someone would hear me from the manor. My mind raced. What if the owners saw me messing with their property? At the same time, I couldn't abandon that timid knock. Gathering my will, I yanked once more. With a groan of metal, the door lifted an inch. A surge of musty, damp air hit my face. Coughing, I slowly raised the door half open, shining my phone's light inside. A set of narrow stone steps led downward. Shadows danced along the walls. Glancing around to ensure no one watched, I lowered myself into the darkness. Each step was cold and slightly wet from years of neglect. My flashlight revealed cobwebs and cracked cement. At the bottom, I found a small corridor that curved left under the guest house. The air felt thick, and my heart pounded. I moved slowly, noticing footprints in the dust, though they seemed very old and faded. Reaching the end of the corridor, I discovered a wooden door. The handle was rusty but not locked. I turned it, my hand shaking. The door creaked open, revealing a short hallway with bare walls and a single door on the right side. Light from my phone showed chipped paint and peeling wallpaper. It was eerily quiet, except for a creaking sound above me, maybe the old beams settling. I stepped forward carefully, easing the hallway door open. Inside was a small room cluttered with antique furniture. A tattered armchair, a broken dresser, and an old rug were scattered around. Dust motes floated in the light. Then I realized this must connect to the rest of the guest house. If I could find the main living area, maybe I'd discover that bolted front door from inside. But the air felt heavy with a sense of gloom. The corners of the room seemed to shift in the dimness. I tried to ignore the nerves fluttering in my stomach. My phone battery was running low, so I hurried to find a way upstairs. I spotted a narrow flight of stairs. In the faint glow of my flashlight, the steps looked steep. I climbed them. At the top, I saw another door. This one was locked from my side with two old-fashioned latches. Strange. I slid them open. The door gave a small jerk. Slowly, I pushed it. It opened into a hallway that looked more like a normal house interior, except everything was dusty and deserted. A bare light bulb hung from the ceiling. I tried the switch. Surprisingly, it worked, though the bulb flickered. The hallway led to the front entrance. Sure enough, I recognized the inside of the door from the shape of its frame. I saw the large bolt jammed across it, locked from the outside. Another padlock hung there as well, but from this side it was just a metal ring. I crept closer, expecting any moment to hear that soft knock again. The door was thick, with no window. If someone had knocked earlier, they must be in here. But the space was obviously empty, unless they were hiding. A faint scuffling noise came from the room next to me. My heart leaped. I pointed my flashlight and entered that room. It appeared to be a small sitting area, with a couch draped in a dusty cloth. A broken lamp stood in the corner. My light revealed no sign of a person. Then, from behind me, a gentle knock echoed again from the front door as if reversed. But the door was bolted shut from the outside. I was inside now. Who was knocking? I rushed back to the hallway, shining the phone light on the door. Another nervous knock. Tap, tap. It sounded like it came from the other side, outside. But how? My mind spun in confusion. Then the knocks stopped. Silence fell. My phone's battery icon flashed low and the overhead bulb dimmed, threatening to go out. A creeping sense of panic set in. If the power failed entirely, I'd be stuck in pitch dark. I rushed to the door, fiddling with the bolt, trying to lift it. The metal was stiff. My hands shook as I forced it upward until it clicked. Then I tugged on the door handle. It swung open to the outside, where the moonlight spilled in. Fresh air flooded my lungs. I darted onto the porch, relieved to see the yard. No one stood there, no figure waiting to knock. The bolt on the outside was still where it had always been, rusty, locked. Yet somehow, I had opened the door from inside. My thoughts raced. There was no sign of any stranger. The yard was empty, the manor still lit in the distance. Music continued, muffled. I stepped away from the guest house, my heart pounding. I glanced at the door I just exited. It hung open now, revealing darkness within. If the door was truly locked from outside before, how did I manage to open it from the inside without removing the padlock? Everything felt impossible. At that moment, the overhead bulb in the hall inside flickered and went out, leaving only shadows across the threshold. I backed away further, deciding it was best to leave this place. Maybe I could tell someone at the manor, but part of me doubted they'd believe me or want to discuss it. The guest house felt like a secret that nobody wanted to explain. I returned to the main house, my legs shaky. The party was still in full swing, guests laughing as if the night were carefree. I found my friend and quietly said I didn't feel well, that I needed to go home. She offered concern and insisted we stay in touch. I just nodded, the echo of those knocks still in my ears. As I left the manor grounds, I glanced back at the guest house. Through the rows of hedges, I could dimly see its shape. A few shadows fluttered in the moonlight, almost like someone watching from a window. I never found out who knocked. I never learned why the place was bolted from outside or how I managed to exit so easily when the lock stayed closed. But I'll never forget that chill of hearing a nervous knock in a place that should have been silent and abandoned. Even now, I wonder if the guest house hides a lingering spirit or a trapped memory from years ago. Sometimes late at night, I recall the final knock, the one that came from the outside, even though I was standing inside. Part of me wishes I had stayed longer, maybe found the courage to search every room. Another part of me is glad I left. Some doors, once opened, lead to secrets that may be better left in the dark. I grew up in a busy city where tall buildings and crowded streets rarely allowed time for exploration. My friends and I mostly hung out in the same old places, malls, parks, and arcades. But that changed when my friend Marcus discovered an off-limits tunnel behind the city's maintenance building. He had been helping his uncle, who worked for the city's utility department, and happened to see a small, rusted door hidden behind stacks of old pipes. Marcus asked me and our friend Leon if we wanted to check it out. Curious and maybe a little bored, we both said yes. On a calm Saturday afternoon, the three of us met at the edge of the old maintenance building. The building itself stood near the outskirts of downtown, where fewer people visited. The area was mostly deserted except for a couple of parked trucks. We slipped around the side, hearts pounding from the thrill of going somewhere we shouldn't. Sure enough, behind a tangle of metal scraps and empty barrels, we found a dented metal door with a large, restricted sign. It looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. Rust streaked its hinges, and the handle felt seized by grime and dirt. "Are we sure about this?" Leon whispered, eyes darting around. She always worried about getting caught. Marcus gave a small grin and tried the handle. It didn't budge at first, but after a strong pull, the door creaked open. A moist breeze wafted out, carrying the smell of damp concrete and a hint of mildew. My stomach fluttered with a mix of excitement and unease. We stepped into a narrow corridor that sloped downward. It was dim, lit only by an old overhead bulb near the entrance. Beyond that, darkness took over. The walls were coated in a fine sheen of condensation. It looked almost like sweat on the concrete. Water dripped in random spots, creating tiny puddles on the floor and a steady, distant plink-plink echo. The droplets sounded almost like whispered voices if you listened too hard. Marcus flipped on a flashlight he'd brought. Its beam cut through the gloom, revealing a long tunnel heading further underground. The floor was made of cracked concrete, with occasional patches of moss or algae. Leonie took a shaky breath. "I really hope there's nothing gross down here," she murmured. I couldn't help but smile at her worry, though I shared some of it myself. We moved forward slowly. Once we were out of range of the faint daylight behind us, the tunnel felt like a different world, cool, damp, and echoing. The flashlight beam showed rusted pipes lining the walls. Some dripped water from worn-out joints. Others looked sealed and unused. Every so often, we passed a small vent or metal grate near the ceiling. A gentle draft blew through them, chilly against our skin. As we advanced, the dripping sounds seemed to grow more frequent. Sometimes the water fell in rhythmic patterns that, if I closed my eyes, almost resembled words. I knew it was just my mind playing tricks in the dark, but it still gave me goosebumps. At one point, Leone clutched my arm, whispering, "Did you hear that?" We paused, standing still, and listened. The tunnel latched onto every noise, bouncing it back in odd echoes. I only heard dripping water and the soft hum of distant air. Finally, she nodded for us to keep going. After a short distance, the passage branched in two directions. Marcus shone the flashlight on a corroded sign posted at the split. Most of the text was illegible, blurred by rust and mineral deposits. We guessed the left route went deeper into the city's underground lines, maybe for cables or utilities, while the right route seemed narrower, slanting at an angle. Leone shivered. "Let's not wander too far," she said under her breath. I agreed, but Marcus insisted we should at least try one branch. The right passage looked intriguing, so we angled that way. The deeper we went, the more the moisture on the walls increased. In some spots, algae formed slick patches, making it a bit slippery. We had to watch our footing. The smell also changed. It turned more musty, carrying the stale odor of standing water, and something else I couldn't place. It wasn't terrible, just unfamiliar. Something about the place felt lonely and abandoned, as though these corridors had once been important, but now sat forgotten. I questioned why it was off limits. Perhaps the city no longer needed it, or maybe it was unsafe. My heart pounded at the idea that we might stumble upon a hidden piece of the city's infrastructure, or maybe we'd just find a dead end. Either outcome felt possible. At one point, Marcus halted abruptly. He aimed the flashlight at a strange marking on the wall. It resembled a crude symbol, painted in dull red. The paint was faded and peeled in places, but it clearly formed some shape, maybe a circle with lines crossing. Leonie frowned. "What is that?" she whispered, leaning closer. I shrugged. Somebody's graffiti? But it didn't feel like normal graffiti. There were no letters or tags, just that odd shape. It gave me an uneasy sensation, like we'd wandered into an area used for something other than simple maintenance. Marcus moved the flashlight on, revealing a few more splashes of the same red color spaced along the wall. A few steps later, we heard a sudden clang echo behind us, as if a metal door had slammed. Leon let out a sharp gasp. We whipped around, shining the light back the way we came, but saw only the corridor vanishing into darkness. It could have been a loose pipe shifting, or maybe we accidentally knocked something. But we hadn't touched any door. My heart thudded uncomfortably, but none of us wanted to turn back just yet. Pressing forward, we found the tunnel sloped down more steeply. The watery film on the floor grew thicker, forming shallow rivulets. Our sneakers made wet squeaks with each step. I kept glancing at the wet walls, half expecting to see more scribbles or symbols. Instead, the surfaces around us grew plainer, with fewer pipes. It felt like we were moving outside the typical utility areas. On our left, we spotted a short side passage that ended in a heavy metal hatch. It had a rusted wheel lock, the kind you might see on a submarine door. Excitement flickered in Marcus's eyes. "Should we see what's in there?" he asked. Leonie and I hesitated, weighing whether it was wise. Curiosity won. Marcus gripped the wheel lock, trying to turn it. At first it refused to budge. With a grunt, he applied more force. A grinding noise erupted, making Leon cringe. Finally it gave a little. After a few turns, the hatch lifted open with a shudder, revealing a black gap. A stale rush of air escaped a foul and stuffy smell. Marcus aimed the flashlight inside. The beam showed a tiny chamber that might have been for old pumps or valves, now covered in slime and half flooded with murky water. "No thanks," Leon said quickly, stepping back. I agreed. It looked unpleasant, not to mention unsafe. Marcus nodded, sealing the hatch again. The metallic screech echoed through the corridors, sending fresh goosebumps across my arms. We continued along the main tunnel. Our footsteps and the drip of water were the only sounds. At times, the echoes still formed patterns that teased our ears. I kept catching myself tilting my head as if trying to catch whispered words. Once I even thought I heard a faint voice calling my name, but I told myself it was just the swirling echoes. I didn't want to scare the others. Eventually, the corridor opened into a slightly larger chamber. The ceiling arched higher, and a series of old lockers or storage units lined one wall. Broken benches lay scattered. It seemed like a maintenance break room, abandoned and decaying. A collapsed table in the center had rotted legs, while scattered tools rusted on the floor. Our flashlight passed over the scene, revealing layers of dust and a few footprints embedded in dried mud. They didn't look recent, but they certainly weren't ours. Leon pointed them out. "Look." The footprints led from one corner of the room to the opposite end, where another passage might have existed. But that doorway was caved in, blocked by rubble. A half-fallen sign above it read, ERCAL, in chipped letters. We guessed it once said water channel or something similar. My nerves prickled. Why would someone come down here after it was declared off limits? Possibly city workers from decades ago, or maybe explorers like us. Marcus gently nudged one of the old lockers with his foot. The door swung open, squeaking. Inside, we saw a battered hard hat and a moldy jacket. "Looks like workers used to come here," he said quietly. Then something changed. Leon coughed at the damp air. "Let's not stay too long," she urged. "We don't know if there's bad air or something toxic." We nodded. The place definitely wasn't meant for casual visitors. The longer we lingered, the more uneasy I felt. The quiet, the shadows, and the old footprints all suggested we didn't belong. We decided to start heading back, but as we turned to leave, we heard a distinct splash in the corridor behind us, as if someone stepped in water. Our flashlight jerked that way instantly, revealing empty space. The tunnel stretched off in darkness, water occasionally dripping from the ceiling. None of us spoke. My heart thumped so hard I thought it might echo off the walls. Slowly we inched toward the corridor, shining the light everywhere. We found nothing, no figure, no movement, just the same damp concrete. Leonie's eyes shone with fear. "That wasn't just dripping water," she said shakily. Marcus swallowed. "No, it sounded like a footstep." We stood there, uncertain whether to rush forward or retreat. Finally, I said, "Let's go carefully." They nodded. We walked back at a faster pace, retracing our path. Everything looked a bit different in reverse. Water continued to drip, forming that near-whisper hum. The gray walls felt closer, pressing in on us. I couldn't help glancing behind me every few steps. Part of me expected to see a shape following us in the darkness. Soon we reached the branch where the corridor split. We had come from the left side now, so we took that route to return to the entrance. But the moment we rounded the corner, a wave of damp air blasted our faces. The wet walls glistened under Marcus's flashlight beam. We pressed on, eager to see the exit. Our tension only grew with each step that didn't reveal the door. The corridor stretched on longer than I remembered. Had we turned the wrong way? Anxiety churned in my stomach as an uneasy question formed. Could we be lost? We paused again to check for any sign or marking. That's when I noticed a weathered arrow scratched into the wall, pointing ahead. Maybe a worker had carved it at some point. Hoping it led to the exit, we followed it. To our relief, after a few more yards, we caught sight of the faint light from the entrance door. Through the gloom, we saw the outline of the rusted metal where we'd come in. Leon exhaled shakily, and Marcus gave a small laugh of relief. We moved faster, the tension in our shoulders loosening. The tunnel's air seemed less suffocating once we spotted our way out. As we neared the door, however, a new noise made us stop. It was a low groan, like old metal being forced. The door ahead rattled slightly. We froze, stepping back into the shadows. For a moment, I feared someone outside was locking us in. My heart soared with panic. But then the door stilled. Marcus signaled for quiet and crept forward. He reached the door, tested it gently, and it opened with a squeaking hinge. We peered outside. The yard behind the maintenance building looked just as before. Piles of scrap, a few parked trucks in the distance. Evening light glowed overhead, so we hadn't been down there as long as I'd thought. The city's noise comforted me. I realized how tense I was, breathing faster than normal. We slipped out and eased the door shut, making sure it didn't slam. A small padlock lay on the ground nearby, as if it had once secured the door, but then rusted away. Marcus whispered, "We should go before someone asks why we're back here." Leon and I agreed immediately. As we walked back toward more familiar streets, we talked in low voices about what we had experienced. None of us could explain the splash or the metallic clang. Maybe it was just the tunnel shifting or water causing echoes. But in our hearts, I think each of us suspected there was more to that place. Some echo of old workers, or the weight of abandoned machinery, or simply the unknown quiet of a forgotten passage. That night, I lay in bed with my mind spinning. My ears kept replaying the steady drip that almost formed words. I thought about the strange symbol on the wall, the footprints in the break room, and the sense that we could have stumbled upon something older and deeper. Part of me wanted to return with better flashlights or a camera. Another part of me was glad to be out. In the days that followed, we told only a few close friends. Nobody else seemed interested in investigating. Some nodded politely, others teased us about making up ghost stories. Deep down, I knew I didn't need everyone to believe me. We'd been there. We felt the damp air and heard the echoes. We stood in that forgotten chamber, saw the old footprints, and sensed the hush that belonged to a place long abandoned. Sometimes, as I go through my daily routine in the city, I think about that off-limits tunnel. Even bright sunshine can't erase the memory of those dark corridors. Perhaps time will bury it further, or city workers might seal it up fully. Or maybe, in the future, someone else will find that rusted door, step inside, and hear the dripping water that almost seems to whisper a secret from beneath the streets. If they do, I hope they tread carefully. The echoes down there hold stories we might never fully understand. I started this job as a night guard because I wanted quiet hours and fewer interactions with people. The construction site seemed like an easy choice, just metal beams, scaffolding, and empty cement mixers. At least, that's what I believed at first. Now, every night feels a little stranger than the last. After sunset, the city streets near the site grow nearly silent. There are tall, unfinished buildings all around, their steel frames forming dark outlines against the sky. We have floodlights here and there, scanning the place with bright beams. When you're alone in that sea of shadows, you notice every movement and hear every small sound. Sometimes it's just a stray cat knocking over a piece of scrap metal. Other times I'm not so sure. My station is a small booth near the entrance gate. That's where I check in trucks by day and keep an eye on incoming supplies. At night the traffic stops, and it's just me against the darkness. Each shift I make rounds through the site, shining my flashlight into corners where the floodlights don't reach. The metal girders stretch high above, crisscrossing against the sky. Loose tarps flap in the wind, making soft snapping noises. Sometimes I almost imagine them as giant wings beating overhead. At the edges of the floodlights, I see flickers, too fast to be normal shadows from passing cars. It's like something steps just at the boundary of illumination, then slips away when I glance over. I've tried telling myself the wind moves debris around or that headlights from distant streets reflect oddly on the steel. But each time my heart speeds up a bit. One night, about a week after I started, I was walking near the newly poured cement floors. Our crew had laid them earlier that afternoon, marked off with caution tape so they could dry undisturbed. While inspecting the perimeter, I noticed footprints in one of the corners. They were fresh and definitely human barefoot, in fact. At first, I thought perhaps a worker forgot to rope the area off properly, but it made no sense for anyone to be barefoot on a cold, rough construction site. Plus, who would come at night just to step in wet cement? I reported it to my supervisor the next morning. He looked puzzled but shrugged. "Could be local kids messing around," he said. "Just keep an eye out." His tone suggested it wasn't a big deal. Yet, on the next round of wet cement pours, I noticed more footprints, always in a far corner of the site, out of direct line of sight from my booth, and I never caught anyone in the act. My job is straightforward. Patrol each area hourly, check the security cameras, and log any incidents. The cameras run all night, but they aren't high-end. The feed gets grainy in low light. Reviewing the footage, I've seen little more than flickers near the edges of the camera's frame. Sometimes a shape seems to dart past, but the screen is too fuzzy to say if it's human or just an oddly shaped shadow. No face, no detail, just a blur. A few nights ago, my job became more unsettling. It was around 2 a.m., the quietest part of the shift. Most of the city was asleep. The floodlights buzzed overhead, turning parts of the scaffolding into bright metal skeletons. I started my walk at the front gate and moved toward a half-finished tower at the back of the site. The wind rustled discarded plastic sheets. When I rounded a corner, I heard a faint scraping noise like nails on concrete. I froze, scanning the beams with my flashlight. The air felt heavy. Darkness pooled in every gap the light didn't reach. The silent tension reminded me of a cat ready to pounce. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something shift behind a steel column. It was quick. Too quick for me to focus properly. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing. No response. Taking careful steps, I moved closer, heart pounding. My flashlight beam landed on the spot, nothing but the column and shadows. I checked around the cement mixers, behind stacked plywood, even inside a large metal pipe. All empty. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there watching me. Returning to my booth, I tried not to dwell on it too much. After all, I'm the only human presence here at night. My imagination can do wild things when it's cold and dark, especially around half-finished buildings. But then, just before dawn, I decided to do one more round. That's when I saw new footprints in the wet cement near the tower base. They followed a small trail, then vanished at a spot where the cement was still fresh. It looked like they started from nowhere. No approach marks, no exit prints, just those few steps leading into emptiness. The next morning, the foreman frowned when I showed him the prints. He mentioned installing new motion detector cameras soon. I just nodded, uneasy. After he left, I went over the site again, hoping to find real footprints in the dirt or scuff marks on the steel. If the intruder was flesh and blood, they had to leave some sign. But I found nothing. No cigarette butts, no scrap of clothing. More than once, I've considered the possibility that homeless people slip in looking for a place to stay. But the site is open and windy at night, with no comfortable spots to sleep. Also, no footprints leave the site. There's not even evidence of them climbing over the fence. It's like these prints appear only to vanish again by daylight. Last night, the tension rose higher. A thunderstorm hit the city. Lightning lit up the sky, revealing the steel frames in sharp flashes. Thunder rumbled so loudly it shook the ground. I sat in my booth, watching the cameras, when the external monitors flickered. For a moment, each screen went to static, then came back. In those brief seconds, I swear I glimpsed a silhouette on one monitor, just a dark shape standing in the middle of the scaffolding. Then, as the picture stabilized, it disappeared. My skin tingled with alarm. Immediately, I grabbed my flashlight and rushed out, rain pounding on my jacket. The storm made the site more dangerous. Puddles formed on the floors, and metal structures turned slippery. Lightning flashed, revealing narrow walkways overhead. I called out, "Is anyone there?" My voice drowned under the rolling thunder. The wind whipped across my face. The floodlights struggled against sheets of rain, casting flickering beams. I saw no figure, heard no footsteps beyond my own splashing boots. When the rain finally eased, I walked over to a newly poured block of cement near the tower base, certain I'd find footprints. Sure enough, a single set of prints marred the surface, deeper than before. They trailed off towards a large piece of tarp pinned down with bricks. I followed, shining the light carefully. Under that tarp was only a stack of wood planks, no person hiding there. The tarp was dry on the underside, so whoever, or whatever, left the prints hadn't stood beneath it. I felt a prickling sense of dread. Yes, I'm a rational person. I'm not one to jump to wild conclusions, but each night something tugs at the corner of my mind with these fresh footprints and fleeting shadows. I passed the remainder of my shift glancing over my shoulder, scanning any flicker of movement. By dawn, I was exhausted. Now I watched the sun rise over the steel skeletons, the city slowly waking up. The early morning workers arrive, driving in with coffee cups and yawns. They wave at me as if everything is normal. Soon, the hustle and bustle of daytime construction will fill the air welding sparks, crane noise, shouting across walkie-talkies. It's a world of tangible tasks and materials, easily explained by schedules and charts. But I've seen what happens after dusk. Footprints appear where no person stands, and shadows flicker at the edge of the floodlights. I still have no proof of who or what might be visiting the site each night. Is it a trespasser with some strange motive or something else entirely? I keep thinking that one night I'll catch the culprit in the act. Part of me wants to see them, to finally end the mystery. Another part of me is honestly afraid of what that encounter might reveal. Until then, I'll keep making my rounds. I'll keep shining my flashlight into silent corners and waiting for the next set of footprints to show up by morning. The city hums around me, but here, in the steel and cement, the nights belong to something that moves without a trace, stirring just beyond the edge of my floodlights. And as the guard, I'm the only witness. I took the caretaker job at the mountain chalet because I wanted solitude. The owners close it down every winter once the tourists leave, and only a single person is needed to watch over the place until spring. I thought it would be peaceful a chance to enjoy the snowy peaks and quiet nights. It seemed perfect at first. Days here start with a soft glow between the mountains. The sun rises late, the sky pale pink over white slopes. I make coffee on a small stove in the chalet's little kitchen, then check the wood supply and make sure the pipes aren't frozen. The chalet is sturdy, built of logs and stone, with thick windows and a strong roof to keep out the snowy winds. Most mornings pass slowly. I read by the fire or I shovel the walkway outside to prevent ice buildup. I'm the only person for miles, or so I believed. The ski lifts are shut down, the roads blocked by deep snow. There's no easy way in or out of this place. Helicopters sometimes bring supplies, but that doesn't happen often. It's simple living. No big crowds, no traffic, just me and the cold air. I was happy with that until I started noticing footprints. It began on a windy afternoon. I was gathering logs from the storage shed behind the chalet. The wind whipped the powdered snow into swirling patterns, making it hard to see. As I rounded the corner with arms full of wood, I glimpsed fresh prints in the snow. At first, I assumed they were mine, but I quickly realized they weren't. They followed a path from behind the tool shed, curved around the side of the chalet, then vanished into the forest line. The steps looked recent, clearly defined, not yet drifted over by wind. I found it odd. No plane or helicopter had come recently, and nobody had informed me of visitors. Curious, I trudged through the snow, following them a short distance. They led away from the chalet and disappeared among thick pines. After a few steps past the tree line, I lost track of them entirely. The wind filled them in quickly. I yelled, "Hello?" but only my echo returned. I told myself it might be an old set of tracks revealed by melting snow, even though they looked too crisp. Trying not to worry, I went back inside, made a fire, and read until sunset. The night was still. Outside, the wind howled, but the chalet felt safe. I almost forgot about the footprints until morning came. When I stepped out at dawn, I discovered another set of tracks leading from the same area behind the tool shed. This time they looped around the front porch, almost like someone had walked up to my door but never knocked. My heart pounded. I checked the door, but it remained locked. Whoever it was, they hadn't tried to force it open. I trudged along the prints again, attempting to see where they ended. But just like before, they vanished into the pines after a short distance. I searched for any sign of the stranger discarded items, snowshoes, maybe a piece of clothing stuck on a branch. Nothing appeared. The snow lay smooth and untouched, except for those clear footsteps. It felt impossible that someone could come so far in these harsh conditions without me hearing or seeing them. At night, the wind grew fierce. I sat by the fire, listening to the distant whistle around the eaves. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting a face to press against the glass, but nothing came. Eventually, I fell asleep in the armchair. When I woke, morning light revealed yet another fresh trail in the snow. This time, the prints circled the chalet entirely before heading back out toward the slope behind the shed. Each day brought the same pattern. Footprints showed up from nowhere, toward the vicinity, and vanished again. I even tried staying up through the night, peering out the window with a lantern. I saw only swirling white and dark silhouettes of trees. The next morning, sure enough, new tracks appeared in the snow leading around the porch, as if teasing me. I decided to get more aggressive. Bundling up, I took a thermos of hot tea and stood guard on the porch for hours after sundown. My breath formed steam in the icy air. The forest rustled in the wind, and occasionally I heard the distant crack of ice on the distant cliffs. But the mysterious walker never showed. My toes went numb, and eventually I had to go inside to thaw out. Another night I set up a simple tripwire tied to a few bells, hoping to catch whoever made the prints. I ran the wire across the path where the tracks usually appeared. Then I went back in, crouching by a window with the lights off. The moon was out, illuminating the snow enough that I could see shapes. Hours passed. Around midnight, a gusting wind rattled the bells, but when I hurried outside, I found no footprints crossing the wire. The line remained unbroken. The snow was smooth. Still, by morning, a new set of footprints circled the chalet. The tripwire had never moved. It was as if these steps didn't come from a physical visitor at all. A creeping fear settled inside me. Perhaps my mind was playing tricks. But the footprints were real, their edges crisp against the snow. I touched them with my hand to be certain. They had depth and detail, clearly a boot print, maybe bigger than my own shoe size. The pattern of the tread looked old-fashioned, with thick ridges. I sent a message on the radio to the base in the valley, asking if any rescue teams were patrolling the mountains. The static-laced response said no. I asked if maybe a hiker was reported missing, but they had no such reports. They suggested I stay alert and keep them updated. Several days passed, and the footprints kept returning, always with the same pattern, trailing off in the forest, reappearing, then circling back to the porch. I became more cautious, always locking the door, even in daytime. I ate my meals with one eye on the window. The idea of a stranger lurking out there day after day unnerved me. One evening, as I was reading by the fire, I heard a soft thump on the porch. My body froze. It sounded like a muffled footstep. Grabbing my flashlight, I moved quietly to the door. My heart pounded against my chest. I flicked off the main light, took a breath, and opened the door a crack. Snow drifted in, stinging my cheeks. I shone the beam across the porch. No one was there, but I saw a new footprint, leading from the steps to the door, fresh enough that loose snow still slid off its edges. I called out, "Who's there?" My voice trembled. The night answered with silence. Determined, I stepped onto the porch, scanning left and right. The rest of the footprints continued away from the house, around the corner. My flashlight caught them in a perfect line. Without thinking, I followed, bundling my coat tighter. The moon was bright, revealing the trail clearly. Each footprint sank deep into the snow. They led me past the tool shed, into the thick pines. The forest felt hushed, almost expecting me. After some distance, the tracks turned sharply, moving behind a cluster of boulders. I could see no further from where I stood, so I inched forward. The flashlight's beam shook slightly in my trembling grip. My feet sank up to my ankles. The cold bit through my socks. Rounding the boulders, I found the footprints simply stopped. They ended at a bare patch of ground where the snow had been swept away by the wind. Beyond that patch, no signs of continuing footsteps. I turned my light around, searching the darkness. It was as if the person had vanished into thin air. A sudden gust of wind rustled the branches overhead, causing lumps of snow to drop around me. I nearly jumped. I returned to the chalet, heart racing, scanning the trees constantly. Once inside, I locked the door tight and wedged a chair against it, as though that would make a difference. Sitting by the fire, I couldn't relax. Each creak of the wood, each moan of the wind made me flinch. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, glancing out the window, I expected to see more footprints, but for the first time in days, none appeared. The snow around the chalet was smooth and unbroken. A shaky relief ran through me. Maybe whoever was out there lost interest or moved on. Yet, as noon approached, I couldn't ignore a tug of worry. Why did they stop so suddenly? Was the visitor waiting for something else? Outside, all was silent. I forced myself to go about my caretaker tasks, checking the generator, cleaning out the ashes from the fireplace, and ensuring the radio was still functional. I felt calmer, even hopeful that the strange episodes were over. But late that night, a soft scratching sound on the porch jerked me awake. I grabbed the flashlight and hurried to the window. When I peeked through the curtains, I saw fresh prints forming in the snow, almost as if they took shape on their own. I gasped, my breath fogging the glass. The footprints led away again, then curved back towards the front. The porch step groaned. Something knocked gently on the door, just once. My blood ran cold. I didn't dare open it. I waited, gripping the flashlight so hard my knuckles went white. After a minute, a quiet scrape trailed away, followed by silence. When dawn finally lit the sky, I emerged to see the same pattern circling the chalet new footprints with no sign of a real visitor. Now, as the wind howls outside, I wonder about these mysterious steps. Each day they return, calm as ever, ignoring my attempts to track them. I sometimes wonder if it's an old spirit from the mountains, or a lost traveler repeating a path they can't escape. I have no proof, only these frozen prints that appear and vanish. Part of me wants to pack up and leave, but my contract states I must stay through the season. and a stubborn part of me wants an explanation. So the chalet stands in the snow, alone at high altitude, while I watch the silent drifts. At night, I keep the radio on for comfort, and I check the windows every time I hear the wind shift. The footprints never fail to return eventually. They lead away from the cabin, then circle back each night to the front porch. And here I remain, the off-season caretaker, caught between the safety of my warm fire inside and the endless mysteries of the winter dark outside. I arrived at the abandoned water park just after twilight, when the sky was a deep purple and the first stars were visible. A friend had told me about this place, a once famous attraction that had been shut down for years. I always loved water parks, so I felt drawn to see it, even in its neglected state. I expected broken slides, peeling paint, and maybe a few stray animals prowling around. But I never imagined how eerie it would feel under the moonlight. The park entrance was a pair of large gates, now hanging off their hinges. A worn sign above them read, "Splash Kingdom," in faded letters. Underneath, smaller script promised, "Family fun all summer long." The cheerful font clashed with the silent gloom. My shoes crunched over scattered gravel and debris as I stepped beyond the gates. The air felt still, like stepping into a place time forgot. A tall fence surrounded the property, but it was easy enough to slip through a gap where the chain links had come loose. Once inside, I noticed how the asphalt beneath my feet had cracked from years of weather. Weeds poked through every gap, and bits of litter drifted in the breeze. Bright slides rose into the night sky, orange, yellow, red, and green tubes that once flowed with water and laughter. Now they stood quiet, painted with spots of rust and streaks of grime. I paused to take in the scene. The slides arched overhead like enormous serpents, twisting toward empty splash pools gone dry. A stale odor lingered in the air, a mix of damp concrete and rotting leaves. Torn banners clung to fences, flapping lightly whenever a breeze passed by. In the distance, I saw the main building where visitors had once rented lockers, bought snacks, and lined up for tickets. It all looked dark, windows broken or boarded up. Trying not to spook myself, I moved further in, past a few toppled signs that advertised Lazy River and Tube Rental. My heart beat faster as I thought about the memories families must have made here. Children climbing steps to tall slides, parents relaxing under umbrellas, lifeguards blowing whistles. Now, it was all empty. Darkness filled every corner. The strangest part was the wave pool. From the map displayed near the entrance, I had a sense of where to find it. In most water parks, the wave pool is a centerpiece, always bustling with people jumping over artificial waves and floating on tubes. I followed the cracked paths until I reached the large basin. Under the moonlight, it looked massive, sloping down to a deep end. It was, of course, drained long ago, the bottom lined with chipped paint and scattered leaves. A row of old lounge chairs sat at odd angles, as if left behind in a hurry. Rust had spread across the metal frames of the pool's machinery. It seemed obvious that no water had touched this place in many seasons. Yet as I stood on the edge of the empty basin, a faint sound reached my ears, a soft splashing noise, as though gentle waves were lapping somewhere nearby. Startled, I leaned forward, shining my flashlight down the sloped floor. There was no water at all, just debris. The sound persisted, a quiet swish-swoosh that echoed off the cracked concrete walls like water moving in a pool at night. I wonder if my mind was playing tricks on me. Places like this can stir memories that blend with the present, causing illusions. Still, the sound continued with a steady rhythm. My pulse quickened. The night air felt colder, and a hush fell around me, as if the entire park had paused to let me listen. I walked around to the side, looking for old speakers or audio equipment that might be malfunctioning. On a rusted control panel, I noticed a few dials and switches, some missing their knobs. Everything looked dead, no electricity, no sign of life. My flashlight revealed spider webs layered thick in corners, along with the remains of wasp nests built under the old snack counters. Exploring further, I climbed a short set of stairs that once led to the shallow side of the wave pool. As I stepped carefully, the splashing sound grew louder. It was almost comforting, like gentle ocean waves. But it made no sense. The pool was empty, the pumps were broken, and the entire system had been abandoned for years. From my new vantage, I looked down into the basin again. The moon had risen higher, casting pale light onto the floor. Suddenly, I thought I saw movement near the center shadows dancing just above the surface where water would have been if it were still a functioning wave pool. I froze, heartbeat pounding in my ears. A swirl of dust or mist drifted across that spot. I couldn't be certain if it was merely the wind stirring up debris. Then the motion vanished. Still, the splashing sound continued, almost like people playing happily in invisible water. It was both enchanting and unnerving. Determined to find a logical cause, I made my way to the control room behind the wave pool. Living plants had forced their way inside, creating a curtain of vines near the entrance. The door was ajar, hinges squeaking when I pushed it. Inside, everything was dark. My flashlight caught glimpses of rusted tanks and large pumps, once used to create artificial waves. A faint, musty smell filled the cramped space. Across one wall hung a board of diagrams pinned up with rusted tacks. The diagrams showed how water should flow into the pool, how the pumps would switch on and off to form waves. All of it seemed useless now, with electricity cut off and pipelines corroded. I ran the flashlight over the dusty floor and corners, searching for a hidden source of water that might cause the noise. I found only dusty tools, old wires, and a few scattered pages of instructions. No sign of anything that could explain the continuous splashing I heard outside. I stepped back into the open air. The sound greeted me again, unwavering. With a deep breath, I decided to go back to the wave pool's edge. The night had grown quieter. No insects chirping, no wind rustling overhead. Just that echo of water where none existed. Carefully, I climbed down into the empty basin. The slope was uneven, dotted with cracks. My flashlight beam darted over chipped paint, broken plastic pieces from old flotation devices, and areas caked with leaves. Each step echoed dully against the concrete. My mind kept picturing families wading in ankle-deep water, excited kids waiting for the next big wave. Now my footsteps felt lonely and hollow. About halfway in, I paused. The splashing was all around me, as if I were surrounded by phantom waves. I tried to steady my nerves, reminding myself it must be an echo of the wind or an echo from a nearby creek. But there was no creek nearby, and the air was still. The hair on my arms stood up. I heard it then. The faintest noise of laughter. It was distant, like someone giggling at the far end of the pool. My breath caught. I turned the flashlight that way, expecting to see a shape or figure. The empty walls stared back at me, chipped and silent. The laughter faded in and out, mixing with the rhythmic splashes. It sounded almost joyful, like people having fun in the water on a hot summer day. A chill swept through me. I'd come here expecting only an empty shell of a water park, but now it felt like I'd stepped into a lingering memory. With my heart thudding, I moved closer to the deep end. The floor sloped more steeply, and I had to watch my balance. Every so often, the beam of my flashlight would catch a reflection in the chipped surface, a glint that felt like a ripple in water. Reaching the deepest part of the pool, I stood where the waves once crashed the strongest. The laughter seemed closer now, as if right beside me. I spun around, shining the light in every direction. Nothing. Only peeling paint, rusted steps, and cracks. The splashing continued, unwavering. My chest grew tight as a whisper of fear slithered up my spine. A sudden breeze swept through the park, causing the big slides in the distance to groan faintly. The noise startled me, and for a moment the splashing and laughter receded. I climbed up the slope, feeling the urge to leave the wave pool. My legs shook slightly. It was one thing to be curious about an abandoned attraction, but another to stand amid what felt like echoes of long-gone joy. When I reached the top edge, I exhaled in relief. The laugh and splash sounds were quieter. I gazed around at the slides towering overhead, their metal skeletons shining in the moonlight. The wave pool behind me seemed calm, but the memory of those ghostly noises lingered. I decided to explore a bit more, partly to distract myself, and partly to see if there was any normal explanation for what I'd experienced. Maybe holes in the pipes created a whistling sound that resembled splashes, or water trapped somewhere dripped in a pattern. I wandered past broken concession stands, empty funnel cake booths, and a locked souvenir shop with barred windows. Everything was dark, closed off. Eventually I came to the children's area. Smaller slides meant for toddlers stood in shallow splash zones that were now bone dry. A few plastic water cannons lay on their sides, their bright paint scuffed away by time. It should have been less creepy here, more innocent. But under the moonlight, the colorful shapes felt unsettling, like faded smiles from a forgotten crowd. A sign reading Kitty Lagoon lay face down, half buried in the gravel. Next to it stood a statue of a smiling dolphin, chipped and leaning at a strange angle. I let out a breath, imagining how cheerful this place must have been when water flowed and children splashed around. Now, everything was motionless, except for my own footsteps echoing. I decided I'd seen enough. The park still called to me with its mysterious, ghostly splashing in the wave pool. But I was no ghost hunter. I had no desire to stay until sunrise. The place felt heavy with memories, as if it carried the echoes of countless families. Those echoes lingered under the moon, playing out scenes I couldn't truly witness. On my way back to the entrance, I stopped one last time at the wave pool. In the distance, I heard that gentle swish-swash again. I almost thought I saw a ripple shimmer under the moonlight, as though a small wave rolled across the empty floor. I held my breath, half expecting a crowd of phantom swimmers to appear, but nothing moved. Only the same rusted rails and dry concrete. The sound continued as I left, growing fainter the farther I walked. It felt like the place was alive in its own strange way, haunted by the joy it once held. Maybe those carefree moments left an imprint here, waiting to be heard when the night was still. Or maybe the wind and busted pipes created an acoustic illusion. I don't have a clear answer. Squeezing back through the broken fence, I noticed a worn-out inflatable ring, deflated and tangled in weeds. It seemed a fitting symbol of what the park had become, an echo of fun times, left to decay under storms and seasons. I paused a moment, feeling a pang of sadness for the life this park once had. Then I stepped onto the quiet street. The abandoned water park loomed behind me, its tall slides silhouetted against the moonlit sky. I caught a last hint of that distant laughter in my ears, or maybe it was just my imagination clinging to the night's strange experience. I headed home, thinking about the splashing sounds echoing in an empty wave pool. It reminded me that even places left behind can hold memories, echoes of happiness that refuse to fade completely. Maybe that's the park's final wave, rolling on forever in the hush of the moonlight. Even if nobody's there to ride it, the air still reverberates with the thrill of what used to be. I arrived on Coral Key 2 days after the lighthouse caretaker vanished. A boat dropped me off on the small pier, and the captain warned me with a serious look. Watch out for any strange things at low tide. I thought he was joking, but his eyes showed true concern. From there, I carried my bag up the rocky path to the lighthouse, feeling the salty breeze tug at my clothes. The lighthouse rose tall and lonely against the sky. Paint peeled from its walls, and a few boards creaked on the wraparound deck. I tried the front door. It swung open easily, revealing a simple interior stone floors, a spiral staircase leading up, and a faint smell of seaweed drifting through cracks in the windows. On a nearby table, I saw a shattered lantern. Pieces of glass lay scattered, and the metal parts twisted as if struck hard. It must have belonged to the missing caretaker. After setting my bag down, I walked around to see if he left any clues. No note or letter explained his disappearance. All I found were signs of a quick departure: an overturned chair, a half-eaten loaf of bread, and that broken lantern. It felt wrong, like something forced him to leave at a moment's notice. Stepping outside, I gazed across the rocky shoreline. Coral Key was small, surrounded by sharp reefs and hidden pools. At low tide, the sea exposed colorful coral heads and tidal flats. Normally, the caretaker would light the beacon at dusk, so passing ships could avoid the dangerous reefs. But for now, the lamp remained dark. That was my new job, to keep it shining until someone else arrived or the caretaker was found. I tried to push away any worry. Maybe he'd gone to the main island for supplies. But the captain's words about low tide stuck in my mind. I decided to focus on practical tasks first. I climbed the spiral stairs to the top of the lighthouse. The large lamp waited there, dusty from days without use. I spent time cleaning the glass and trimming the wick, making sure it could burn through the night. As daylight faded, I lit the lamp. Its beam cut across the water, bright and steady. The night passed quietly. I stayed awake, listening to the wind whistle around the tower. Once or twice I thought I heard faint tapping noises from outside, but it could have been shifting boards or drifting debris on the rocks. Eventually, I dozed off in the caretaker's old chair, a blanket wrapped around my shoulders. Morning light woke me. After a quick meal, I decided to walk the shoreline. The tide was low, as it usually was at this hour. Sharp rocks and coral formations jutted out of the water, forming strange shapes like giant fingers reaching for the sky. Seabirds hopped around, pecking at tiny crabs or shellfish. That was when I heard it for the first time. A low, unearthly humming rising from under the rocks. At first, I thought the sound came from the wind, but the tone was too even, almost musical. It vibrated through the coral columns without echo. My senses sharpened. The caretaker's disappearance, the shattered lantern, could they be tied to this strange hum? Shaking off my nerves, I followed the humming along the water's edge. The farther I walked, the louder it seemed to grow, as if guiding me to a specific spot among the boulders. I dodged slippery algae and stepped over shallow pools. Finally, I reached a stretch of smooth rock where the tide had pulled away, leaving a small cavern mouth partially exposed. Inside that opening, the humming sounded clearer. It sent tiny vibrations through the air. Carefully, I peered into the darkness. A trickle of seawater ran across the cavern floor, but I could see no sign of any creature or machine that could make such a noise. Still, the humming drew me in. My heart pounded at the eerie sensation. It felt inviting and menacing at the same time. I decided not to enter yet. Reason told me I should wait, prepare better, maybe bring a lantern or rope. So I returned to the lighthouse. The day passed in a haze of routine. I cleaned, checked the supplies, made sure the lamp was ready for nightfall. But my mind kept returning to the caretaker's disappearance and the strange hum. When sunset came, I lit the lighthouse lamp and sat on the deck, watching the ocean turn dark. Late that night, I felt compelled to return to the shoreline as if something called me. The moon was full, lighting the rocky beach in a silver glow. I made my way to the same spot where I'd heard the humming that morning. The tide was once again at a low point, revealing the cavern's mouth. This time, the humming was even louder, echoing up from the cave. I carried a flashlight and a sturdy rope around my shoulder, determined to see what hid in there. Stepping into the cavern, I flicked on my flashlight. The walls shone with wet stone and coral ridges. Shallow pools reflected the beam, throwing odd patterns on the ceiling. My footsteps echoed against the dripping water. Ahead, the passage sloped downward, deeper into darkness. With each step, the humming grew stronger, almost pulsing. I realized it wasn't a single note. It shifted slightly, like a choir of strange voices blending together. My skin pricked with goosebumps. I advanced slowly, water reaching my ankles now. The floor was uneven, scattered with broken shells. I nearly lost my balance twice on the slippery rocks. Finally, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. The smell of salt and damp earth hung thick in the air. My flashlight revealed a circular room with coral-studded walls. And there, in the center, I spotted something that made my heart skip a beat. A broken lantern, just like the one I found in the lighthouse. Its metal casing was twisted, glass shards lying on the cavern floor. Crouching down, I examined the lantern. Could it belong to the caretaker? It was exactly the same style. Then I noticed footprints in the wet sand, bare footprints leading deeper into the chamber. I shone my light around but saw no other figure. The footprints simply disappeared at a dark pool, where the water rippled with an unseen current. The humming sound surrounded me, seeming to come up from that pool. I moved closer, shining the flashlight on the water's surface. Something shifted below, a flicker of movement. My breath caught. The caretaker had been drawn here too, I guessed. Had he gone into that pool? A quiet wave of fear washed over me. I realized how far I was from the lighthouse, alone in a hidden cavern. If something happened to me, who would know? But the hum pulled at me. My heart pounded, torn between leaving and continuing forward. I took a deep breath and reached out with the flashlight. Just then, something broke the water's surface, a pale shape like a hand or a fin, gone in an instant. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The hum rose in intensity, pressing on my ears. It felt alive, like a presence that reached into my mind, urging me to step closer, to follow, to vanish into the water's depths. I understood now how the caretaker might have been lured. The urge to dive in was astonishingly strong, as if the sea itself called my name. Summoning all my will, I forced myself to step back. The caretaker may have succumbed to that invitation, but I would not. Wrapping the rope around my waist for reassurance, I backed away from the pool. The humming peaked, almost angry, and for a moment I thought the water churned. Then, as I moved further toward the tunnel entrance, the sound softened, retreating like a disappointed sigh. I retraced my steps as quickly as I could without falling. Relief surged when I saw a glint of moonlight at the cavern's mouth. I emerged onto the shore, gulping in fresh air. The hum still echoed behind me, fading with each step away from that dark hole in the rocks. By the time I returned to the lighthouse, dawn was streaking the sky with pink and orange. My clothes were damp and I felt exhausted. Inside, I relit the lantern on the table, a different lantern, one that still worked, and its warm glow comforted me. I thought about the caretaker's fate. Did he plunge into that hidden pool drawn by the unearthly call? Is he still alive somewhere beneath the rocks, trapped or transformed by the bizarre forces lingering in that cavern? I don't know, but I do know the humming rises with every low tide, and it seeps into my dreams at night, whispering that I should return. For now I resist. I keep the lighthouse lit, warning ships away from the reefs. I keep the doors locked at night, reminding myself never to wander alone at low tide. Yet I feel the pull of the unknown each time the ocean draws back, exposing those dark rocks. The caretaker's shattered lantern remains a silent witness to the danger and the mystery lurking just beneath Coral Key's shore. I arrived at the old mining camp expecting nothing more than rusted metal carts, broken tools, and piles of dusty debris. My plan was simple. Spend a day or two taking photographs of historic artifacts for a magazine article about abandoned industries. The place was far off the main road, accessible only by a narrow dirt path that wound through scraggly trees and rocky terrain. As soon as I parked my Jeep near the camp entrance, I felt a strange hush settle over me, like the land was holding its breath. Walking in, I noticed the usual signs of decay: collapsed shacks, bent rail tracks for the ore carts, and rotted wooden beams that once supported the old mine entrance. Perfect photography material, I thought, but as I ventured deeper, I realized something was off. Tools lay in neat piles beside a weathered storage crate. A lantern, of all things, still glowed faintly, the metal base warm to the touch. I picked it up, wondering if another explorer or a caretaker was nearby. The glass cover looked old, with soot crusted on the chimney, yet the flame still danced. That alone made my pulse quicken. I set the lantern down and walked around to inspect the other equipment scattered across a plank table. There was a hammer, a chisel, and some measuring devices. All looked vintage, with the paint flaking and metal tarnished. However, when I placed my hand on the hammer's handle, it felt warm, as if someone had gripped it only moments earlier. Confused, I looked around for footprints or recent tire tracks, but the ground was dry and covered in loose gravel. No signs of fresh activity. Still, my gut told me I wasn't alone. Shaking off the unease, I began capturing photos. The golden late afternoon sun highlighted the texture of rusted steel and the weathered wood. My camera clicked steadily, preserving each detail. An old sign reading Blackwood Mining Company hung crookedly on the remains of the office building. I took a few shots of it, noticing bullet holes dotting the metal. Perhaps local hunters used it for target practice. After a while, I decided to venture toward the main mine shaft. According to my research, it was the largest opening in the entire camp, descending deep underground. Workers had once hauled cartloads of iron ore up the slope, fueling the local industry. Now it stood as a dark tunnel partially boarded up. A warning sign next to the entrance read, "Danger, unstable, do not enter." The boards were rotted and easy to pull aside, though, and a frayed guide rope stretched from a metal post outside into the darkness below. I cautiously approached, shining a flashlight into the tunnel. My stomach did a small flip when I saw that the guide rope glistened under the beam, as though coated in some liquid. Frowning, I touched it. The rope was wet, but not with water. It felt slightly sticky, like slime, cold against my fingertips. A chill ran down my spine. Why would it be damp in a dry, dusty mine? The air around me smelled stale, without a hint of the usual mustiness or dripping water you might expect underground. I snapped a photo of the rope, determined to document everything. Then curiosity got the better of me. I tugged it gently, feeling it resist, as if anchored securely somewhere deeper. That sensation of being watched returned. I turned around quickly, shining my flashlight over the deserted camp. Only shadows and silent structures greeted me. Still, the hairs on my neck prickled and my heart thumped. Part of me longed to turn back, lock myself in my Jeep and drive away. But I reminded myself I was here for a reason to record these artifacts and uncover the story of this abandoned place. Taking a steadying breath, I eased into the entrance of the main shaft. My flashlight caught graffiti on the walls, names and dates scrawled by workers or past trespassers. The temperature dropped sharply as I moved from the warm late afternoon air into the cool underground gloom. A few steps in, I saw more disturbing signs. Rusted rails for mine carts seemed oddly polished in places, as though recently used. Loose stones on the floor were arranged in neat piles, not scattered randomly. Even the wooden supports, though old, looked as if someone had tinkered with them, adding fresh nails here and there. My mind struggled for answers. Could a ghost town enthusiast be trying to restore parts of the mine? If so, why the secrecy about the wet rope and the warm tools? Suddenly, a faint scraping sound echoed from deeper within the tunnel. I froze. My flashlight beam trembled slightly against the granite walls. The scrape repeated like metal dragging on stone. Then came a hushed whisper, or maybe it was just my anxious mind twisting the echoes. Either way, I stepped back, heart pounding. My camera hung around my neck, but I didn't dare raise it for a photo. I wanted out. Backing up carefully, I retreated until I emerged into the fading sunlight outside. The relief of fresh air hit me like a wave, yet I couldn't leave the mine unopened in my mind. I had come this far. I resolved to push my investigation a bit more thoroughly, but only in daylight. Wandering underground at night felt like a step too far. Still on edge, I made my way back to the center of camp. Dusk fell quickly. The sky blazed orange, then purple, then deepened to starry black. I found a decent spot to camp, an old bunkhouse with a roof still standing. Inside, I unrolled my sleeping bag on a sturdy wooden cot. The walls were decorated with faded newspaper clippings and a single dusty mirror. A lantern hung from a nail, but I checked it. This one was completely cold and obviously unused for decades. That was good. I'd had enough of bizarre warm lanterns for one day. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that someone or something had been using the equipment out there. My mind tossed around theories. Maybe a drifter was living in the abandoned camp, working some odd project in the mine. Yet the wet rope made no sense. The dryness of the region meant there was rarely water that deep underground, and that sticky slime reminded me of algae or some other organic substance. but it smelled off. I jotted notes in my journal by flashlight, hoping my recollections would make sense in the morning. Night brought restless sleep. I dreamed of footsteps echoing on metal rails, of distant tapping and low humming. At one point I startled awake, convinced I heard movement just outside the bunkhouse door. Heart racing, I listened intently. Silence. Only the wind rattled the loose panels on the roof. Eventually, I drifted off again. When dawn arrived, I gathered my courage and supplies, determined to investigate the mine shaft in proper daylight. Outside, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. Fresh footprints in the dirt near the bunkhouse door. They weren't mine, far too large, and led away toward the same direction as the main shaft. Whoever passed by did not come inside, but the idea of them lurking right outside made me shiver. I approached the main shaft more cautiously this time. Sunlight angled into the entrance, providing better visibility. The guide rope was still damp, shining with that slimy film. I snapped more photos, wanting to document every detail. Then I ventured a few steps in, ignoring the goosebumps crawling up my arms. The interior looked even more unsettling in bright light. Strange marks scored the walls, as though someone scraped or carved them in a pattern. The ground had an odd residue shiny streaks that led deeper along the rails. I followed these streaks until I reached a small clearing where miners likely gathered with tools. An overturned cart stood nearby, wheels still faintly gleaming in spots. A pickaxe sat propped against the wall, handle cracked and metal rusted. When I touched it, the wood felt strangely warm, just like the hammer and lantern before. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the tunnel. Dust fell from the ceiling, and my flashlight quivered in my hand. The rails under my feet vibrated slightly, as though something heavy moved far below. I backed up, rethinking my plan. Exploring alone might be too dangerous. Before I could retreat, a noise echoed from behind me, the soft clink of metal on stone. Fear hammered in my chest. I swung around, flashlight beam darting across the walls. Nothing. I saw only shadows dancing over the uneven rock. But I sensed a presence near me, the same unshakable feeling I had outside. Determined not to panic, I forced myself to think logically. Perhaps a minor rock slide or a shift in the old supports caused the rumble. That metallic clink might be debris settling. Yet it felt too deliberate, like a single footstep on a steel rail. With my nerves frayed, I slowly backed out of the tunnel once more, each step measured. When I finally emerged under the open sky, I breathed hard, grateful to be out. The entire camp felt different in that moment, less like a piece of history, more like a living thing with secrets hidden in the darkest corners. I debated what to do next. A big part of me wanted to collect my gear, jump in the Jeep, and head back to civilization. Another part urged me to stay, to uncover the answer behind the sticky rope, the warm tools, and the unexplainable sounds. Curiosity and caution battled in my mind. In the end, I decided to pack up my belongings. The story was too much for a lone photographer. I could report my findings to local authorities or a historical society. Let them handle any deeper investigation. As I gathered my camera equipment, I took a final look around the deserted buildings. The quiet wind brushed over the rusted artifacts, and a single hawk soared overhead, calling out sharply. I realized I might never truly understand what wandered these corridors or used this century-old mine. Perhaps the camp was not as abandoned as people thought. As I pulled onto the dirt path, leaving the old mining camp behind, I glanced at the main shaft one last time. The rope still glistened in the morning sun, reminding me that not all mysteries can be explained so easily. Some places hold on to the past in strange ways, refusing to let outsiders see the full truth-only hints, like warm tools and a guide rope wet with something that isn't water. I arrived at the remote observatory on a clear, cold afternoon, carrying a duffel bag of clothes and a few astronomy books. The trip up the mountain was long, winding roads and endless forest, with hardly any sign of people. Only a single narrow road led to the observatory, which perched on a rocky plateau at the summit. Its large white dome reflected the sunlight in a brilliant glare. Inside, the main control room was small but tidy. Rows of computers lined one wall, each connected to the telescope in the dome above. A single radio sat on a desk, used to contact the nearest town in emergencies. Steel stairs led to the dome platform, where the massive telescope waited for nightfall. Beyond a couple of locked doors were modest sleeping quarters, a tiny kitchen, and a cramped bathroom. I knew I'd be staying here for a few weeks to help catalog constellations, mostly routine work. Or so I thought. My supervisor, Dr. Patel, showed me around. She explained the schedule. We'd track certain star clusters each night, adjust the telescope's positioning, and record the data. During the day, we'd rest, process the images, and handle minor maintenance. She admitted that only a few volunteers visited each year, and it got lonely sometimes. I shrugged, feeling both excited about the peaceful setting and a bit uneasy about the isolation. When the sun finally set, we opened the dome. The roof slid back with a grinding hum, revealing a star-filled sky above. It was an amazing sight, thousands of points of light, all shimmering in the crisp air. Dr. Patel and I sat at the control panel, aligning the telescope with a bright star overhead. The machinery whirred softly as the lens shifted into position. We exchanged small smiles, ready to begin hours of observation. Midnight approached, and Dr. Patel went to rest, leaving me to watch the monitors. A gentle hum of static played from the radio on the desk, reassuring me that the connection was still there if needed. I scanned the readouts, noting star coordinates and brightness levels for our records. Everything felt calm until I noticed a change in the background static. It grew louder, crackling in odd pulses. Curious, I turned the volume up. Between bursts of static, I heard faint sounds like whispered voices. At first, I thought it might be feedback or random noise from the atmosphere, but then I caught something that sounded like numbers. 308225. The voice was too distant to recognize, but the tone felt urgent, calling coordinates into the night. My heart gave a small leap. Was I mishearing, or did the radio actually pick up a real transmission? I tried adjusting the frequency, hoping to get a clearer signal. The static faded in and out, occasionally forming words, mostly coordinates and star positions, or so it seemed. 41, next quadrant, star alignment. Then it dropped back into static. I made a quick note of the numbers I caught, unsure what they meant. Could it be air traffic chatter or an amateur radio enthusiast? It struck me as odd to hear it at this hour, especially in such a remote place. The next morning, after I caught a little sleep, I told Dr. Patel about the strange signals. Rubbing her eyes, she listened carefully. We mostly get static on that radio, or normal local broadcasts from towns when the weather's good, she said, frowning. But coordinates? At midnight? That's unusual. She scanned the notes I'd taken, looking for a pattern. These might be star coordinates, she remarked, her voice low. But we need more data. That night, I returned to the control room, feeling a quiet excitement. While Dr. Patel managed the telescope, I kept the radio on in the background. Clouds drifted overhead, blocking parts of our view, so there wasn't much for me to log. Then around midnight, the speakers crackled again. The static swelled and faint voices emerged. I grabbed a pen, scribbling furiously whenever I thought I caught numbers or words. Star chart boundary, 72, sector 4. A cold sensation traveled down my spine. The transmission seemed directed someone, or something, called out references that closely matched the star catalog we used here in the observatory. Yet, there was no official reason for such a broadcast. At one point, the voice trailed off, replaced by a brief, high-pitched tone, then silence. Over the next few days, Dr. Patel and I tried to pinpoint the origin of these signals. We used the radio's directional features and crossed our fingers for better reception. Each midnight, that soft, eerie broadcast returned, always reciting more coordinates in star-related terms. Sometimes it mentioned times or magnitudes as if describing star brightness. Other times it sounded like pleas or demands: adjust apex, confirm reading, respond if present. I started to wonder if a hidden research station or an old satellite orbiting overhead was powering these ghostly messages. The transmissions felt too structured to be random cosmic noise. Dr. Patel emailed a few colleagues, but nobody reported a legitimate project using such frequencies. It only grew stranger. Late one night, I was alone at the controls again, matching the telescope to our planned list of constellations. The sky was exceptionally clear, and I could see even faint stars through the dome's opening. The radio crackled, and the same faint voice returned. This time the words were a bit clearer, calling dome, Delta 3 location active. Do you see us? My pulse raced. It almost felt like the broadcast reached out directly to the observatory. Unsure what to do, I pressed the transmit button on the radio. This is the Coral Ridge Observatory, I said softly, half expecting no response. The static hissed in reply, swelling for a moment. Then the voice whispered, coordinates, must align, time left is short. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Something about the voice's tone, neither strictly human nor entirely mechanical, gave me a shiver of unease. The next day, Dr. Patel and I examined star charts to compare them with the coordinates we'd recorded. We noticed some references matched the location of an obscure star cluster, almost invisible to normal telescopes. Others pointed to empty regions of the sky. Dr. Patel's expression grew concerned. This cluster is only studied by certain deep space arrays, she said, tapping the chart. No standard observer logs it often. That evening, we directed our telescope to the cluster in question. The lens displayed a faint pattern of stars, shimmering like distant grains of sand. We took pictures, but nothing unusual showed in them, just cosmic dust and dim lights. Yet, right at midnight, the radio flared again. The same cryptic phrases about alignment and star boundaries filled the control room. Dr. Patel tried sending a direct response, asking for identification, but received no clear answer. Feeling both intrigued and unsettled, I volunteered to stay awake a few more nights. I wanted to hear if the voice gave any new clues. Each broadcast repeated the same pieces of data, weaving them into new sequences. The tone sounded more urgent with each passing day, as though time was running out. Once I even thought I heard something about the door or gateway, but the static cut off the phrase before I could be sure. One night there was a dramatic shift. The radio went silent for hours. We waited, anxious. Then, just as the clock hit midnight, a burst of noise nearly made me jump from my chair. The voice boomed louder than before, chanting star names we couldn't immediately recognize. Rigel, Achernar, Umbra 5, open alignment at apex, coordinates 190733, transmit sequence now. Then the radio fell quiet. The sense of finality in that last message was overwhelming. Dr. Patel and I exchanged a glance, uncertain what to do. She quickly pointed the telescope at the new coordinates, while I scribbled the details. Our screens showed only a patch of empty space, no star, no galaxy, nothing. Yet, for just a fraction of a second, the camera feed flickered. I glimpsed a tiny spark, like a star winking in and out. Then it was gone. Morning arrived heavy with questions. We had replays of the camera feed, but the spark was too quick for the system to record clearly. Dr. Patel decided to contact a larger observatory for assistance. Meanwhile, I found myself scanning the radio frequencies throughout the day, hoping for more signals. Nothing came. It stayed silent, just an ordinary hum of static. On my final night, I sat alone in the dome, watching the telescope track overhead. My volunteer term ended the following morning, and I knew I'd leave soon. Part of me felt relieved this place with its midnight whispers weighed on my mind. Another part of me wanted answers. Why call out coordinates to an observatory in the middle of nowhere? Who or what was behind that strange transmission? Just after midnight, the radio flared one last time. The voice, faint and tired, uttered a sequence of numbers that matched the same empty patch of sky. Then it faded, replaced by a high-pitched whine. Thanks to a sudden burst of courage, I pressed the transmit button again and simply said, "We hear you. What do you want us to see?" Static swelled, hissed, and finally dropped into silence. No reply came. The next morning I packed my bag, feeling oddly sad to go. Dr. Patel remained behind, hoping the signals might return. She planned to keep the telescope aimed at that starless patch. I wished her luck. And in the early hours I climbed into the transport van that took me down the mountain. On the way, I gazed back at the dome perched in the distance, its big white shape shining under the sun, keeping secret the midnight voices that no one else seemed to hear. Even now, home in a busy city, I sometimes think about those nights under the starry dome. Were the faint voices calling from a distant world, trying to guide our observatory to something beyond normal sight? Or was it just a strange radio glitch amplified by the still air? I have no proof, but the memory of those whispering coordinates echoing in the silent hours still gives me a quiet thrill. Maybe our tiny station in the mountains served briefly as a bridge to an unknown corner of the universe, calling out through the star-filled dark. I parked my car on the cracked asphalt outside the old animal shelter. A rusted chain-link fence surrounded the property, and an old sign by the road read, "Sunnyvale Pet Rescue." The letters were faded, and part of the sign was broken off. Stepping out, I noticed how quiet everything felt. A warm breeze rustled the dead grass, and the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the yard. Still, no living soul appeared. It looked as though nobody had set foot here in ages. I approached the main entrance, a glass door that was grimy and spotted with dirt. Its frame had begun to peel, flaking paint in white curls. Through the door I saw a small lobby with a reception desk and waiting chairs. An old "Adopt Me" poster clung to the glass, corners curling. All around, I saw evidence that this place once thrived. Pictures of smiling volunteers, animals featured on bright flyers, and a small donation box tipped over on the floor. But now the shelter stood empty. I tried the door handle. It was locked at first, but after putting in some effort, the door gave way with a sharp click. The stale air inside rushed out. The place smelled faintly of disinfectant, dust, and something older I couldn't quite name. The lights were off, so I used the glow of the sun through the windows to see. Walking past the reception area, I tried flipping a switch by the wall, but nothing happened. No electricity. That didn't surprise me after seeing the condition of the exterior. The lobby walls were lined with photos of animals, happy dogs, and cats with new owners, or pictures from adoption days. Colored ribbons and certificates were pinned up, praising the shelter for successful adoptions. It gave me a small glimmer of warmth to see those once positive moments, but the emptiness now weighed on me. I moved deeper into the shelter, down a narrow hallway that led to the kennels and cages where the animals once lived. My footsteps echoed off the tile floor. That was when I heard it. A faint whining sound like the soft cry of a dog. I froze. My heart thumped a little faster. The place was supposed to be abandoned, yet I was certain I heard something. It was very quiet, almost like a breeze, but definitely a whimper. I stood still, waiting for another sound. Everything went silent. The hallway continued until I reached a larger room lined with metal kennels. Each kennel door stood open, some swinging gently when I passed by them. Others were propped open with old rags or bits of trash. Large letters stenciled on the wall labeled it "Dog Housing Area," though now there were only empty bowls and scattered bedding. I traced my hand across one of the kennel doors, feeling the cold metal under my fingers. There was no sign of any current animal presence, yet that soft whining still played tricks on my ears. I walked along the row of kennels, shining the beam of a small flashlight I'd brought in case it got too dark. Individual cages had nameplates with faded ink. Names like Bella, Max, Marley, and Sadie were written in shaky handwriting. Next to the names, small notes detailed the animal descriptions: breed, color, any special needs. I noticed each one had an adopted stamp or a final line reading "picked up by adoptive family." The dates on the forms were all from roughly the same week. That struck me as odd. How was it that so many were adopted in such a short time frame, right before the shelter closed down? My footsteps took me past more empty kennels until I turned a corner and discovered rows of cat cages. These too lay open, with worn blankets and bits of litter scattered on the floor. Old posters about spaying and neutering hung crooked on a bulletin board. A thick layer of dust covered everything. If these animals truly had been adopted so suddenly, why did it feel like everybody vanished overnight? I kept thinking about that faint whining. I still couldn't tell if it had actually been real or just my overactive imagination. The silence in the shelter felt thick, like a blanket smothering all sound. The sun was starting to dip lower, so natural light grew weaker by the minute. The corridor lights didn't function, so my flashlight had to work harder to push back the dimness. Shadows shifted around me, sometimes resembling shapes that made my heart jump. I found a small office labeled staff room. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, desks and chairs were covered in dust. I spotted a stack of folders on one desk, each labeled with an animal's name. Curious, I flipped through them. All the records showed the same final note: adopted. Something didn't seem right. Many of these animals had medical conditions or needed special care, yet the files reported perfect, last-minute adoptions for them all. If that was true, it must have been a miraculous rush of adopters. A swirl of unease built up in my stomach. Suddenly I heard the whining again, clearer this time. It was close, not more than a few corridors away. My flashlight beam shook slightly as I turned toward the source of the sound, stepping out of the staff room. The whining rose, then faded into a muffled whimper. It didn't sound like a typical bark or meow, it was somewhere between. Nervous excitement mixed with fear in my chest. Following the noise, I passed an area with grooming tables and a row of tall cabinets. Broken brushes and empty shampoo bottles littered the floor. I pushed open a heavy metal door marked supply room. Inside it was nearly pitch black, the small window above blocked by cardboard. My flashlight revealed shelves that once held pet food, towels, and cleaning supplies. Now it all lay scattered or missing. Because the whining seemed to get louder, I moved deeper and discovered another door in the corner. This one was locked, or at least jammed. I heard a shuffle from behind it, then the whining cut out. I called, "Hello? Anyone here?" No response. My voice echoed oddly, then vanished in the darkness. I tried the handle again, putting more force into it, and the door opened with a rusty squeak. The space beyond felt cramped, maybe a storage closet or a small euthanasia room that some shelters have. Except it was completely empty, with only a single wooden crate turned on its side in one corner. I swung my flashlight around, but found no dog, no cat, no creature at all. Still, the air felt colder here. My spine tingled with the sense that I wasn't alone. The small crate in the corner had a label partially torn off. I could only read "Adoption Transport." The rest of the text was scratched away. Ragged scratch marks lined the crate's interior, as if an animal inside had tried to claw its way out. But now there was only emptiness. I heard something behind me, a scuttling or scraping sound, and spun around. My flashlight revealed a thick gray rat darting across the floor. It disappeared through a hole in the wall. I exhaled, both relieved and on edge. The whining had stopped. Had it all been just the echo of pipes or wind, or maybe completely in my imagination? Leaving the closet, I went back into the supply room. My eyes landed on a large metal cabinet half hidden by fallen boxes. It was labeled Archive. I moved aside the boxes and pried it open. Inside were old logs and adoption records. They looked older than the newly stamped files I'd seen. Leafing through them, I discovered references to an event that shut down the shelter. Odd phrases jumped out. Investigations pending. Sudden disappearance. All animals accounted for on paper. The lines gave me chills. Something had happened here. Something that didn't match the neat story of every animal finding a home. I found a specific note from the shelter manager. Scheduled pickup for last group of animals. No official record of adopters. Must finalize paperwork for closure. Next to it was a scribbled comment from another staff member. We never saw the van or who took them, but the dogs were gone in the morning. None left. A swirl of dread clutched my chest. It was as if the animals vanished, leaving only these confusing logs stating they had been adopted. I took a few pictures of these documents with my phone, wanting proof if I shared the story with anyone. My phone camera's flash lit up the dusty file cabinet. Then I stopped, hearing a noise in the distance again, the same whimper or whine, but very low and short, like a final cry. Pressing my lips together, I hurried out of the supply room, convinced something was still lurking in the shelter. Or maybe it was memory itself, echoing from a tragedy no one wanted to talk about. Returning to the main kennel area, I felt a cold draft blow through the corridor. The kennel gates rattled gently, as if a breeze passed through. Light from outside was fading quickly, so the place grew darker. My flashlight beam skimmed across the floors and walls, catching glimpses of old water bowls, scattered toys, and crumpled adoption pamphlets. Though not a single living pet stood in those kennels, I swore I could sense their presence, like the space held the memory of wagging tails and purring cats. I thought about the dogs and cats that were supposedly adopted. The logs said they left, but something told me they never quite made it out. Maybe something or someone took them away in the night. Or maybe the staff had to shut down suddenly, making up records so nobody would accuse them of abandoning the animals. But the faint whining "if" real suggested a different story. Could an animal still be trapped here, surviving on scraps and water from leaks? Yet every kennel was empty. I checked a few more rooms, including a small medical area with an exam table and a locked medicine cabinet. Dust coated the counters, and expired vaccines lay in a discarded box. Nothing moved in the corners. The silence pressed on me, thick and heavy. It felt like the building itself wanted me to leave, carrying just enough clues to wonder but not enough to understand fully. Finally, I returned to the lobby. I paused by the front desk, glancing at another stack of files. Exactly the same story. Each animal labeled as adopted. Each staff note repeating, all final adoptions completed. The last page read, shelter closed indefinitely due to lack of funding. My mind raced with possible truths behind those words. If the animals were truly adopted, who took them? And why so suddenly? If they weren't, where did they go? I walked outside, stepping into the cooler evening air. The sky had turned orange and pink with the setting sun. A wave of relief washed over me, being out of that stale darkness. As I closed the door behind me, I thought I heard a soft whine once more. It might have come from inside the building or from somewhere in my own imagination. Either way, I felt a sting of sorrow and worry. Before I left, I circled the shelter grounds one more time, hoping to spot any living creature or a hidden entrance the animals might use. I found only boarded windows, a locked side door, and an overgrown yard. No footprints, no secret vents, just a faint breeze whispering through tall grass. My car shone under the fading daylight, and I hurried to it, almost afraid of the shadows stretching around me. With a click, I unlocked the car and climbed in, breathing heavily as I turned the key. The engine's rumble broke the silence. Driving away, I watched the building shrink in my rearview mirror. My mind replayed the empty kennels, the weird logs claiming everyone had been adopted, and that quiet whining echoing through the halls. It felt unresolved, like a puzzle missing its final piece. I wondered if I should report my findings to the local authorities or an animal support group. They might want to know about a possible cover-up at the old shelter. Yet I also feared nobody would believe me without solid proof. That night, I barely slept. I kept imagining a lonely dog roaming the corridors, whining softly for someone to come back. Or maybe a cat curled up behind a supply shelf, waiting for food that never arrived. The images haunted me, drifting in and out of my dreams. By morning, I was certain I had to tell somebody. I ended up emailing an animal rescue coordinator I knew, attaching the photos of the suspicious files. She agreed it sounded strange and said she'd investigate further. Whether she ever got answers, I don't know. The shelter sits there still, locked down and forgotten. Sometimes I drive past the road sign and see that broken Sunnyvale Pet Rescue sign, thinking about the final day the staff logged all animals as adopted before vanishing. Friends ask me if I ever returned. I haven't. Part of me wants to go back in case there truly is an abandoned pet hiding in the corners. Another part fears what else I might find, or not find. The faint whines still echo in my memory, reminding me that some questions stay unanswered, and some ghosts never fully rest. Maybe the empty shelter is just an old building with a sad story. Or maybe, on quiet nights, it still holds the spirit of the pets who never got their real forever homes. The entrance sat low against the cliffs, hidden behind tall boulders. When I arrived, it was low tide, and the sea had pulled far back from the shore, exposing a wide stretch of wet sand. The cave mouth looked like a dark wound in the rock, large enough for a person to slip through if they crouched. I stepped onto the slick stones leading inside, listening to the slow drip of water echoing from deep within. I felt a pinch of apprehension, but also a spark of excitement. Because the fisherman's tale made me cautious, I came prepared with a flashlight, extra batteries, and a long length of rope. The plan was to tie one end of the rope to a solid rock near the entrance, then trail it behind me as I explored. This way, I could always find my way back if the tunnel split or if I got lost. I tied the rope around my waist and double-checked the knot, making sure it was secure. The first few steps into the cave were easy. Just a short, dark corridor leading to a slightly wider chamber. Streaks of greenish algae clung to the walls where water sometimes reached. My flashlight revealed seashell fragments and small pools of salty water on the floor. The smell was briny and damp, like the inside of a fishing net. As I moved deeper, the sound of waves faded into a distant hush. Past the wide chamber, I found a narrow tunnel sloping downward. The rock walls felt cool and smooth, worn by centuries of tides. Some parts were tight, and I had to twist sideways to squeeze through. In other places, the tunnel opened up into small caverns big enough to stand in. It seemed more like a maze than a simple cave. A sense of wonder stirred inside me. Nature had carved these passages over many years, and I was lucky enough to see them. I kept an eye on my watch because the tide would return, and I didn't want to be stranded. Every so often I tugged on my rope to feel it secure behind me. So far it trailed smoothly. Then, at one bend in the passage, I saw something that made me pause. Footprints pressed into the damp sand. They were faint, but definitely human. My heart quickened. Did someone else come in here recently? Or were these footprints old, preserved by the constant moisture? Gently, I crouched to get a closer look. It was hard to tell how fresh they were, but the shape was distinct bare feet, judging by the toes. Strange that anyone would explore these caves without shoes. I rose and shined the flashlight ahead, unable to see anything beyond a sharp corner. Part of me thought I should turn back, but curiosity drove me deeper. Pressing on, I navigated a series of twisting corridors. Now and then, I spotted more footprints. They weaved along the path, sometimes vanishing on rocky surfaces, then reappearing in patches of sand. Each time I saw them, a chill prickled my skin. It felt as if the person who made them was just around the next corner, but I never caught sight of anyone. At one point, I paused to take a sip of water from my canteen. Summoning my courage, I called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice echoed for a long moment through the tunnels. No answer. The emptiness made my words ring hollow. I tried to shake off a growing sense of unease and kept going, though my heart beat faster. After a few more turns, I stepped into a larger cavern. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping water into a shallow pool at the center. My flashlight bathed the rocks in a soft glow, showing the reflection of spiky formations in the pool. I looked around carefully, noticing even more footprints in the damp sand near the water's edge. Whoever walked here had gone deeper into the labyrinth, or else found another exit. I didn't know which possibility was more unsettling. Checking my watch, I realized time was slipping away faster than I expected. The tide would start rising soon, blocking off the entrance. I decided to turn back. Maybe I could return another day, preferably with a friend. I tugged on my guide rope to ensure it was still there. It felt taut, pulled in a strange direction. My stomach did a little flip. The rope was supposed to lie loose behind me, only hooking on corners, not pulling back. A gentle but unmistakable tension tugged on the rope, as though someone or something held it from behind. My palms turned clammy. I gave a firmer pull, trying to free it. The rope jerked in response, tugging me forward. My breath caught in my throat. That was no snag on a rock. It felt like a deliberate yank. Hair stood up on the back of my neck. I stood still, holding the rope. If someone was messing with me, they should have revealed themselves. Nobody did. Another soft pull came, urging me to move in the opposite direction from the exit. Fear tightened my chest. With a shaking hand, I used my flashlight to scan the cavern around me. There was no one in sight, only dripping water and the jagged stone walls. I forced myself to gather my courage. I needed to get out. I pulled again, more forcefully. This time the tension let go and I nearly stumbled backward. The rope went slack. Whatever was gripping it must have released it. Heart pounding, I turned around and started walking quickly back the way I came, reeling in the rope as I went. I tried not to panic, but my mind raced with possibilities. Maybe the footprints belonged to a hermit living in the caves, or maybe the fisherman's warning was more serious than I realized. As I hurried along the twisting tunnels, I felt the space shrinking around me. Each corridor seemed darker than before. The flashlight's beam felt weak against the darkness. Now and then, I glanced behind me, half expecting to see a figure creeping close. But all I saw was emptiness. Still, the rope occasionally twitched once or twice. Each time I yanked it sharply, making sure it slipped free from whatever snag or hand might be behind me. Finally, I found the familiar slope leading upward toward the entrance chamber. Relief rushed over me like a wave. My pace quickened as I ascended, grateful to see faint daylight filtering in. The larger chamber near the cave mouth glowed with pale light. But as I reached it, I saw a disturbing sight. Water was already rising, flooding part of the floor. The tide had returned earlier than I expected. The fisherman had warned me about how fast it could come in. Wading through ankle-deep water, I splashed toward the exit. The opening was narrower now, waves licking at the rocks outside. It would be a tight squeeze to get through before the tide sealed it off. With every step, I felt the rope tug in odd little jerks, as though unseen hands tried to pull me back. But I refused to stop. My boots slipped on seaweed as I fought to maintain my balance. Finally, I reached the cave entrance. Only a small gap remained above the water line, light glimmering through it. I lowered myself into a crouch, water rushing around my thighs. Taking a breath, I cast one last glance behind me. The rope's end trailed off into the darkness, lying still now. Perhaps whatever played with it had given up, or perhaps it was just waiting. My heart thudded as I turned back to the gap. I scrambled through the opening, water soaking my legs and hips. A wave splashed me nearly to the chest, and I almost lost my flashlight. Gasping, I pulled myself out onto the rocks outside. The sea had risen so much that I had to cling to the rocky ledge while the ocean tried to drag me away. Inch by inch, I made my way to higher ground. When at last I stood on a rocky outcrop above the water, I collapsed, breathing hard. From that vantage point, I stared at the cave entrance. The tide had almost covered it completely, leaving only a swirl of water that rushed in and out. If I had waited minutes more, I wouldn't have been able to escape. My heart still hammered from the panic inside. I remained there a long time, letting the breeze and the setting sun calm my nerves. The fisherman's warning echoed in my head. Now, I truly understood how dangerous that place could be. As I caught my breath, I thought about the footprints deep in the caves and the rope that tugged against me. Whatever caused that strange pull, I had no desire to find out. The unanswered questions swirled in my mind. Who or what made those footprints? Had someone tried to keep me from leaving? Or was it only the rope snagging on jagged rocks, somehow mimicking a tug? I never got a clear answer. In later days, I asked a few villagers about the caves, but all they shared were old legend stories of lost sailors, hidden treasures, and strange spirits lurking in tidal caves that demanded a sacrifice. Some claimed that a spirit lived within the labyrinth walls, drawing explorers in and taking them right before high tide. Others simply told me I was lucky to be alive. Even now, I sometimes think about returning, maybe at a safer tide cycle or with better equipment and a friend. Part of me wants to solve the mystery of those footprints, but another part remembers the feeling of the rope pulling back, urging me deeper and deeper, and a cold shiver creeps over me. The ocean still roars at the mouth of that cave each evening, sealing it shut as the water climbs. And whatever lies inside, if it's still there, remains hidden in the dark labyrinth of stone, waiting for the next person brave or foolish enough to enter. I arrived at the old theme park just before sunset, drawn by stories that it had once been the most popular attraction in the region. Now nobody visited. The main gates stood wide open and tilted on rusty hinges, as if inviting me to step in at my own risk. Beyond them, a long path stretched under broken lights. Weeds poked through the cracked pavement, and empty popcorn cartons lay scattered along the edges. It was hard to imagine the place crowded with cheerful families. I remembered hearing tales about the park's nightly phenomenon, a silent carousel that supposedly began to spin on its own. As I walked past the ticket booths, I noticed the shattered glass in the windows. Old ride posters were half peeled, showing cartoon characters that looked faded and sad. Next to a booth, I saw an old photograph pinned to a board. A smiling mother, father, and 2 children, all holding cotton candy. Some of the color had run, leaving streaks across their faces. Whoever left the photo probably never came back. A long corridor of attractions led further into the park. On either side, tall rides stood in ruin. A roller coaster track rose high above, its steel supports groaning whenever the wind blew. At one time, I imagined, people screamed in delight as the cars raced along its loops. Now the entire structure looked like a skeleton of metal stripped of life. A few seagulls circled overhead, calling out in the growing twilight. I followed the path deeper until I reached a large open area bordered by game stalls. Each stall had a colorful sign, though the paint was chipped and dull. Stuffed toys dangled from hooks, their fur caked with dust. As I passed one stall, a teddy bear's glassy eyes seemed to stare at me, and I felt a small shiver. The wind picked up, rustling the worn banners above. They made a flapping noise that echoed across the empty grounds. Ahead, I saw the carousel. It stood in the center of a circular plaza. The base was made of wood and metal, with chipped paint revealing dull gray beneath what had once been bright colors, red, yellow, and blue. The carved horses, each with half-broken poles, looked sad and weary. A few were missing ears or tails, and their painted eyes had faded over time. This was the ride people warned me about, that at night it spun on its own, even though no power source remained. I glanced around, hoping to find some sign that the story wasn't real. Maybe there was a hidden generator or a battery switch, but everything looked abandoned, with no cables or electrical units in sight. The sun was almost gone, dipping behind the distant hills, so I found a sheltered spot near a concession stand. I decided to wait and see if the rumors were true. While waiting, I wandered toward a small stage area next to the carousel. Faded posters on a nearby wall showed performers juggling or doing magic tricks. The sign read, "Twilight Shows Nightly," in a cheerful font. It felt ironic now, seeing this place so still. A dusty microphone stand still sat on the stage, likely silent for years. Darkness soon grew thick around the park. The wind felt cooler, carrying the scent of old metal and wet leaves. Overhead, a few stars peeked out. Without modern lights, the theme park looked like a ghostly carnival in the moonlight. The rides cast strange shadows along the ground, each silhouette more twisted than the last. I made my way back to the carousel, stuffing my hands in my jacket pockets for warmth. Standing before the motionless ride, I noticed faint details in the horse carvings. Each horse had its own style. Some wore brightly painted saddles. Others had flower patterns along their flanks. Many decades ago, artists must have poured their hearts into these designs. Now everything was chipped or scuffed, telling a story of better times. Then I heard a low creak. I froze, heart pounding. The carousel platform gave a small, gentle lurch to the side, as if something pushed it. Unsure if the wind was responsible, I took a step closer. The ride was large and heavy. A normal gust of wind wouldn't budge it easily. Another creak followed, and the carousel shuddered, At first, the movement was slight, almost as if it was shifting in place. Then slowly the entire platform began a lazy rotation. The horses, with their battered poles, drifted by in a continuous circle. My mouth went dry. I walked around the ride looking for a switch or a generator. Not a single cable ran to the platform. The old control box was smashed, wires hanging out. Yet the carousel turned, defying logic. Confused but fascinated, I hopped up onto the platform to inspect the center column. The surface felt solid under my feet. The wooden floor creaked with each step, and I had to steady myself as it moved. The movement was slow, but steady, like the gentle spin you'd feel when a carousel was running on low power. I noticed dusty gear mechanisms at the center, all rusted to a near-solid block. There was no sign of working machinery. As I studied the gears, I felt a faint vibration, like a heartbeat pulsing through the structure. The battered music box overhead, which would normally play cheerful carousel tunes, remained silent, yet the ride continued to rotate. I glanced around, alone on this mysterious moving platform in the dark. Shadows of the horses seemed to dance along the ground, illuminated by the faint moonlight. My curiosity turned to unease. Was it safe to remain on a ride moving by unknown forces? I carefully stepped off the carousel. Once my feet were back on solid ground, I stood a few yards away, watching the platform turn. The wind picked up, carrying an eerie whistle through the rusted rides around me. It sounded almost like distant laughter, though it was probably just my nerves. I decided to explore more of the park, keeping an eye on the spinning carousel from a distance. Maybe there were other strange happenings. I followed a winding path that led to the bumper car arena. The building's roof sagged, and broken neon lights formed a half-realized sign that might have once read, "Bump and Go." Inside, I saw row after row of bumper cars parked along the rails, covered in layers of dust. Broken headlights and wires dangled from the ceiling. Everything smelled of stale grease and decaying rubber. Stepping inside, I noticed large mirrors along the walls, each cracked or shattered. My reflection in one fractured mirror was split into several ghostly images. I quickly turned away. The place felt lifeless compared to the carousel's eerie motion. No unexplainable power or movement here. It was hard to say which was more unsettling, still emptiness or impossible motion. Leaving the bumper cars, I passed a small courtyard with a rusted Ferris wheel. Its seats hung like silent ornaments, swaying gently in the wind. The wheel's frame squeaked, but it did not move. Beyond it, a crumbling cotton candy stand stood with its window wide open, as if the vendor had left in a hurry, leaving everything behind. I took a peek inside. Sticky containers, now long dried out, lay scattered on the counter. A dusty apron hung from a nail. The smell of sweet sugar had vanished years ago. The path curved back toward the Carousel Plaza. From a distance, I could see the ride was still spinning, slow and steady. It seemed not to notice my absence. If I hadn't known the place was abandoned, I'd have guessed someone had turned it on. The moonlight highlighted the chipped paint on the horses, making them look almost alive as they glided up and down with each circular pass. It struck me then how sad it was, a once joyful machine, left in the dark, still trying to bring a sense of wonder. I decided to approach the carousel again. My steps echoed on the cracked pavement. The night air grew colder, and I zipped up my jacket. Near the ride, I noticed more faded photographs tacked onto a poster board. Some showed children riding the carousel, huge smiles on their faces, parents waving from the side. Now the same wooden horses were battered, spinning in silence. A wave of sympathy hit me, as if the carousel yearned for the laughter from those old photos. Carefully, I placed a hand on one of the horses as it passed by. The material felt rough under my fingers. The horse's mane was chipped away, each gash in the paint telling a story I would never fully know. The platform didn't even slow at my touch, continuing its strange rotation. I looked up at the night sky, wondering if this phenomenon happened every evening at the same time. Suddenly, a noise behind me made me jump, a metallic clang from one of the rides. I spun around, shining my phone's flashlight into the shadows, but saw nothing move. The wind rattled a row of empty strollers parked by an old sign. Park strollers for rent. They knocked together, producing the metallic sound. My heartbeat slowed, realizing it was only the breeze. Still, with every small sound, I felt more on edge. I walked around the carousel's perimeter, studying the ground below. No wires, no motors. It defied reason. If I told anybody about this, would they believe me? I wished I had brought a camera, but my phone's battery was nearly dead from using the flashlight. A short video clip might be enough proof, but my phone's power wouldn't last long filming in the dark. I felt torn about whether to try or conserve what little battery I had. Fatigue settled on me. It was late, and the park felt colder with each passing hour. I figured I should leave soon if I wanted to make it back safely. Stepping away from the carousel, I looked at it one more time. Under the moonlight, it resembled a lonely dancer twirling in the dark, performing for no one. With a lump in my throat, I whispered a quiet farewell, though I expected no response. The ride spun on, ignoring me. I picked my way carefully back to the entrance. The tall gates creaked as I slipped through. Behind me, the silhouette of the Ferris wheel and roller coaster loomed like monsters against the sky. With every step, I expected the carousel's music to suddenly chime in, or the lights to burst on. But the park remained silent except for rusted metal swaying under the wind. Reaching my car, I looked back at the gate. A part of me wanted to run back inside and see if the carousel had stopped, or if it kept spinning. Another part told me I'd seen enough mysteries for one night. I got into the driver's seat, started my engine, and drove away, headlights illuminating the overgrown road that led to the main highway. Even now, when I think about that theme park, I can almost hear the faint squeak of old machinery and picture the deserted game stalls. The image of that silent carousel spinning each night burns in my memory, raising questions that remain unanswered. Who knows how long it will continue turning, haunted by the echo of joy from long-gone families and faded laughter lingering in the dusty air. Maybe one day the machinery will finally give out, and it will slow to a permanent stop. Until then, it seems the abandoned ride will keep twirling in silence, dancing in endless circles without an audience, powered by nothing but the memories left behind. As the carousel turned, I noticed the old ticket booth for this ride. Inside the booth, dusty ticket rolls sat in neat piles. A small register, partly open, contained coins that had turned greenish with age. Everything was left in place as if the operator had stepped away for a moment and never returned. I swept my flashlight across the booth, thinking how many happy kids must have lined up here for a chance to ride. The sight felt haunting time frozen in a moment of sudden abandonment. In the quiet park, the slow whine of the carousel's old parts carried through the darkness. It was almost peaceful if not for the nagging worry in my gut. Why did it spin? Who or what powered it? The fishermen's tales of ghost ships running without crews drifted into my mind, reminding me of stories where vessels sail in eternal motion, cursed to never rest. Maybe the carousel was something like that, an echo of the past refusing to die. People claimed a single light still worked, flickering on and off in a patch of gloom. Graffiti on the walls warned strangers to stay away, mentioning figures that boarded empty trains but never got off again. Curious to see for myself, I decided to visit during the off hours. I arrived around midnight. The main entrance to the subway station was lit by dim bulbs, most of them covered in dust and grime. A cold draft blew through the open doors, carrying the smell of old metal and wet concrete. Stepping onto the escalator, which wasn't running, I noticed new posters plastered over older signs. The new ones were bright advertisements for local businesses, but they peeled at the corners, exposing old adverts for movies that were popular years ago. Something about the overlapping layers felt oddly sad, as if the station itself had been forgotten. Reaching the bottom, I found a wide underpass with multiple tunnels leading to different platforms. Letters painted on the walls indicated various routes, A, B, C, and so on. Most of the routes had turned off their lights for the night, leaving only a few flickering neon signs. The sign for the deserted platform barely glowed, making it hard to read. I could make out the letter E and half of the word south. Remembering my friend's story, I decided that must be the right one. As I turned into the corridor, I noticed fresh graffiti in large black letters along the wall. They board but never return. Another piece said, "Stay away, shadows take you." It was enough to make my skin crawl. The corridor's lights were spaced out, leaving patches of darkness between them. My footsteps echoed off the tiled walls. A feeling of unease settled in my stomach, but curiosity pushed me forward. Finally, I reached the platform. The chamber was big, with old benches along the sides. Advertisements from an earlier era lined the walls, mostly torn or faded. One lamp near the platform's center flickered, casting an unsteady circle of light on the grimy floor. The rest of the area was swallowed by darkness. A few rats scurried along the rails. The air smelled stale, with a hint of oil and mold. Stepping closer to the edge, I peered down the tracks. The tunnel stretched on in both directions, black as pitch. My heart pounded as I imagined what might hide in that gloom. Could people really vanish on an empty train here? It seemed impossible. Yet the graffiti warnings echoed in my mind. I walked along the platform, shining my phone's light around. Water dripped from the ceiling, forming puddles on the cracked tiles. No sign of any schedule or official notice, just more graffiti. Some messages looked weeks old, others so new the paint hadn't fully dried. One read, "Don't ride the last train." Another showed a simple silhouette of what might have been a person standing beside a train door, all in black paint. It gave me chills. Wind rushed into the station, rustling old papers on the floor. Then, out of nowhere, a faint rumble caught my attention. It sounded like a distant train. Surprised, I checked my phone. No trains were supposed to run this late on the unused route. The rails didn't appear to vibrate, though. Maybe it was just the ventilation system kicking on somewhere else. I kept exploring, pausing under the single working lamp. The flickering light made my shadow dance along the walls in an unsettling way. The space behind the benches was dark, so I crouched to peek under them. Broken bottles, wrappers, and a ragged blanket were shoved there, signs that someone might have slept here recently. I moved along carefully, not wanting to disturb anything. Then, from deep in the tunnel, I heard a hiss, like air escaping from the brakes of a train. My heart rate soared. Slowly, I crept to the platform edge again. The darkness in the tunnel seemed thicker, almost alive. Then, quite suddenly, I saw a faint glow, two small headlights, round and dim, emerging from the blackness. They got brighter, coming closer. Could this be some old maintenance vehicle? Or maybe a late-night train no longer on the official schedule? Conflicting thoughts raced through my mind. The shape slowed as it approached the station. It looked like a single train car, not a full subway train. It rattled along the tracks, metal screeching against metal. The inside lights, if they were on at all, were very weak. I stepped back from the edge, unsure if I should stay hidden or wave at the conductor. But I couldn't see anyone inside. The windows were dark, reflecting only the flicker of the station lamp. With a shudder and a grinding final halt, the lone car stopped in front of me. Its doors slid open with a soft whoosh. I stared, caught between curiosity and caution. No one stepped out, and no voice announced any stops. The door remained open, almost inviting me to board. The wind from the tunnel brushed past me again, making me shiver. I recalled the graffiti warnings. They board but never return. Was this the train they meant? My common sense said to stay back, but a strong urge, a strange pull tempted me to go in and explore. Despite feeling uneasy, I took a small step forward, shining my phone's light into the car. The seats were old and stained, many torn open, their foam bulging out. Overhead ads hung at crooked angles. Fallen newspapers and debris littered the floor. No sign of people or a driver. Just then, something moved in the aisle. A flicker of black at the far end of the car. It was so quick I doubted my own eyes. My throat tightened. I panned my phone's flashlight across the seats. Nothing. Everything was still, but the sense of not being alone pushed adrenaline into my veins. I took a step back onto the platform, caught between fear and curiosity. Suddenly, a low whisper drifted through the open door. It was soft, like someone breathing or maybe a faint breeze. My heart pounded in my ears. Clutching my phone, I managed to speak out loud. "Hello? Is anyone there?" The echo of my voice came back to me from the empty seats. Silence followed, broken only by the flicker of the overhead lamp on the platform. After a tense few seconds, the train doors began to slide closed, as if the car were about to depart. Without thinking, I reached out and blocked the door, keeping it from sealing shut. A new wave of dread hit me. Why was I interfering? But I steadied myself and peered into the car once more. No movement, no figure, just the musty smell of old seats and stale air. I decided to board, even if briefly, for a closer look. The overhead lights inside flickered weakly. It felt colder in there than on the platform. The doors closed behind me with a soft thud. Immediately, I felt a pang of regret. My chest tightened. The train lurched as if about to move, but then it settled again, remaining in place. A row of seats stretched to my left and right, each worn by time and neglect. The floor had footprints in dusty grime, almost too faint to notice. They led from one end of the car toward the middle, then stopped. Kneeling, I tried to make out their shape. They were certainly human footprints, but they seemed to fade away, as if the person who made them vanished. Another chill ran through me. Cautiously, I advanced toward the far end where I thought I'd seen movement. The car lights buzzed overhead, flickering in and out. My reflection in a broken window looked pale and tense. Then the train's intercom crackled suddenly, spitting out a few garbled words before falling silent again. It was enough to make my skin crawl. I called out again, "Is anyone here?" No answer, only the soft hum of flickering lights. My steps echoed, reminding me how alone I was. At the end of the car, I found another door leading to the next car, but it was locked and wouldn't budge. The windows let me see only darkness, no sign of a tunnel or tracks. It was as if the outside world had vanished. An uneasy feeling told me I should go back. I turned around and started walking. Then, in the reflection of the window, I saw a shadowy shape slip behind one of the seats. I froze. My heart thundered. I whipped my flashlight toward the spot. The seat was empty. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. With trembling hands, I hurried back to the entrance, determined to leave. Yet before I could press the door button, the lights inside the car died, plunging everything into darkness. A hush fell, unnaturally thick and suffocating. My breathing sounded too loud in my own ears. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, jabbing the power button. Nothing happened. The phone's battery must have died or it malfunctioned. Panic surged in me. For what felt like an eternity, I stood there, enveloped by blackness, hardly able to see my own hand. A new noise drifted through the car, faint scraping, like fingernails against metal. It came closer, then stopped. I forced myself to speak, voice shaking. "Who's there?" Silence answered. Suddenly, the doors behind me slid open again, letting a sliver of light from the platform's single flickering lamp spill in. Relief flooded me. I bolted out, nearly tripping over the step. The moment I cleared the doorway, the train doors shut, and the entire car jerked into motion, rolling away down the tunnel without a single sound from an engine. I stumbled onto the platform, gasping for air, watching the dim headlights fade into the darkness until they disappeared. The station fell silent again, except for my ragged breathing. The single lamp, still flickering above, revealed the same grimy walls, the same graffiti. But now I felt their warnings sink in. They bored but never returned. My teeth chattered slightly from the cold, from fear, or both. My phone, dead or broken, refused to turn on, so I had no way to check the time. I decided I'd had enough of the deserted platform's strange magic. I retraced my steps, leaving that eerie place behind. Even though the station was otherwise deserted, I felt safer as I passed back through the corridors with somewhat better lighting. The graffiti along the walls seemed to mock me with their warnings, but at least the corridor was empty of any actual threat. Climbing the dead escalator to the main exit, my legs felt heavier than before, drained by tension and adrenaline. When I reached the street level, the city lights seemed to glow brighter than ever, welcoming me back to normal life. I gulped in fresh air, my heart still racing. Heading toward home, I replayed the events in my mind. The silent train car, the vanishing footprints, the shadow I glimpsed. Everything felt unreal, like a dream or a scene from a ghost story. In the following days, I tried telling a few friends about my experience. Most of them thought I was making it up or that I had spooked myself walking around a dark station. Only my late shift friend who first mentioned that platform gave me a serious nod, saying he believed me, that he too once glimpsed headlights on abandoned tracks. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't leapt off the car in time. Where would the train have taken me? Or maybe more importantly, would I have come back at all? Part of me wants to return for answers, but each time I think about it, I recall the scraping sound and my phone dying in the pitch-black carriage. That memory alone makes me shudder, reminding me that some mysteries are better left undiscovered. To this day, the platform remains deserted if the city records are correct. The schedules say no train has run on those tracks for many years. Yet the warnings remain, scrawled in dripping paint along the tunnel walls, and the single dim light still flickers at midnight. Whenever I pass by that part of town, I feel a chill, recalling how I stood on that lonely platform, heard the hiss of an unseen train, and nearly boarded a journey that might never have ended. It was early winter, and the big iron gates were locked tight. The usual splash of kids enjoying the water was replaced by silence. I didn't think much of it until I passed by one evening and saw a strange shape moving behind the fence. It was too dark to make out, and when I looked again, nothing was there. But still, I felt that spark of curiosity. Over the next few days, I heard neighbors whispering about noise at the pool in the middle of the night. Someone claimed they heard water splashing, even though everyone knew the pool was drained for winter. Another person said they saw an odd silhouette clinging to the fence, then vanishing into the shadows. At first, most people dismissed these rumors as kids playing pranks or raccoons finding a way in, but the talk was enough to make me want to take a closer look. Finally, one chilly afternoon, I walked to the pool, wearing my warm coat and a hat to block the biting wind. The tall fence around the property was locked, just as expected. A sign reading, "Closed for maintenance, pool drained," hung from the chain. The place looked empty, no sign of any intruder. With one last glance at the street to make sure nobody was watching, I decided to try the side entrance. It led to a small storage area where the pool staff kept equipment. I found the side gate padlocked. Still, the fence there was a bit shorter. After a moment of hesitation, I climbed carefully over. My heart thumped as I dropped onto the other side, half expecting someone to shout at me. But the property remained silent, the only sounds my crunching footsteps on frosty grass. The main pool area, a rectangle of cold concrete, stretched out ahead. Without water, the deep end looked massive. I jumped down the cement steps that usually led into ankle-deep water. It felt strange standing where water should be, almost eerie, like stepping into a giant bathtub that had lost its purpose. The winter air made everything appear gray and dull. As I reached the pool's center, I glanced down at my feet. That was when I saw the claw marks. They crisscrossed the floor, not deep enough to break the concrete, but certainly enough to catch my eye. They didn't look like normal scratches from tools, or even an animal's small paws. They seemed too long, with wide spacing between each mark, as if made by something bigger. I knelt and ran my gloved fingertips over them. The lines felt rough, more recent than the usual wear and tear. I was no expert, but these marks looked out of place. A chill ran through me as I recalled the stories about nighttime splashes. If there was no water, how could anyone or anything be diving in? Even if the old drains had some leftover moisture, it shouldn't be enough for a splash. Yet the rumors were consistent. Neighbors heard it more than once. I shivered, not just from the cold. I made my way to the deep end. A tall ladder jutted out from the side, typically used for swimmers climbing out. Now it led to a 15-foot drop into a wide, empty pit. Leaves and small branches littered the bottom. More odd markings appeared here, along the walls, as if something had tried to climb the slippery concrete. The pattern was strange, almost like large clawed hands or feet had scraped the sides. Looking up, I noticed the sky was starting to darken. Evening was coming quickly, and I had no desire to be caught trespassing. I climbed out and headed back to the side fence. My mind swirled with questions. Maybe I was jumping to wild conclusions. Perhaps the staff used a tool that left those marks, or an animal with big claws had fallen in. Still, the uneasy feeling wouldn't leave. That night, I couldn't sleep well. My thoughts kept returning to the claw marks. Around midnight, I finally decided to go back with a flashlight. It might be silly, but I wanted to see if the stories were true. If I heard splashes, I would witness them myself. Throwing on a jacket and grabbing a sturdy flashlight, I headed out into the cold, silent streets. When I arrived, the neighborhood was calm. No one else was around, and the wind rustled only a few bare tree branches. The gate still stood as before, locked and quiet. I scaled the side fence again, careful not to make noise. Once inside, I shone the flashlight around. The empty pool glistened under the beam, showing the same harsh lines of claw marks. Everything seemed still. I chose a spot behind some stacked plastic chairs to hide. They formed a small barrier near the lifeguard's post. Curling up with my flashlight off, I kept watch, listening. 2 hours passed in the cold darkness. My fingers felt numb, and I began to wonder if I'd made a foolish decision. Then, around 2 a.m., when I considered giving up, I heard it. A single splash. My heart leaped into my throat. How could there be a splash in a drained pool? I stayed perfectly still, ears straining. Another splash followed, louder this time. It echoed off the concrete walls, impossible to mistake. My mind raced. Was someone pouring in water, or had water mysteriously returned? With shaking hands, I inched forward, flicking my flashlight on low. Carefully, I peered over the edge of the chairs. The middle of the pool was dark, but a faint ripple seemed to shimmer. A shape moved, too big to be a cat or raccoon. I fought the urge to jump up and run, but curiosity made me stay. I turned my flashlight to full power, aiming it at the noise. Suddenly, the shape lunged with surprising speed, disappearing behind a bend. The beam of light revealed a puddle where the shape had been standing, like a small pool of water in the otherwise dry floor. My stomach flipped. Was water seeping in from somewhere? That still wouldn't explain the size of that shape or how it made such loud splashes. I quietly made my way to the edge of the deep end, careful with each step. My flashlight flickered, as if the battery was struggling in the cold. I reached the deep pit and leaned over, shining the light down. The bottom appeared empty except for scattered leaves and those strange claw marks. No sign of movement, but as I moved the beam along the walls, I noticed something glistening. It looked like a wet trail leading up the concrete side, like something had climbed out recently. I swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. My breath froze in small puffs in front of my face. Part of me wanted to run, but I also felt determined to see what was going on. If something dangerous was here, the community needed to know. Stepping carefully, I followed the wet track away from the deep end, trailing my flashlight beam on the ground. The wet path led through a gap in the fence that I hadn't noticed earlier. The chain link wires had been pulled up at the bottom, creating an opening large enough for a person or a creature to squeeze through. I crouched down and peered outside. The path continued across the grass, glistening under streetlights. My mind spun. Should I follow it? It led toward a patch of woods behind the pool, known to be dense and rarely visited at night. Gathering my courage, I decided to check a few steps into the woods. Beyond that, if the wet trail went deeper, I might reconsider. Quietly, I slipped under the fence, shining my light on the ground. Blades of grass were bent and wet, forming footprints or something like footprints. They looked more like the tracks of a large animal, but the shape was off, almost humanoid. Each step had a wide impression with long, curved markings at the end, possibly from claws. I heard a rustling ahead, too big to be a stray cat. A low growl or grunt came next, raising every hair on my neck. My flashlight shook in my grip as I took one more step. Branches parted, and I caught a glimpse of a dark figure about the size of a person, but hunched over. Its eyes reflected my beam with an eerie glow. My breath caught. We stared at each other for what felt like forever. The creature had thick limbs, with elongated hands or paws hard to tell in the dim light, and I saw the tips of sharp nails. A moment later, it bolted deeper into the woods, moving quickly on 2 legs, then dropping to 4, vanishing into the darkness. My heart thudded so hard I could barely stand. I realized I had just witnessed something that defied any normal explanation. It smelled faintly of damp earth, and the air felt colder in its wake. I backed away, stumbling a bit from a tree root. With shaky steps, I hurried to the fence, crawled back under, and returned to the empty pool. My mind raced. Was this a creature that lived in partial water, able to climb the walls with those claws? Or was it something else entirely? Maybe it had used the pool's drain system. But why splash at night in a drained pool? Perhaps it was searching for water, or once lived in it. I didn't linger. I sprinted to the side gate, scaled the fence, and made my way home. That night I barely slept, the image of those wild eyes locked in my memory. The next day, I told only a close friend about what I saw. He looked skeptical, but didn't outright dismiss me. Meanwhile, people continued to whisper about strange noises at the pool. No official explanation ever surfaced. A few days later, city workers locked the front gate with new chains and posted a bigger sign, "Under investigation." I returned once more in the daylight, just to see if the claw marks were still visible. This time, the gate was too secure to climb without risking arrest, so I had to peek through the fence. I could just make out the empty pool, the cement floor still marked by lines that looked imposing even from a distance. No staff or workers seemed to be present. They had simply sealed the place off. To this day, whenever I pass by the community pool, I think about those odd marks on the floor and the watery tracks leading into the woods. The pool remains closed through winter, and rumor has it the city might never reopen it. Neighbors still gossip about hearing single loud splashes at night, even though no water is left in the basin. I haven't gone back after dark. Part of me wants to solve the mystery once and for all, but another part remembers the glow of those eyes in the woods and the sheer fear I felt. If something truly does dive in nightly, maybe it's best to let authorities handle it, though I haven't heard any official report yet. Some mysteries remain unsolved, leaving only fearful murmurs and quiet stories shared among neighbors. For me, the old community pool will forever belong to the memory of that single splash and the dark shape that vanished among the trees. Even if one day they fill the pool again and reopen it, I'll never swim there with the same sense of ease, knowing there might be something lurking just beyond the fence, waiting for the quiet hours of the night to make its move. By day, the area was busy with hammering, drilling, and the shouts of workers. By night, it became silent, and the half-built houses stood like abandoned skeletons against the darkening sky. I remember stopping at the edge of the property, wondering if I should continue. A sign said, "Authorized personnel only," but nobody was around to stop me. I stepped between metal barriers and piles of gravel, nerves on edge. Rows of framed houses stretched out in front of me, each missing walls or roofs. In some spots, only wooden beams rose from the foundation, forming a grid that hinted at the shape of future homes. The ground under my feet was uneven piles of dirt, discarded lumber and coils of cable lay everywhere. I tried to move carefully to avoid tripping. A cold breeze rattled stacks of metal pipes, creating a faint clinking sound in the darkness. It was eerie, like skeleton keys being jingled just out of sight. With each step, the shadows seemed thicker, the corners darker. The scent of cut wood and moist soil hung in the air, reminding me this area had been a grassy field only months ago. A single streetlight, set up by the construction crew, cast a pale orange glow over part of the site, leaving the rest in near darkness. My eyes played tricks on me in the gloom, making me think I saw shapes moving behind half-finished walls. I thought about turning back. After all, the place was private property, and exploring it might not be wise. But my curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see the frames up close, to imagine how these houses would look once completed. Everywhere I turned, I could make out the silhouettes of future doorways, windows, and staircases. It was strange to see a neighborhood in its earliest stages, open to the elements, with the wind free to whistle between wooden beams. While weaving between the structures, I thought I heard footsteps. I paused, heart beating faster, shining my phone's flashlight around. No one was there, only wooden boards and metal scaffolding. Maybe I had spooked myself. The night was quiet, save for that occasional rattle of pipes and the distant hum of traffic. But the thought of unseen eyes following me wouldn't leave my mind. A particularly tall frame stood ahead, likely a 2-story house in the making. The beams formed a web of shadows across the ground. My phone flashlight caught the reflection of something metal nails perhaps strewn around. I stepped carefully, not wanting to pierce my shoe or slip on any debris. Then I heard a soft thud like someone dropping a small object. The sound echoed in the empty space. Instantly, my pulse raced. "Hello?" I called out, the single word lost to the wind. No response. I shone my light around more frantically, checking behind columns of wood and tarp-covered piles of insulation. Nothing moved, yet I couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't alone. I forced myself to calm down. Probably a piece of loose lumber had fallen. Yet doubt nagged me. Didn't the thud sound more deliberate, as if caused by human hands? I swallowed the lump in my throat and continued exploring. Part of me wanted to document the strange shapes of the frames, so I took a few pictures on my phone. The flash lit up the skeleton-like outlines, creating sharp beams of light and shadow. My photos captured the eerie scene, though I wasn't sure I wanted to look at them later. Eventually, I came to a row of future garages. The concrete slabs had been poured, but walls were only partially raised. Standing inside one half-built space, I could see the night sky above. Stars glittered softly. I took a moment to breathe, telling myself everything was fine. That was when I caught a glimpse of something moving behind another frame. It vanished as soon as I turned my head to look fully, leaving me with racing thoughts. Was it just my imagination? Trying to be brave, I walked toward where I thought I saw the movement. A single metal lamp on a temporary stand offered a weak circle of light. Inside that circle lay a stack of metal pipes, presumably for plumbing or ventilation. They were tied together with rope, but they rattled once more, as if touched by an invisible hand. Slowly I approached, shining my flashlight across every beam and gap. Each time I thought I saw a figure, it turned out to be a shadow or a pile of materials shaped in a misleading way. Still, the feeling of being watched refused to leave. My nerves tingled with each shift of the wind, every rattle of plastic tarps, every flicker of my flashlight beam. When the wind died, silence weighed on the sight so heavily that even my breathing sounded loud. If someone else was here, they were hiding well. I decided to climb the staircase framework of the heaviest-looking house. The wooden steps were firmly nailed, built to carry the weight of construction workers and their tools. I ascended carefully, each step squeaking under me. At the top, a platform offered a view over the entire development. Row after row of half-built homes met my eyes, some further along than others. It was like looking at a city of open skeletons under a star-speckled sky. From up there, the breeze carried more noises, metal clanks, a rustle of plastic sheeting, and the occasional tap that could have been a board shifting. Beneath the quiet, it almost sounded like faint breathing. I reminded myself it was probably the wind, or perhaps an animal nesting beneath the frames. Perching on the edge of the platform, I snapped a few more photos. The camera flash revealed empty rooms, open rafters, and bare studs below. Suddenly, one flash lit something odd, a shadow that seemed too distinct to be just the frame. My heart nearly stopped. I lowered the phone and searched with my flashlight. Nothing was there. Maybe the camera had captured just the edge of a beam, creating a human-like form. Yet I couldn't shake how real it looked for that split second, like a person crouching behind a panel of plywood. My hands trembled. That was enough. I decided I'd tested my nerves too far. Carefully, I descended the staircase, attention focused on each step so I wouldn't lose my balance. Once my feet touched the ground, I felt a slight sense of relief, but the uneasy atmosphere was stronger than ever. The sense of being followed, the suspicion of unseen eyes, it all pressed down on me like a heavy weight. Making a quick decision, I turned and headed back the way I had come. The faster I walked, the more I imagined I heard footsteps echoing behind me, just out of sight. My flashlight beam jittered across the path, skipping over piles of wood and cords. Each time something clacked or shifted, I jumped. I told myself it was just loose materials in the wind, but my pounding heart wasn't convinced. Finally, the faint glow of the streetlight near the site's entrance came into view. Relief flooded me. I hurried over piles of dirt and stepped around half-assembled scaffolding until I reached the makeshift exit. Squeezing between two tall wooden panels, I stepped onto the sidewalk. The change in atmosphere was immediate streetlights, the distant hum of cars, and the general feeling of normalcy. Yet my pulse took a long time to settle. I glanced back at the construction site. The beams and frames were dark silhouettes against the night sky. My breathing slowed, but my mind still buzzed with questions. Had there actually been someone else in there with me? Or had my own imagination, fed by rattling pipes and flickering shadows, convinced me I wasn't alone? In the following days, I talked to a friend who lived nearby. He hadn't seen any suspicious activity, but he admitted the place gave him the creeps at night. Rumor had it some teenager snuck in to hang out among the unfinished houses. Perhaps I had almost crossed paths with them. Still, that didn't explain the distinct hush after each noise, the sense that eyes were watching from hidden corners. From time to time, I pull up the photos I took on my phone. Most just show half-built wooden frames. One or two capture glimpses of the starlit sky. But that single shot, the one where I noticed the odd shape, still sends a chill down my spine. It might be just a shadow, or it might be something else. I've studied it in detail, zooming in until the pixels blur. I can't decide if it's my imagination or if a face truly stares back at me. I haven't returned to the site at night. The project continues, and each day the houses inch closer to completion. Soon, families will move in, paint walls, add furniture, and fill the neighborhood with life. Kids will ride their bikes on those sidewalks, and the wind's whistle between the beams will be replaced by normal household sounds. By then, nobody will recall the lonely nights when those frames stood empty, rattling pipes echoing in the breeze, and unexplainable shadows seemed to slip behind every board. Sometimes, though, I think about going back for one last look before the houses become homes. The memory of that uneasy watchfulness calls to me. But I hesitate, recalling how unsettled I felt under those half-finished roofs. Perhaps it's best to leave it in my memory, a mysterious encounter among the silent structures, with the possibility that I wasn't alone lingering in the darkness. If there truly was someone or something hidden there, I prefer not to know. When I drive past during the day, I see workers nailing shingles or hauling drywall, and everything appears normal. But I can't help picturing the sight at night, the skeleton frames swaying in the wind, and the echoes of metal pipes. I wonder if the workers sense any leftover tension, or if it vanishes under the bright sun and the chatter of construction crews. Maybe the place only comes alive in that eerie way when the day's noise vanishes, leaving room for secrets to slither between the shadows. For now, I let those secrets rest. Whether it was a trick of the light, a hidden trespasser, or simply my own fear that watched me from behind the beams, I prefer not to find out. The suburban construction site will soon become an ordinary row of homes, full of laughter and light. When that happens, whatever hovered in the darkness, real or imaginary, will be swept aside by new beginnings. And I'll remember that night as a reminder of how easy it is to see shapes in the shadows when we're alone, and how powerful our imaginations can be in the silence that follows sunset. I drove past the old pharmacy late one evening, its boarded-up windows reflecting my headlights. The wooden planks over the windows were cracked, and I could see shadows of dusty shelves inside. Curiosity tugged at me. I had heard rumors that the place was haunted, or that people saw flickering lights after midnight. Deciding to check for myself, I parked on the deserted street. Stepping out of my car, I felt a slight chill in the air. The pharmacy sat at the corner of a block, surrounded by empty shops with for lease signs. Every time a car passed, its headlights lit up the boards covering the pharmacy windows, creating strips of light on the dusty glass inside. It was enough to make my heart thump faster. With no one around to stop me, I walked up to the boarded door. A piece of wood was loose, and I gently pushed it aside, revealing a narrow opening just wide enough to slip through. Inside, my phone's flashlight revealed scattered bottles on the floor, some empty, some still bearing faded labels. The store smelled musty, like old paper and spilled chemicals. Rows of busted shelves lined either side of a single aisle. Each step kicked up clouds of dust, making me sneeze. My breath sounded too loud in the hush. As I moved deeper, I heard the soft crackle of static. It sounded like a radio stuck between stations. The noise came from somewhere behind the main counter. I tiptoed down the aisle, noticing broken glass from what might have been the door to a refrigerated section. A few medicine bottles lay on the ground, cough syrup, pain relievers, their labels peeling. It felt as if customers and staff had vanished suddenly, leaving everything behind. Rounding the corner, I spotted the source of the static. An old radio behind the counter. Its plastic case was yellowed with age, and the antenna stood at an odd angle. I found it surprising that the device still had power, especially in a building with no electricity. Yet the soft crackling persisted, faint and constant. I stared at it, searching for a battery pack or a cord. In the dim light, I couldn't see any wires leading to a socket. A heavy chill settled over me, and I glanced around, my flashlight tracing the edges of the counter. Tattered receipts and a few coins remained, scattered over the dusty surface. An old register stood nearby, drawer open and empty. Once in a while, the radio static shifted, almost like it was trying to play a station. I thought I heard a brief whisper, maybe a human voice, but it could have been my imagination. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed through the aisles. My pulse leapt, and I aimed my flashlight toward the sound. One of the loose shelves near the back had just tipped, sending a few tins of medical supplies clattering to the ground. Trying to stay calm, I reminded myself that old buildings shift with the wind, and loose shelves can fall on their own. Still, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something might be inside. I took deeper breaths and moved toward the back. The shelf lay at an angle, half collapsed. A pair of crutches and a box of bandages were spilled across the floor. My flashlight beam revealed scratch marks on the wall behind the shelf, as though someone had dragged something heavy or sharp along it. I wasn't sure what to make of those marks, but they didn't look friendly. A small door behind the shelves caught my eye. It was labeled storage. The handle felt cold in my hand, and with a bit of force, I pushed it open. Dust billowed out, clouding my flashlight. Inside, the storage room was cramped, lined with metal racks. Many of the boxes had fallen, their contents spilled. Medicine bottles, cotton swabs, and rubber gloves were all over the floor. Even here, I could still hear the faint hiss of the radio through the thin walls. Then I heard a soft shuffle behind me. Spinning around, I aimed my light back into the main store area. Nothing. The radio crackled louder for a moment, as if reacting to my movement, then quieted again. I took a step forward and called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed in the empty aisles. The only reply was a squeak from the broken door as it settled on its hinges. Feeling my nerves fray, I decided it was time to head back. I exited the storage room and carefully stepped around the scattered bottles in the aisle. As I edged closer to the counter with the radio, the static began to change again. For an instant, I thought I heard a distant melody, like old music from another decade. The tune faded almost as soon as it started, leaving me with a sense of strange loss. I bent down to get a closer look at the radio, shining my phone's flashlight on its dials. They were cracked, stuck between stations. With a trembling hand, I tried turning the dial, but it wouldn't budge. The static rose, filling the pharmacy with soft but unrelenting noise. It felt like the radio wanted to speak but couldn't form proper words or tunes, only broken sounds. Another clatter made me whirl around again. A row of pill bottles toppled from a shelf near the locked entrance, rolling across the floor. My flashlight dimmed momentarily as if the battery were failing. For a second I thought I saw a figure standing there, hunched over, watching. I blinked and the figure was gone, replaced by the gloom of the boarded entrance. My heart pounded so loudly I worried it might echo. Determined not to stay any longer, I grabbed my phone in a tighter grip and hurried back to the opening where I had entered. Each step felt like walking through thick, invisible fog, as if the pharmacy itself resisted letting me leave. The radio's static followed me, fading slightly with each footstep. Finally, I reached the makeshift hole in the boarded door. The night air outside was cold but refreshing on my face. Slipping through, I landed in the empty parking lot, relief flooding my chest. For a moment, I stood outside, catching my breath. I glanced back at the boarded entrance, wondering if I had truly seen a shadow or just my imagination. The static noise was gone now. Neither the boards nor the shattered windows revealed any sign of light inside. Only darkness. Back in my car, I couldn't stop replaying everything in my mind. The crackling radio, the scattered medicine bottles, the falling shelf. I kept asking myself who could have left that radio on, or whether it was powered by some old battery that refused to die. The possibility of a hidden figure made me shiver. I started the engine, headlights illuminating the pharmacy for another moment. Nothing stirred behind the broken glass. In the days that followed, I told only a few close friends about my visit. Some believed me, while others laughed, saying the building was just old and creaky. Still, a few people whispered they had also seen lights in the pharmacy late at night, but were too scared to go inside. Whether it's haunted, inhabited by a lone stranger, or simply an unexplained leftover of static electricity, I don't fully know. Sometimes when I drive by, I see the boards still in place, the interior lost in darkness. I imagine the radio's static continuing in that silent space, the aisle floors littered with forgotten pills and broken shelves. I haven't gone back to check, and maybe I never will. Part of me fears stumbling upon that hunched shadow in a corner, or worse, hearing the radio finally tune in to whatever message it's been trying to deliver in that lonely pharmacy. I sometimes work the late shift at the local bus station, helping drivers finish their routes and close up for the night. Our city is not very large, but the buses run until close to midnight to serve people leaving late jobs or night classes. Most nights go smoothly. Drivers come back with tired faces, counting their fares and marking the end of another day. But one story keeps circulating among them. They whisper about a strange passenger who appears only on the last run, wearing a hood pulled low over their face. After this person boards at the final stop, the bus continues to the next stop, but when it arrives, the seat is empty and the fare box ends up short by exactly 1 coin. At first, I thought it was just a rumor or a prank to scare new drivers. But then I started hearing different versions of the same tale from drivers who normally did not talk to one another. Each driver described the same details: a late-night route, a hooded passenger who steps into the bus with no words, and an empty seat soon after. It got me curious. I decided to investigate, along with a driver I know well named Ramon. He has driven the midnight route for years and swears he had his own encounter. We planned for me to ride along on the final run of the week. The route is called Line 12 Night Service, traveling across the entire city from north to south. It begins at the large downtown station and ends at a small suburban stop near the edge of a quiet neighborhood. Then it circles back empty to the station, finishing a long shift. Ramon told me that if the hooded passenger appears, it's usually at that last suburban stop. After that, there should be no more riders, so the bus is basically heading back with no passengers. That night, I arrived at the station around 9 in the evening. Ramon was checking the tires on his bus, cleaning the mirrors and making sure everything was in working order. I asked if he felt nervous, but he only shrugged, saying, "If it happens, it happens." I just want to know the truth. After a few final checks, we boarded, turned on the lights, and started the route. For several hours, we picked up normal passengers, tired workers, students returning from classes, a few tourists who were lost. The city lights glowed around us and everything felt ordinary. By the time we reached the final downtown stop, it was close to midnight. Most of the passengers had gotten off, leaving only a few scattered individuals. One by one, they left at their stops until the bus was empty. Ramon and I exchanged glances. This was the part of the route where the strange stories began. We drove through silent streets, passing dark shops and closed restaurants. The only sounds were the hum of the bus engine and the occasional buzz from a streetlight. Finally, we arrived at the last suburban stop. It was just a small shelter with a single street lamp. Normally, nobody waits there at that hour. Yet as we pulled up, we saw a figure standing in the dark, wearing a dark hoodie. Their head was bent forward so we couldn't see the face. My pulse quickened. Ramon opened the door, the usual hiss sounding too loud in the still night. The figure stepped on board, moving slowly, almost like they were unsure of each step. Before Ramon could greet them, they tapped a bus pass on the fare machine. It beeped, but the fare box read something strange like an error code. The passenger ignored it and walked to sit near the middle of the bus. Their hood stayed low, hiding all but the lower part of their face from the overhead lights. I thought I saw a faint reflection in their eyes, but it could have been the bus lights. Ramon glanced at me with wide eyes that said, "Well, here we go." We continued on, following the final stretch of the route that loops around back to the station. My heart pounded. I tried to appear calm, occasionally peeking at the passenger's reflection in the rearview mirror. They sat perfectly still, not checking a phone, not looking out the window, not moving at all. The bus seemed colder, or maybe it was just my nerves. At one point, I thought I heard a soft sigh, but it might have been the bus engine. Outside, the suburban streets were empty, no other traffic in sight. After several minutes, we approached the next stop on the route. Nobody ever gets on or off there at this hour because it's near a closed shopping plaza. Ramon slowed down anyway, out of habit. Before we came to a full stop, I swiveled in my seat to look at the passenger, but the seat was empty, completely empty. My eyes darted around. I checked the row behind, then the back row. No one was there. My skin prickled. Ramon turned in his seat, too, confusion in his eyes. He pressed the overhead light switch, brightening the interior. Still no sign of the passenger. The bus doors had not opened. We had heard no footsteps. Yet the passenger was gone, vanished without a sound. Ramon looked scared, which was unusual for him. He had once told me he could handle drunks, troublemakers, anything. But this was something different. We just sat there for a moment, stunned. Finally, Ramon walked to where the passenger had been sitting. The seat was cold, as if no one had sat there at all. On the floor, right under the seat, we found one bus token that looked old-like, a design the transit system had stopped using years before. Ramon checked the fare machine, and sure enough, the total was short by 1 coin. In other words, the passenger had effectively paid with a token that the system didn't register, or they paid another way we couldn't explain, like they had stolen a coin from the bus box. This matched all the stories we'd heard. We finished the route in silence, heading back to the bus station. I could hardly believe what I'd just seen, or rather not seen. Ramon parked the bus in the garage and started filling out his daily paperwork. He added a note about the strange passenger, describing everything that happened. A few of the other late-shift drivers were still around, and they saw how shaken Ramon looked. He shared the story, and they nodded slowly, as though it matched their own encounters. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Part of me wanted to believe it was an elaborate prank, but how did the passenger vanish from a moving bus without us hearing or seeing anything? The bus door had never opened. I asked some of the older drivers if something like this had happened in the past. One of them, an older gentleman named Ed, told a similar story from 15 years ago. He said a person in a hood boarded his last bus out in the suburbs, never said a word, then disappeared a few stops later. Ed shrugged and said, "Never could explain it, so I stopped trying. Ramon, however, felt we needed to figure it out. We decided we would ride that same route again the next weekend. Maybe set up a phone camera to record the back of the bus. So the next Saturday night we prepared the same plan. Ramon was in the driver's seat, and I sat near the front with my phone ready to film. Throughout the route, everything was normal. Passengers came and went, then we eventually arrived at the final suburban stop. Sure enough, a hooded figure stood there again, just like the week before. This time I started filming the moment the passenger stepped on. The bus pass beeped with the same odd error code. They walked down the aisle and sat in the exact same seat as before. I zoomed in a bit, though the bus's interior lights weren't bright. The passenger kept their hood down, staying motionless. All we could see were folded hands on their lap. The rest was hidden by the hoodie. We drove on. I glanced at my phone's screen, seeing the dark shape of the passenger. Then, as we neared the next stop, my phone's screen flickered. The camera feed cut out for a moment. I panicked, tapping the screen to get it going again. By the time the feed returned, the seat was empty. I hadn't heard any footsteps, no door opening, nothing. It was as if the passenger had never been there. My phone recorded a few seconds of static, then showed an empty seat. Ramon slowed the bus to a stop. We checked around again, flipping on the lights. Of course, there was no one. Another old token lay on the floor. Another coin was missing from the fare box total. I rewound the video, hoping to catch the passenger disappearing, but the footage just showed a distortion. One moment, the hooded figure was in view. The next, the seat was empty, replaced by static. The audio hissed, offering no clues. After that, Ramon told the bus company manager, but the manager brushed it off. He said driver error might be causing the fare shortage. Maybe the passenger slipped off at a red light. We knew that was impossible. The bus doors beep each time they open, and we can see them in the mirror. But there was no record of the door opening. The manager looked uncomfortable whenever we pressed the matter. He just repeated that the city can't control weird events. Word spread among the drivers. Some refused to drive that last route alone, demanding the company assign a second driver for safety. Others decided they would ignore the strange passenger if they ever appeared. However, the passenger kept returning. Time after time, a driver would come in looking pale, complaining about losing one fare coin and insisting they had a hooded passenger who vanished. No one found a logical explanation. I wondered if it was connected to an old accident or some tragic event in the city's history. Perhaps the passenger was a restless spirit of someone who once relied on that final bus ride, but never completed their journey. I spent a few afternoons at the local library, combing through newspaper archives. I found mention of a bus crash decades ago. It involved the same route on a rainy night when a passenger was thrown from the bus. The passenger's body was never recovered. The name was left unidentified in the article, simply listed as an unknown person. It was a chilling discovery. Ramon and I showed this information to Ed and a few other drivers. They grew uncomfortable, saying it made sense. Maybe that lost passenger continues trying to finish their journey, paying a fare in some half-real way, disappearing mid-ride. Still, no one could confirm it. The old news article was vague, giving few details. To this day, the last bus on that route continues to run. The hooded passenger does not appear every single night, but it happens often enough. New drivers learn about it quickly, usually after their first startled experience. Some choose not to dwell on it. Others become obsessed, trying to catch a photograph or a clear piece of video evidence. Nothing ever comes out clearly. Cameras glitch, or the lens is suddenly blurred at the crucial moment. Passengers who ride the last bus rarely notice anything amiss. They might sense a cold spot on certain seats or wonder why the bus is short a coin. But they move on with their lives. Only those who pay attention, the driver, a night shift inspector, or a curious coworker, feel the eerie tension. They hear the hush that fills the bus when the hooded figure is on board, as though the entire vehicle knows this passenger doesn't belong in normal reality. I still help out on late shifts from time to time. Whenever I see Ramon, he gives me a weary smile, rolling his shoulders as if trying to shake off the memory. He says he no longer tries to catch the passenger on video. He simply greets them politely in his mind, if that makes sense, and continues the route. When the seat is empty at the next stop, he quickly writes down the lost coin count and tries not to think about it too much. He says it's become part of the job, like dealing with traffic or broken air conditioners. Sometimes I consider riding that bus again, purely out of curiosity. But then I remember the chill in the air, the vanishing figure, and the static on my phone screen. And I decide it's best to leave the mystery alone. Maybe the passenger needs that ride, in some surreal sense, to complete a journey they never finished in life. If that's the case, who am I to stand in their way? I have shared this story with close friends, and each time I see a mixture of skepticism and fear on their faces. Some believe it's true. Others think it's a silly urban legend. I can't force them to believe, but I know what I saw, and so does Ramon. And so do several other drivers who have been there in the quiet hours of night, hearing only the hum of the engine as the hooded passenger slips away into thin air. On nights when I pass that final suburban stop, I slow my car and stare at the bus shelter. It looks ordinary under the streetlight, empty, silent, but I still imagine the silhouette of someone standing there, waiting for the last bus. No matter how many times the driver tries to see that passenger's face, it remains hidden by the hood, lost to the shadows. And each time the bus continues on, one coin less than before, carrying a story no one can quite explain. I work at a small museum in a quiet town. The building is old, with tall columns at the entrance and narrow hallways inside. Each floor is packed with dusty artifacts, paintings, and sculptures that cover a wide span of history. People usually visit to see the impressive main exhibits, a collection of prehistoric fossils or the famous paintings from centuries ago. Most of them never learn about the basement. It is less glamorous, used for storage and overflow. Only staff members enter, mostly to file away old archives or move large items out of public view. Until recently, I never gave this basement much thought. A month ago, our head of security, Mr. Oliver, showed me something strange. He asked me to join him in the security office after hours. When I walked in, he pointed to a monitor that showed a live feed from the cameras. There were different views: front desk, main gallery, back hall, gift shop, and basement corridor. I saw nothing unusual at first, just the usual empty museum halls at night. But Oliver paused the live view and rewound the footage from the night before, around 2 a.m. He pressed play. My heart skipped when I saw what appeared on the basement camera. At first, the basement looked dark. Then, out of nowhere, a faint light glowed from inside one of the locked rooms. The camera angle only caught a sliver of the doorway, but I could see some exhibit lights flick on, shining with a soft yellow glow. Moments later, shapes, shadowy figures moved around. They seemed to pass between tall objects, maybe sculptures or large display cases. The camera showed them drifting from left to right in slow, graceful steps, like they were viewing the items on display. After about 10 minutes, the lights flickered off, and everything returned to darkness. My surprise turned to confusion. I told Oliver, "That part of the basement is sealed off. We haven't used it for years." He nodded. We knew for a fact that only a small handful of staff members had keys for the basement, and the old exhibit rooms were double-locked, mostly because they contained fragile or outdated displays from decades past. No one was scheduled to be there, especially at that hour. We decided to check the basement in the morning, but everything looked normal. The door to the forgotten exhibit was locked. The overhead lights were all switched off at the main circuit box. No footprints or signs of break-in. It gave me chills, like the camera had shown another reality. For the next week, the same thing appeared on the footage at least 3 nights. Each time, around 2 a.m, a glow would light up the locked exhibit. Then we would see dark shapes pass through, sometimes pausing as if studying an object. Daytime staff found no evidence. The exhibit remained locked and covered with a layer of dust. The circuit box showed no power usage. Each caretaker or guard we questioned had no explanation. Some joked it was the ghosts of artists or old curators. In hushed voices, Others admitted feeling uneasy in the basement, like someone was watching them. Curiosity got the best of me. I decided to speak with Miss Park, our museum archivist who had worked here longer than anyone else. She recalled that many years ago, the basement housed a special exhibit of sculptures from various cultures, stone carvings and wooden figures, some rumored to be cursed or connected to myths of wandering spirits. Attendance was poor, so eventually, the museum shut down that exhibit, locked it away, and moved on to more popular attractions. Miss Park sighed, saying, "I always wondered if we handled those pieces correctly. Some objects were said to have unusual energies." That same day, Oliver and I requested permission from the museum director to enter the locked exhibit room. The director, though skeptical, gave a hesitant nod. He seemed bothered by the idea that staff believed in ghost stories, but he agreed the security footage was puzzling, so he handed over the old keys for us to investigate. That evening, just before closing time, we headed down together, keys jangling in my pocket. The basement air felt colder, and each step produced an echo on the concrete floor. We reached the locked door, accompanied by 2 other staff members who were curious but nervous. Oliver turned the key, and with a firm push, the door opened. A stale smell rushed out like old wood and dust. We switched on our flashlights, shining them over shapes covered in white sheets. Inside, we found pedestals, glass cases, and stands arranged in rows. Sculptures stood under blankets, draped to protect them from damage. Everything was thick with dust. We carefully pulled back the coverings, one by one, to see what lay beneath. Carved stone heads, graceful wooden totems, and clay figures with worn faces. Some had missing limbs or cracks. Labels were faint, the text bleached by time. A single overhead light fixture hung from the ceiling, but it had no bulb and no sign of recent use. Glancing around, I couldn't imagine how this space could glow so brightly in the security footage. The main power switch was off. There were no hidden lamps or battery packs. For the sake of thoroughness, Oliver and I tested the light switch on the wall. Nothing happened. We checked, but the lines had been disconnected years ago. Everything was silent. No sign that anything here had been disturbed recently. Even our footprints in the dust looked like the first human steps in ages. We spent at least an hour searching for hidden entrances or cables. Nothing. Finally, we left, locking the door behind us. I felt no closer to an answer, only more unsettled. If this place was truly abandoned, then what did the cameras capture at night? Later, back in the security office, we watched the live feed with fresh eyes. That night nothing happened, giving me a small sense of relief. Maybe we had spooked whatever was causing the phenomenon. But after a few peaceful nights, the glow appeared again. This time, Oliver was watching live, so he rushed down to the basement in real time. He carried his radio, letting me hear his progress. On the monitor, I watched the locked door area shine with that soft light. Shadows drifted behind it. Oliver approached the door from the hallway, radio in one hand, keys in the other. He muttered that everything was dark from his side. No light coming through the door cracks, no sound at all. I watched the camera feed, speechless, as it clearly showed a strong glow from behind that same door. Oliver inserted the key, turned it, and flung the door open. Darkness. The moment the door swung wide open on camera, the glow vanished, replaced by the beam from his flashlight. The flickering shapes were gone. The radio crackled with Oliver's shaky voice. "I don't see anything. Same old dusty room. I can't explain it." He stepped inside, shining his flashlight. The camera feed showed only Oliver's silhouette in a dark space. The exhibit was silent. From that point on, word spread among the staff about the nightly phenomenon. Some refused to go into the basement at all, citing bad luck or spooky vibes. A few insisted it was just an electrical glitch, though none could explain the shadowy forms. The museum director grew concerned that rumors would leak to the public, possibly scaring off visitors or attracting the wrong kind of attention. He tried to keep it quiet, suggesting we shut off basement cameras altogether. But Oliver and I felt the need to keep them running, hoping for clarity. One evening, Ms. Park spoke with me again. She brought old inventory records from the archived exhibit. Some of the sculptures, she explained, were from cultures that believed in living spirits housed within carved statues. Others came from temple ruins known for stories of guardians who walk at night. She wondered if these myths might have some grain of truth, that maybe those sculptures were not entirely at rest. Determined to see for myself, I volunteered to stay overnight, hidden near the basement corridor with Oliver. We planned to wait until 2 in the morning. If the lights appeared, we'd quietly approach and see if we could witness the phenomenon in person. The director gave in reluctantly, requesting we be safe. So, that night we set up chairs in a dark corner of the hallway. We kept the basement door in view. The hours crawled by. Around us, the museum stood quiet, with only the faint hum of air conditioning and the occasional creak of old floors. Right before 2, the alarm from Oliver's phone buzzed. Our eyes locked on the door. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then a soft glow leaked from underneath the door. It was exactly like the footage, warm and yellowish, as if many small lamps flickered to life. My heart pounded. Oliver slid out of his chair, walking carefully to the door. He held the key in his trembling hand. We both noticed there wasn't any light shining through the crack above the door from our perspective. Yet we could see a glow at the threshold itself. It defied logic. Oliver turned the key quietly. We heard the lock click. He nodded at me, and I slowly pushed the door inward. Instantly the glow vanished. The room lay dark, with only the shapes of sheets and the weak flashlight beam. We stepped inside, expecting to find something or someone. We found just dust, silence, and those old stone heads staring back at us with blank expressions. No footprints, no hidden lights, nothing out of place. We stood there, breath steaming in the cold basement air. It felt like the entire room was watching us. Then, from behind a draped sculpture, a faint rustling sounded. We froze, shining our lights toward the corner. But it was just a tarp settling, probably from the moving air. Still, it made our nerves jolt. Oliver exhaled loudly, breaking the spell. We left the room, hearts pounding, locked up again, and spent the rest of the night in the hallway. The glow did not return until after we left in the morning. By sunrise, I had no concrete answers, just a deeper mystery. The next day, Ms. Park suggested we remove a few of the sculptures and place them in the main museum space, maybe to see if moving them changed anything. The director, though still skeptical, allowed us to display one of the smaller stone statues in the main hall on a temporary stand. We labeled it simply as Artifact from Curated Basement Collection. But once on display, the statue drew odd attention from some visitors, who asked if it was new or if it had always been in that spot. A few commented they felt like someone was standing behind them when they viewed it. And at night, the camera no longer showed a glow in the locked exhibit room. Instead, the main hall camera flickered strangely now. No glowing shapes, but the feed sometimes glitched near the statue's stand. It was as if the energy had moved upstairs along with the artifact. The day staff still found everything in order each morning, but we had more recorded moments of quick flickers, where a shape seemed to appear near the statue and then vanish. Over time, the director grew uncomfortable with these occurrences and decided to return the statue to the basement, locking it away once more. The nightly glow resumed in the basement, exactly as before. Eventually, the museum quietly closed off that entire section, telling staff it was for renovation and public safety. The cameras remain in place, still capturing occasional lights and drifting silhouettes. But the official stance is that it's all an electrical error. Some of us who have watched the footage or entered that room late at night believe otherwise. We share our own hushed stories about the power that lingers in those old sculptures, or the spirits that roam among them after hours. Visitors do not know about the locked basement exhibit, and we do not volunteer the information. It remains the museum's secret, known only to a few employees past and present. But once in a while, I walk by the basement corridor, see the locked door, and imagine the faint glow seeping through. I can almost feel the presence of lost histories and silent guardians stirring in the darkness, continuing their mysterious nightly dance unseen but ever present, waiting for anyone daring enough to look. I arrived at the small inn after a long day of traveling. The building looked charming from the outside, painted in soft colors with flower boxes under the windows. The innkeeper, a friendly older woman named Mrs. Adams, greeted me warmly at the front desk. After I signed the register, she handed me a key to room 3, explaining that my room overlooked the garden. Just as I was about to climb the stairs, another guest approached the desk, insisting she be moved out of room 4. She seemed nervous. I overheard her whisper, "I can't stay in there. The clock keeps staring at me." Curious, I paused on the staircase. Mrs. Adams sighed, nodded, and gave the woman a new key. Once the guest was gone, the innkeeper noticed my concerned expression. She explained there was something unusual about room 4A large antique clock on the wall that never showed the right time. It was always stuck at midnight. Even if you adjusted the hands, they would slowly creep back to that same point. Mrs. Adams confessed she'd tried to remove the batteries, but discovered there were no batteries inside at all. Clock repairers had examined it more than once and concluded it couldn't be fixed. Over time, rumors spread that the room was haunted, leading some guests to avoid it. I was intrigued. What kind of clock could not be repaired or even powered, yet still move back to midnight after being adjusted? Mrs. Adams seemed embarrassed, as if the clock reflected badly on her inn, but I was only more curious. I went up to room 3 and unpacked my things, then wandered downstairs to the sitting area, hoping for a glimpse of room 4. Sure enough, the door was closed. A small card was pinned above the doorknob reading, "Out of order, no entry." It felt strange to label a guest room out of order, but it was probably her way of keeping curious guests away. That evening, I ate dinner in the cozy dining room with 2 other travelers. They both mentioned hearing stories about the clock. One said she heard the clock sometimes chimed faintly at midnight, even though nobody had ever wound it up. Another claimed a friend once stayed there and heard the ticking all night long, only to find the hands still frozen at 12. I wondered if there was any truth to these tales, or if they were just superstitions. Before going to bed, I passed by room 4 again. The hallway was dim, lit by only a single lamp. There was no sound behind the door, no chime or ticking noise. I stood there for a moment, debating if I should knock or try the door, but Mrs. Adams had told me the room was off limits right now. She didn't want more rumors spreading, so I returned to my room, feeling a small chill at the thought of that frozen clock. Later that night, a soft noise woke me. I glanced at the bedside alarm, 12:05 a.m. The inn was quiet, but a faint click-click-click drifted through the hallway. It sounded almost like a slow, rhythmic ticking. I sat up, listening more closely. Yes, it was definitely coming from somewhere beyond my door, the direction of room 4. My heart pounded with curiosity. Getting out of bed, I tiptoed outside in my pajamas. The corridor felt colder than before. At room 4, I noticed a thin line of light under the door, as though a lamp was on inside. But wasn't the room supposed to be empty? Gathering my courage, I knocked softly. No answer. I placed my ear against the wood. The ticking became more distinct, each second passing with a metallic echo. Against my better judgment, I gripped the doorknob. It turned without resistance. The door eased open with a low creak. Inside, a single lamp on the bedside table cast a weak glow. The antique clock hung on the wall, tall and ornate, a dark wooden frame with a glass face. Its short hand and long hand were locked on 12, both pointing straight up. Yet the sound of ticking filled the air, as if the clock were alive. I stepped closer and saw that the second hand was moving, each tick sending the small pointer around and around, never advancing the larger hands anywhere past midnight. I reached out to lift the glass panel, wanting to see if there was some secret mechanism inside. But as soon as my fingertips touched the wood, the clock chimed, a low and ghostly ring. I shot back, startled. The second hand froze in place for a moment, then resumed its steady sweep, ignoring me. My pulse hammered in my ears. How could it be chiming on its own? Suddenly, a voice behind me whispered, "You shouldn't be in here." I spun around to see Mrs. Adams standing at the door in her nightgown. Her expression wasn't angry, more sad and tired. She asked me softly to leave the room and wait in the hallway. Reluctantly, I did as she said. Once I was outside, she closed the door behind her. I could hear her speaking to someone or something inside. The words were too quiet to make out, but her tone sounded gentle, almost comforting. After a few minutes, Mrs. Adams emerged, looking pale. She locked the door, then escorted me back to my room. I felt bad for disobeying her rule, so I apologized. She simply nodded, sadness in her eyes. Finally, she explained in a soft voice that the clock had belonged to her grandfather, who passed away in that very room many years ago. Ever since his last night, the clock refused to function normally. No matter what repairs were attempted, the hands always returned to midnight. She said she believed her grandfather's spirit remained tied to that clock. He had owned it since she was a child, always winding it by hand every night before bed. When he died unexpectedly, the clock stopped at 12. Neighbors tried to fix it, but discovered there were no gears that matched any standard parts. Over time, the story spread, and guests who stayed in that room felt uneasy. The inn slowly developed a reputation, and eventually, she stopped renting the room altogether to avoid scaring people. I asked if she wanted to remove the clock, maybe store it away. She shook her head. Removing it felt wrong. It had been there for generations, part of her family's memories. As strange as it was, it kept her grandfather close in a bittersweet way. She hoped that one day the clock would find peace. I thanked her for trusting me with this personal story. She appeared relieved, maybe glad to share the burden. We both returned to our rooms. I had trouble sleeping, still haunted by the clock's chime. It was like hearing an echo of the past, stuck in the present. The next morning, life at the inn seemed normal. Breakfast was served to a handful of guests, and Mrs. Adams stood behind her desk with a polite smile. Yet I noticed her eyes dart toward the staircase more than once, as if checking to see if the clock caused any new trouble. After gathering my things, I approached to settle my bill, feeling a bit guilty for causing her extra worry. At checkout, I couldn't resist asking if there was anything I could do. She gave a small, sad smile and shook her head. "I've made my peace with it," she said. "All I ask is that you don't spread rumors. This inn is my home, and that clock is part of my family. People misunderstand so easily, and I don't want them thinking this is some cheap haunted attraction." I promised her I would keep the story quiet, telling only close friends who would respect her privacy. She thanked me, and I could see the relief in her eyes. As I walked out the door, I glanced at the old staircase leading to room 4. The place felt calm in the morning light, no trace of the eerie ticking. Still, I had experienced enough to know the clock was more than just a broken heirloom. Driving away, I thought about how unusual it was. An old clock with no batteries or working gears, always pointing to midnight. A room that guests feared, yet one the innkeeper loved for sentimental reasons. Perhaps some forces can't be fixed or explained, living on through objects that hold strong memories. The small inn stood behind me, quiet and unassuming, carrying its secret within those walls, a clock forever frozen at the hour that once changed a family's life. And for all I knew, it would stay that way, ticking softly in the night, reminding whoever chooses to listen that time, for some, can stand still in ways we can't fully understand. I work at a small post office in a quiet town, helping sort mail and packages each morning before the doors open to the public. Most days feel routine. We receive boxes, letters, and postcards from all over, and our scanners handle each delivery. But about 2 months ago, something unusual started happening. A large parcel showed up with no sender information. No return address, no postal code. Nothing beyond our own town's address and the words, "Special Delivery." My coworker Sarah and I passed it through the scanner, but the results showed only an empty interior or an error. Unsure what to do, we set it aside on a shelf in the holding area. The next day, the package was still there, unclaimed. Normally, if a parcel lacks proper labels, we try to locate a sender or contact the intended recipient. But this box had neither. We opened our log, checked the daily records, even spoke to the delivery driver, who said he found it among his usual shipments. That evening, just before closing, Sarah and I noticed a soft ticking sound when we walked by the package. At first, we thought it was the clock on the wall, but it was coming from within the box, faint but steady. We exchanged looks. It made us uneasy. The following morning, another identical parcel arrived. Same marking, same size. We scanned it again. The system registered nothing except an error message. By now, our supervisor, Mr. Garcia, got involved. He inspected both boxes. They seemed ordinary on the outside. Brown cardboard sealed with wide tape. Shaking them produced a quiet rattle, but nothing distinct. Mr. Garcia used a handheld scanner for hazardous materials, but it showed no sign of chemicals or electronics. Our best guess was that these were pranks or mistakes, but the faint ticking continued from both parcels when we listened closely. Days went by without anyone stepping forward to claim them. Each Thursday, a new parcel arrived, always unmarked, always producing that gentle tick once it sat for a while. By the end of the second week, we had a small stack of them in one corner of the storage area. The ticking sometimes got louder in the afternoon, as if the boxes were counting down something. Yet every official check we did turned up no clues. We hesitated to open them because our regulations told us to keep undelivered freight intact unless given permission to inspect. Mr. Garcia filed a report to the regional postal office requesting guidance. They told us to hold on to the parcels for a bit longer. Meanwhile, rumors spread among the staff. Some believed the boxes contained hidden clocks or old mechanical devices. Others joked about a time traveler sending mysterious shipments. A few worried they might be dangerous. The only person who seemed calm was Lillian, our oldest clerk. She said that many years ago, a similar thing happened. Strange packages arrived, full of random old items, and eventually someone claimed them. Still, she admitted the steady ticking was odd. One Thursday afternoon, curiosity got the better of us. Sarah and I decided after our shift ended, we would try to lift the tape on one box just enough to peek inside. We picked the oldest of the parcels, the first one that arrived. Carefully, with a box cutter, we sliced along the tape. No alarms went off and nothing exploded. We inched the flaps open, shining a small flashlight inside. To our surprise, all we could see was a layer of crumpled paper, the kind used for packing fragile goods. The ticking sound seemed louder, though. My hand shook a bit as I peeled back a bit more paper. Suddenly, Mr. Garcia's voice echoed from behind us, startling us both. He told us to stop. He'd just received a call from the regional office telling us, under no circumstances, should we open the parcels yet. Some higher department wanted to inspect them personally, worried they might be stolen artifacts or something requiring special handling. Reluctantly, we taped the box shut again. That night, I left the post office feeling uneasy, mind buzzing with unanswered questions. The next morning, 2 inspectors from the regional office arrived, a man in a neat suit and a woman in a crisp jacket. They introduced themselves as Mr. Lyle and Ms. Fernandez. With clipboards in hand, they examined each parcel, listening to the ticking, scanning them again with advanced devices. Their expressions remained calm, but I noticed Ms. Fernandez's eyebrows arch. When I mustered the courage to ask if they had any idea what was inside, they simply stated it was under investigation. They loaded the first few boxes onto a dolly, planning to take them back for further analysis. Just as they were about to leave, our daily delivery truck arrived, carrying yet another identical box. The driver placed it on the counter, looking confused. Mr. Lyle and Ms. Fernandez exchanged glances, then scanned it with their device. Their screen flickered, showing the same error. The 2 inspectors decided to stay a bit longer and watch if anything else happened. A schedule for these packages seemed to exist, always on Thursdays, at almost the same time of day. Sure enough, by mid-afternoon, that new box began to tick softly. Ms. Fernandez pressed her ear against the cardboard, listening for a full minute. Then, for the first time, she appeared unsettled. She flipped open her phone to make a call, speaking quietly so we couldn't hear. Meanwhile, Mr. Lyle's expression turned serious. I asked him if we should be worried about safety. He shook his head, saying, "Cannot confirm yet. Please stay calm." After finishing her call, Ms. Fernandez said they would take this latest parcel, along with the rest, and drive back to their facility. Before they left, Mr. Garcia asked if we would ever find out the contents. The inspectors exchanged looks again. Finally, Ms. Fernandez cleared her throat and explained that the ticking sound might be tied to an internal timing mechanism, though she didn't elaborate. Mr. Lyle added they had encountered something similar once before, in a different region, but it turned out to be harmless, just unusual. When they departed with the parcels, our entire staff breathed a collective sigh of relief. The following Thursday arrived, and for the first time in 2 months, no suspicious package showed up. We were eager but anxious, wondering if this strange chapter had ended. We waited as the hours ticked by. Nothing arrived. The day felt strangely quiet without the possibility of another large box in the corner of the storeroom. Weeks passed with no new arrivals. We never received a formal report about what the inspectors discovered. Our supervisor tried contacting them but only received a polite statement. "Case is closed. Thank you for your cooperation." No further details. Of course, we all couldn't help speculating. Sarah believed the boxes contained mechanical relics that someone was mailing around for unknown reasons. Lillian stuck to her theory that these were random shipments from a disorganized sender. Others joked that maybe it was a secret government experiment. I still think about those packages from time to time, remembering the soft ticking that made my skin crawl and the odd emptiness on the scanner. I wonder if someone out there sent them on purpose, hoping they would reach a certain person or place, or if it was just a glitch in the system, a chain of lost deliveries. Sometimes, as I pass the shelves where the boxes once stacked up, I can almost imagine that faint tick, reminding me of how little we truly know about the packages we handle. The post office feels back to normal now, busy with everyday letters and parcels. But I'll never forget the weeks when strange, unclaimed boxes arrived like clockwork, carrying secrets that only ticked in the silence. I first heard about the strange rail car from my friend Marcus, who works at a small gas station on the outskirts of town. He told me that late one night while locking up, he saw a faint glow near the old tracks behind the station. When he went to investigate, he found a lone train car that hadn't been there before. Its windows looked fogged over, and it made no sound at all. Startled, he backed away. By morning, curiosity got the better of him, and he told me his story. Together, we decided to take a closer look. The tracks Marcus mentioned cut across a weedy field at the edge of town. They haven't been used for years. No trains come through anymore. Rusty railroad signs still stand, but most people ignore them. When we arrived in broad daylight, we saw the rail car right where Marcus said it would be. It was an old passenger car, covered in patches of brown rust. The once white paint looked cracked and dirty. A few windows were still intact, but sprayed with some haze on the inside, as though condensation or a filmy deposit had built up. We approached carefully, stepping over broken ties and tall grass. It looked abandoned. No engines, no other cars attached, just this single metal box on wheels, standing as if it had been left there decades ago. I circled the perimeter, noticing that the door at one end hung slightly ajar. Marcus followed at a short distance. Up close, we could see the rail car was in worse shape than we thought. The metal was peeling, the interior dark. Yet I remembered how Marcus swore there'd been a light inside the night before. I felt a chill as I imagined that glow shining from fogged windows. That same day, a group of townspeople came by to look. Word got around fast in our small community. Some said they had driven by the night before and seen a soft glow coming from within. Others thought they heard a low hum, like old engine vibrations, even though no locomotive was anywhere nearby. A few older folks mentioned rumors of a ghost train, stories they heard when they were kids. None of us could explain how an entire rail car ended up on a line that wasn't even connected to the main tracks anymore. Local authorities decided to call in a few inspectors from the nearby city, hoping to solve the mystery. 2 days later, they arrived. Cummings and Ms. Reed both wore bright orange safety vests and carried clipboards, ready to record details. They parked their truck on a gravel path next to the old rail line, stepping into the tall grass to examine the car. A couple of us townspeople watched from a distance, eager to see if they would open the door or find something unusual inside. We saw Ms. Reed shine a flashlight through a grimy window. Mr. Cummings tapped the side of the rail car, listening to the clang that echoed back. Then they climbed the small metal steps and gently pulled on the half-open door. Rust flaked off as the door swung wider. A stale smell drifted out, like old leather seats and damp metal. They disappeared inside for a good 10 minutes while we waited. Eventually they emerged, looking puzzled. Ms. Reed shook her head at us, calling out, "It's empty, completely empty." Mr. Cummings added that the seats were torn and the floor was almost rotted through in places, but there was no sign of recent activity, no working lights, and no power source. That evening, though, a few local teenagers claimed they saw a glow again. They were hanging out near the field and spotted a faint light flickering through one or two windows. By the time they mustered the courage to check it out, the rail car seemed dark again. They ran back home, spooked and excited. Stories spread quickly. Some people dismissed it as the kids imagining things or playing pranks. Others wondered if something else was going on in that old carriage. Mr. Cummings and Ms. Reed made plans to move the rail car off the tracks the following week, using a crane and flatbed truck. They said it was a hazard if people kept sneaking in at night, risking injury. For the next few days, they brought in extra gear, chains, heavy machinery, and floodlights. The plan was to lift the entire rail car from the old tracks and transport it to a nearby depot for further study or disposal. Our town rarely sees big equipment rolling in, so it drew a crowd. On the night before the scheduled move, though, everything changed once more. Marcus and I couldn't resist driving by to see the big machines up close. At first, we stood by the fence that separates the gas station property from the field. All the trucks were parked, no workers around because it was late. But the moment we looked at the rail car, our stomachs turned. A flickering glow appeared through one of the dusty windows. It was faint, like a lantern moving slowly through the rows of seats. I felt a surge of fear mixed with curiosity. Marcus whispered, "There it is, the light." We stepped cautiously into the tall grass, wanting to be sure our eyes weren't playing tricks. The glow stayed steady as if someone was walking from window to window. Once we got closer, we froze. I heard the softest hum, almost like far-off electricity. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then silence. The light vanished. We quickly retreated, hearts pounding. Neither of us wanted to open that door on our own. The next morning, Mr. Cummings and Ms. Reed returned, ready to move the rail car. A large crane arrived, swinging its hook overhead. Workers positioned giant straps under the rail car's undercarriage. Dozens of people gathered to watch. We expected it to go smoothly, just lifting the car off the rails and onto a flatbed. But as soon as the crane began to lift, the straps started to tear through the old metal. The underside was more rusted than they had realized. Everyone panicked for a moment, worried the whole car might crumble. Finally, after some careful adjustments, the crane lifted the rail car a few feet off the track. Water and rust dripped from the frame. The workers placed it gently on the waiting truck. When we peered underneath, we saw rotted boards and twisted metal flakes. It was amazing the railcar hadn't collapsed on its own. Once secure, the workers drove it to a fenced area near the train depot outside of town. The plan was to examine it more thoroughly there, perhaps salvage some parts or scrap it entirely. Strangely enough, on the very route the truck took, several bystanders reported seeing a faint glow from inside the subject railcar, even while it was on the move. The driver denied it, saying the interior was dark and dusty. But a couple of people swore they witnessed soft lights drifting behind the fogged windows. When they told Mr. Cummings, he shrugged, suspecting a reflection from the streetlights or maybe car headlights shining into the windows. Once the railcar was parked at the depot, the workers pried the doors open for a careful inspection. The interior was basically a ruin. Torn seats, rusted frames, bits of broken glass. The overhead lighting fixtures were ancient, no signs of electricity for decades. Ms. Reed took photos of everything, though she seemed disappointed not to find any hint of something supernatural or suspicious. She left behind a small security camera, set to record overnight, just to prove no intruders came inside. The next day, the camera footage showed nothing but darkness. If a glow or a shape had roamed that rail car, it left no trace for the camera to pick up. Even so, rumors persisted around town. A ghostly train car forever wandering the rails, glimpsed at the edge of different towns, always appearing neglected but sometimes shining from within. A week passed. The depot manager, Mr. Hernandez, decided the rail car was too damaged to salvage. He contacted a scrap company to haul it away. One morning I went by to see if it was still there. The gates were locked, but I could see the rail car in the distance, sitting on a siding. To my surprise, I noticed a subtle glow around the windows even though it was midday. It seemed like sunlight catching the glass, but it gave an odd, misty effect. My stomach fluttered. Something about it felt off. I thought about telling the manager, but a part of me didn't want to meddle further. That evening, just before the scrap company arrived, a sudden storm hit the area. Thunder boomed, and rain hammered down, soaking everything. By the time the storm passed and people returned to the depot, the rail car was gone. Gone, as in vanished from the siding where it had been left, with no tracks or heavy footprints in the mud. The depot manager insisted the gates were locked and no crane or truck entered during the storm. Yet the rail car was not where they had parked it. Workers searched around the yard, thinking maybe wind or something had shifted it on the rails. Impossible, of course, it was too heavy, and it couldn't move on its own. But no one found a single clue. Back in town, some folks claim they saw a dark shape rolling past the old field that same night, briefly illuminated by lightning. Others say the rail car simply disappeared, returning to wherever it had come from. The local newspaper printed a small article. Mysterious rail car vanishes after storm. The story quickly became town legend. Neighbors still talk about how it appeared on the disused tracks, baffling everyone with its fogged windows and reported lights. Sometimes I wonder if the rail car might reappear somewhere else, another unused track, another quiet town. Maybe it's cursed or haunted, carrying echoes of a time when trains ran day and night. Or perhaps there's a simple explanation we'll never uncover. The memory of those faint lights flickering behind cracked glass remains embedded in our local lore. Stories like that tend to linger long after the rails rust and the train whistles fade into history. I still live here, not far from the old tracks. Once in a while, I walk by the spot where the rail car stood, stepping among weeds and broken ties. If the sun is setting, I catch myself looking around for any sign of metal or that distinctive shape. All that's left is an empty, silent track leading nowhere. But in my mind, I can still picture the lonely rail car, windows fogged, lights faintly glowing, ready to vanish when we least expect it. I moved into the Whitewood apartments at the end of summer. The building looked ordinary at first, a tall brick structure with a small lobby and an older elevator. There were about 10 floors, each with a row of doors leading into small units. My new place was on the 5th floor, a one-bedroom with older appliances, creaky floors, and windows facing the street. I decided I could live with the building's quirks because the rent was affordable and the location convenient. In those initial days, neighbors greeted me kindly, and nothing seemed strange. Not long after I settled in, something odd happened. While unpacking boxes, I received a phone call on my personal cell. A man's voice, calm and friendly, said he was calling from the apartment maintenance office to schedule a pipe check. I frowned because I hadn't heard of any official building maintenance staff. The voice gave a date and time, then ended the call. The next day, no one showed up, and I realized the building's directory did not list a maintenance department. The building manager, Mrs. Castillo, always said that repairs were handled by hired contractors, not by on-site employees. Confused, I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was just a scam call or a wrong number. A week later, I heard a commotion in the hallway. One of my neighbors, Mr. Lee, was talking loudly to someone on the phone, looking quite annoyed. I opened my door to check if he was okay. He hung up quickly and told me he kept getting calls about mandatory water heater inspections. According to the caller, someone would arrive soon to check every unit's water heater, but no one ever came. Then, Mr. Lee mentioned something even stranger. He found his door unlocked one morning, even though he was sure he locked it the night before. He worried maybe a burglar had picked the lock, but nothing was missing. By then, I suspected something was off. More neighbors began sharing similar stories. Phone calls from maintenance staff at odd hours, always polite, always scheduling some kind of inspection or repair. But the building manager had no knowledge of these calls. Whenever a neighbor tried calling back, the number didn't connect. Even more unsettling, some residents reported finding their doors unlocked at random times. A few insisted they heard the deadbolt click on its own in the middle of the night, yet they found no one outside. Curiosity got the better of me, so I decided to visit Mrs. Castillo and ask if the property owner had hired new staff. She looked surprised and said the building had no live-in maintenance crew. Repairs were done by outside professionals who always carried proper ID and paperwork. She asked if I had any number for these supposed maintenance people, so I showed her the missed call on my phone. It was just a random local number, apparently out of service if we tried calling it. Mrs. Castillo said she would investigate, but she looked more confused than concerned. That evening, I double-checked my own door's lock, turning it carefully until I heard the click. Feeling uneasy, I decided to watch some TV in the living room with the volume low. Around 9 p.m., my phone rang, displaying a number I didn't recognize. A chill went through me. Cautiously, I answered. A woman's voice said, "Good evening. This is Dorchester Building Maintenance. Calling to confirm we can access your apartment tomorrow for a minor faucet replacement." Her tone was friendly, almost cheerful. I asked for details, but she provided only a time 10 a.m., then hung up. I tried calling back, but the line went dead. The next morning I stayed home to see if anyone would actually show up. No one did. When I checked my door, I noticed it was unlocked, though I had bolted it shut overnight. My nerves spiked. Had someone entered while I slept? The living room and kitchen looked undisturbed, but the door's lock sitting at unlocked was chilling. I called Mrs. Castillo to report it, and she sounded worried. She asked me to give her an exact timeline. Then she promised to look at security footage from the 5th floor hallway. Later that day, she called me back, saying the cameras in my hallway had shown nothing unusual. Apart from me leaving briefly to take out trash, nobody else approached my door. Yet I knew I had locked it, and somehow it ended up unlocked. And that phone call about a faucet replacement felt too strange to ignore. I decided to talk more with my neighbors. Many on our floor shared similar experiences. Random calls about repairs, unlocked doors, but no one ever on camera. My neighbor Lucy said she heard a clicking sound at 3 a.m. and got up to see her front door slowly swinging open, but the hallway was empty. Some neighbors started blaming faulty locks or electrical wiring. But these theories made little sense. If the locks were malfunctioning, how did they turn by themselves? Plus, the phone calls continued, each one mentioning different repairs, replacing carpets, testing smoke alarms, checking the fridge lines. None of these tasks ever took place. It was like the calls served only to alert tenants of some fake maintenance schedule. This pattern grew so frequent that people began ignoring calls from unknown numbers. Yet the calls increased, sometimes late at night. One day, I noticed a timid old woman, Ms. Bernal, from the 10th floor, standing in the lobby with a suitcase. She said she was leaving the building for a while because she felt unsafe. She claimed her door had opened 3 nights in a row at the same time, 2:18 a.m., always following a phone call that repeated static and faint voices. She believed it was a ghost or something even more sinister. When I asked if she had reported it, she said she had, but no solution was offered. She was too frightened to stay. At about this time, Mrs. Castillo organized a meeting in the lobby, inviting all tenants to discuss these mysterious calls and unlocking doors. A dozen residents showed up, each with a story to share. Doors found open, lock bolts turning on their own, or calls mentioning specific requests like, "We need to access your living room to check for leaks," or "We'll be repainting your bathroom tomorrow." None of these maintenance tasks ever occurred. The group demanded answers, but Mrs. Castillo was just as baffled as we were. She promised to contact the building's actual owner, Mr. Howard, who rarely visited, and see if he had hidden cameras, or if there was some old system interfering with phone lines. The tension in the meeting was thick. After the meeting, I walked around the building searching for clues. The basement was old, full of musty boxes and the main circuit breakers. I didn't see anything suspicious, just cobwebs and dusty tools. Upstairs, some halls looked the same as always, though a few door frames had scratch marks, as if someone tried to force them open. Residents began checking up on one another more often. People locked their doors multiple times, even pushing chairs against them at night. Still, the calls persisted. One evening, I had enough. My phone rang, another unknown number, as I was eating dinner. Already irritated, I picked up and demanded the caller identify themselves. The voice, oddly calm, said, "Maintenance check duplex wiring in your bedroom closet. We apologize for any shelf movement." Then it clicked off. My frustration flared. I marched to my bedroom closet and found nothing amiss. But as I slid one of the shoes aside, I noticed the doorknob on the closet seemed to shift slightly, like someone had tried it from the other side. That was impossible. There was no other side. It was just a small closet with a single door. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. In a hurry, I rushed to my front door, confirming it was locked. To my relief, it was still locked, but for how long? Sleep came uneasily that night. In the darkness, I imagined hearing faint clicks around the apartment. I turned on the bedside lamp, but that only sharpened my nerves, making shadows dance on the walls. In the morning, I woke to a frantic knock. It was Mrs. Castillo, looking pale. She told me Mr. Howard had come by at dawn with a locksmith to inspect random doors. He wanted to see if he could replicate the unlocking problem. They tried my door, but it held firm. Then they visited Lucy's apartment next door. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard Lucy shouting she did not want them messing with her door unannounced. Mr. Howard apologized, but he looked as rattled as everyone else. I followed them around for a bit as they tested doors on different floors. The locksmith found no mechanical faults in the locks. Meanwhile, Mr. Howard assured people he hadn't hired any new staff. He also admitted he had no direct control over the phone lines. He believed some outside line might be crossing signals. Yet, that didn't explain the doors unlocking and locking on their own. The frustration among tenants grew. Some threatened to move out if this continued. One night I invited Marcus to stay over. He was handy with electronics and offered to help me set up a small camera inside my apartment, pointed at my front door so we could catch any sign of it unlocking. We left a hallway light on to ensure the camera had a decent view. Then we stayed up, drinking coffee and trying to keep ourselves entertained until after midnight. Finally, exhaustion took over. We drifted off, the camera still rolling. At about 3 a.m., I jolted awake to a clicking noise. The apartment was silent otherwise, but that click repeated twice. Marcus jumped up, grabbed his phone for a flashlight, and we dashed to the living room. The door was slightly open. My stomach twisted in fear. We rushed to check the camera playback. A wave of static covered the screen at the exact moment the door unlocked, like interference had interrupted the feed. We saw the doorknob turn on its own, but no hand was visible. Then the door hinge creaked open. A shadow flickered across the lower corner of the video, but we could not make out a shape. It lasted all of 2 seconds before the camera feed returned to normal. Marcus replayed the footage multiple times, trying to spot details. The shadow looked vaguely human, but it was too dim. After that clip, the door simply eased shut again. Our hearts pounded. We double-checked the hallway. It was empty, no footprints, no sign of forced entry. I felt both frightened and awestruck. We emailed the video clip to Mrs. Castillo, who forwarded it to Mr. Howard. The next day, Mr. Howard showed up with a small team, possibly from a security firm. They examined my door and camera setup. They asked about the phone calls. Even after seeing the footage, they looked skeptical. They concluded there must be some tampering or trick. Maybe an old building schematic had a hidden corridor. That seemed ridiculous to me, but I had no better explanation. Meanwhile, the phone calls continued for other residents. More doors unlocked themselves, then locked again. Mrs. Castillo was overwhelmed, with half the tenants ready to break their leases. Mr. Howard arranged for an electrician to inspect every wire in the building. The electrician found old cables, but nothing that could pick locks or produce phone calls. A phone company representative also visited and said the building's landlines were standard, with no sign of intrusion. Late that week, a new rumor cropped up. Many years ago, this building was used briefly by a company that employed live-in maintenance workers. Some caretaker had died in the basement, but nobody knew the details. People whispered that maybe his spirit lingered, continuing maintenance routines in a ghostly manner. It sounded absurdly superstitious, but rumors often arise when logic fails. The strangest part was that nobody could confirm or deny the rumor. Old city records for the property were incomplete. As the weeks dragged on, more tenants left, unable to cope with the constant calls and random door unlocking. I stayed, partly driven by curiosity, partly because I couldn't break my lease easily. The experience became almost a new normal. My door unlocked every few nights, but I learned to place a heavy furniture piece in front of it. That way, if it swung open, I would hear a scrape. I still got the calls, though I stopped answering them. The voice on the other end, whether male or female, always sounded polite, always insisted they needed entry for some repair job. One day I ran into Lucy, who was carrying boxes out to a moving truck. She seemed relieved to be leaving, telling me she couldn't handle the stress. She claimed to have woken up one night and found footprints in her living room, leading from the door to her kitchen and back out. The footprints were wet, as if someone had walked through water outside before entering. Yet her hallway carpets were perfectly dry. That was the final straw for her. Now the building has fewer residents, most of them either ignoring the calls or living in fear. I remain here, still sometimes awakened by that click in the dead of night. Each time, I check my phone log to see if a suspicious maintenance number tried to reach me. It is always there, a missed call or a brief voicemail about scheduling work on my sink or my heater. The building manager does what she can, but there's only so much to be done when no real culprit can be found. The phone lines keep ringing, and the locks keep turning. Sometimes I wonder if some hidden mechanism in the walls triggers the bolts automatically. Or maybe someone with old master keys roams the building, playing an elaborate prank. But the weird static in the camera footage, and the calls from numbers that vanish when we call back, push the limits of any normal explanation. Maybe the old caretaker's spirit is still checking each apartment, ensuring everything is in working order, unbound by locks or physical barriers. From time to time I think about moving away, but I also feel drawn to solving this puzzle. Each day I pass my neighbors in the hallway, fewer now, and we exchange nervous greetings. We check that our doors are locked, bracing ourselves for the next ring of the phone. If I manage to answer a future call, maybe I'll ask them directly what they want, who they are, and why they're calling. Until then, life goes on in this strange building, haunted by maintenance calls that announce repairs no one asked for, and doors that open themselves in the quiet hours of the night. I was sitting on the docks with my friend Juan, watching the sun sink behind the water, when an old fisherman named Robert passed by. He was carrying a bucket of freshly caught fish, and he looked a bit shaken. Juan, curious, asked if everything was fine. Robert shook his head and said he'd seen a strange boat out on the lake. No one at the wheel, but soft lights dancing inside as if people were moving around. Before he could get closer, darkness fell. He lost sight of the boat and couldn't find it again. We both thought it sounded like an odd fish story, but there was something in Robert's eyes that made me take his words seriously. The next day, I mentioned the story to my father, who has been fishing these waters for decades. He shrugged and said sometimes people leave houseboats moored at the far side of the lake. near a cluster of small inlets that are easy to miss. But the rumor kept spreading. Day after day, different fishermen returned at twilight, claiming they had glimpsed a drifting houseboat. Warm lights glowed through the windows, but no one stood on the deck. The boat seemed to glide silently across the water, ignoring wind or current. Then, each morning it was gone. No anchor, no trace, just an empty span of water. As weeks passed, I grew curious. Our lake wasn't that large, and a houseboat is not easy to hide. If it were real, we should have been able to track it down. One mild evening in early summer, Juan and I decided to stay out on the lake after sunset. We took my small motorboat, loaded up with snacks, flashlights, and a thermos of coffee to keep us awake. The air was pleasantly warm, and the water shimmered with the reflection of moonlight. For hours, we drifted near the center of the lake, scanning the horizon. Nothing but the quiet lapping of waves against the hull. Then, sometime after midnight, Juan poked my shoulder. "Look," he whispered. He pointed to a distant shape on the water, barely visible in the dim moonlight. I peered carefully and saw what looked like a rectangular silhouette with a gentle glow at its windows. My heart raced. Could this be the drifting houseboat everyone had talked about? We started the engine and slowly moved closer, trying not to make noise. Sure enough, it was a houseboat. A modest one with 2 or 3 windows in a single row, each faintly lit by what seemed like lanterns or soft bulbs. No one stood on the bow or upper deck. It was as if the boat were running on its own. A slight breeze brushed the water's surface, but the houseboat stayed on a steady path, almost like it followed an invisible track. We got near enough to see the details of the deck chairs neatly arranged, a small table and curtains fluttering in the window. Still, no sign of a person. I waved and called out, "Hello! Is anyone there?" My voice sounded too loud across the silent lake. The houseboat gave no response, continuing its slow drift. Juan suggested we tie our boat to the side and step aboard. It felt risky, but curiosity won out. We carefully pulled up alongside, grabbed a rope and fastened it to a cleat on the houseboat's deck. The hull made a soft thump against ours. We climbed over the rail, flashlights in hand. Inside, the lights were indeed some kind of lanterns, placed on a small table by a large window. The interior smelled faintly of old wood and clean water, like someone whipped the floors daily. We found no footprints or clutter. It felt lived in, but not recently. A pair of life jackets lay folded near the door, and a kettle rested on the tiny stove. Yet, the kettle was cool to the touch, not used for a while. Strange. We stepped through a narrow hallway. There was a bedroom with a neatly made bed, sheets untouched. No personal belongings, no clothes, no photos. In a small cabinet we noticed old canned food with faded labels, possibly left behind months ago. It was eerie, like someone had prepared this place to live in but never stayed. Juan went back outside to inspect the upper deck. I heard him calling my name with a note of alarm in his voice. Rushing out, I found him staring at the horizon. The entire lake seemed darker, as though the moon had hidden behind clouds. But worse, our small boat, which we had tied up, was drifting several feet away from the houseboat. The rope was undone, trailing in the water. Neither of us had untied it, and the water was nearly calm, so it shouldn't have come loose on its own. My heart pounded. Without our motorboat, we were stuck on this silent houseboat in the middle of the lake. Juan and I shined our flashlights around, trying to spot anything that could explain the rope coming free. Nothing. It felt as if an unseen hand had unhitched the line while we were inside. Then we realized the houseboat itself was moving more quickly now, gliding across the lake without engine noise. The lights inside remained gentle and steady, showing no flicker that might suggest an electrical surge. We wrestled with the helm, trying to see if we could steer, but the wheel was locked in place, refusing to budge. The boat, it seemed, had a mind of its own. We started shouting for help, shining our flashlights in every direction. Across the water we saw no other crafts, no sign of the shore. The lake wasn't huge, but in the darkness it felt endless. The houseboat drove on, unstoppable. We braced ourselves, wondering if it would crash into the shore or if we'd sail all night. Then, just when our nerves were at the breaking point, the boat slowed. A faint scraping sounded beneath us, as though it touched shallow ground. Could it be near a hidden cove? Juan and I peered over the rail. We were close to the far side of the lake, surrounded by tall reeds and marshy water. In the moonlight, we spotted a narrow path leading into the trees. The houseboat stopped altogether, floating calmly. We took the chance to unroll a small emergency raft we found stowed under a seat on the upper deck, an older model but still usable. Carefully, we lowered it, hopped in, and paddled away, hearts hammering. The houseboat stayed behind, motionless, lights glowing softly. We reached the shore and splashed into the muddy ground, grateful to be on solid land. When we turned back to look, the boat was no longer visible behind the tall reeds. Dawn was starting to break, so we marched along the shore until we found a main road, then flagged a passing truck to take us back into town. Early the next morning, we returned with help a few other fishermen who owned speedboats, along with the local police, since we had an incredible story. We guessed we'd find the houseboat anchored in the reeds, but when we arrived at the same spot, it was empty water, no sign of the boat. Fresh tracks of crushed reeds showed that something large had indeed been there recently, but it left no further evidence. The police shrugged, unsure what to report. They reminded us that private houseboats do exist, and maybe the owner was playing a prank. But that explanation didn't feel right. The boat's eerie self-navigation and the undone rope felt too purposeful. Our story spread through the region, matching the accounts given by other fishermen. A drifting houseboat at twilight, glowing with lights, yet empty of any passengers. Some folks began to spin local legends. They claimed the boat once belonged to a family that disappeared long ago. Others talked about an eccentric inventor who built a self-guided boat and left it to roam the waters. None of these rumors could be confirmed. Juan and I tried to put the experience behind us, though we both had nightmares for a while. Then, about 3 weeks later, local kids swore they saw a glowing houseboat near the old dock on the lake's northern shore. One boy said he approached it and heard music playing inside, like a violin, but he got scared and ran away before he saw anyone aboard. A search party returned the next day. No boat. Another night, a fisherman claimed he saw the boat drifting under a full moon, a single figure standing at the deck railing. When he blinked, the figure vanished, and the boat soon crept into darkness. It became a recurring pattern, sightings at twilight or just after midnight, each time the interior lights shining. A fisherman or passerby might try to get close, but something would always intervene. Either the boat would disappear behind a bend, or a strange wind would arise, pushing them away. By sunrise, it was never found. It got to the point where people called it a ghost boat. Some declared it a hoax, a local gimmick. Others swore it was real, anchored firmly in secrets that only it knew. Eventually, a few bolder souls attempted a nighttime stakeout from the shoreline, armed with binoculars and cameras. They captured grainy photos of what looked like a houseboat's silhouette. The images weren't clear enough to prove anything. A couple of them said they saw pale shapes inside, as if shadows were moving behind the windows. But again, no solid proof. The mystery remained. Over time, it turned into a piece of local folklore. Fishermen would tell new arrivals, "Watch out for the drifting houseboat at twilight," and travelers would laugh it off as a ghost story until they saw the faint lights themselves. I sometimes dream about stepping onto that deck again, seeing the neatly placed lanterns, the quiet bedroom, and that strange kettle on the stove. I recall the sense that the boat was waiting for something or someone. Even now, I can't forget how our rope untied by itself, or how the houseboat steered toward the reeds, letting us escape. It was almost like it didn't want to harm us, but also didn't want us to stay. Where does it go in the daylight? Does it slip under a cove, or vanish into some hidden inlet that disguises it from view? Or does it quietly sink below the surface, only to re-emerge each night? No one truly knows. To this day, whenever I'm out on the lake at sunset, I keep a lookout for a gentle glow dancing on the surface of the water. My skin prickles if I think I see a flicker of golden light. Some nights the lake is entirely peaceful, just moonlight on rippled waves. But other times, a few times, I'd swear I see a shape in the distance, waiting patiently for darkness to fall. I've learned not to chase it anymore. The drifting houseboat remains an unexplainable presence on our waters, gliding between fact and legend, leaving behind only questions and a glow in the twilight. I learned about the odd happenings at the old Miller and Sons factory while drinking coffee at a small diner in town. Some workers from a nearby warehouse were talking about strange smoke they saw coming from the factory's tall chimney at night. The building had been shut down for years, ever since the owners went bankrupt. By day, it was clearly abandoned. Windows were broken, the main gate was padlocked, and weeds grew tall around the loading docks. But every so often, especially on cold, quiet evenings, people claimed they would see a thin trail of smoke rising into the sky. They swore there had to be someone inside, getting the machines running again. Curiosity got the better of me, so one Saturday afternoon I drove to that side of town. The road leading to the factory was cracked and lined with rusted signs. Beyond the security fence sat the building itself, a rectangular mass of concrete and bricks, with a chimney climbing 5 stories high. The yard was empty. No cars, no footprints. Everything looked silent. I decided to park across the street and take a look around. I met a security guard on duty, an older man, Mr. Peterson, who sat in a small booth at the edge of the property. He used to work as a guard back when the factory was active. Now his job was to keep vandals away, although he confessed few people ever came by. He said that a new property management company recently hired him to patrol the place. When I asked him about the nighttime smoke, he paused and lowered his voice. He admitted noticing it himself. Some mornings he walked the interior to make sure no one had broken in, only to find certain gears and belts warm to the touch, like they had been in use an hour before. But he never saw a single person. He showed me the large metal door leading into the main assembly hall. It was locked tight with chains. There were no broken windows that someone could easily climb through. An outer staircase led up to the roof, but that door was also bolted shut. Yet Peterson insisted that the next time smoke rose from the chimney, the gears below would still be warm, and sometimes small amounts of fresh soot covered the floor near the furnace room. He said he tried to stay awake late at night, hoping to catch whoever was doing this, but he never saw any signs of movement on his security cameras. I asked if the cameras showed the interior, but he explained the new company only installed cameras on the outside of the building. Inside, everything was dark. The management did not want to spend extra money wiring the old structure. Peterson had asked them for at least a few cameras in the assembly hall, but they told him it wasn't necessary. He felt powerless to prove what was happening, and the company seemed uninterested in his stories of warm machinery. I grew more fascinated and began asking around town. Some older residents remembered a time when the factory produced metal parts for farm equipment. After the business collapsed, the owners left in a hurry, selling what they could and abandoning the rest. A few homeless people used the space for shelter until the place was boarded up. Over the years, teenagers would sneak in for thrills, but that stopped after security measures tightened. Still, from time to time, rumors circulated about faint lights in the windows after midnight, or the sound of metal clanking inside. One local man, Rudy, claimed to have proof. He worked as a truck driver delivering scrap to a different factory nearby. One night, while passing the old Miller and Sons building, he noticed a soft glow in an upper window. He parked on the roadside and watched. A thin line of smoke drifted skyward. He even recorded a quick video on his phone. It showed a wavering light in the third-floor window, like the flicker from an old lamp. But as soon as he moved closer to the fence, everything went dark. Later he tried showing the video to others, but the footage was blurry and shaky. Most people said it looked like a reflection or a trick of the streetlights. Eventually I decided to spend a night there myself with Peterson's permission, to see if I could witness anything unusual. I arrived just before dusk, setting up in a corner of the fenced lot near the guard booth. The sky turned red, then purple, then black. The entire area grew quiet, with only a distant hum of traffic from the highway. Peterson stayed inside his booth, sipping coffee, scanning the perimeter. For hours, nothing happened. Around 2 in the morning, I felt a chill breeze and rubbed my arms to keep warm. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the faintest hint of smoke rolling from the chimney. I stood up quickly and stared. Yes, there it was, a thin ribbon of smoke bending in the moonlight. My pulse raced. I called out to Peterson. He left the booth and looked up, mouthing a silent wow. We decided to try the back door of the building, hoping maybe it had been pried open. But it was shut tight, locked, and covered in a layer of dust. There were no footprints, no fresh marks on the ground. We circled around to check the chimney base. That meant going through a smaller side gate, then down a narrow alley behind the factory. A metal door there led to the boiler room, a place that once powered the entire building. We found it padlocked. I tried shining my flashlight through a crack in the old boards covering the windows. I couldn't see much, only darkness. Meanwhile, overhead the smoke continued to trickle out. When the sun finally rose, Peterson and I decided to check the inside. We had a key to the main entrance from his supervisor, who had given it to him in case of emergencies. We stepped into the assembly hall, our footsteps echoing across the concrete floor. Dust floated in the early morning light. Broken machines lined the walls, their belts torn or missing. The place looked as abandoned as ever. But as Peterson led me to the far corner, where the big press machines were located, we felt warmth in the air. It grew stronger near a large conveyor belt. When I touched a metal surface of one machine, it felt slightly warm, definitely not the same temperature as the rest of the room. That made no sense. The electricity had been cut off long ago, and there was no sign of any new wiring. Yet the machine seemed heated from recent activity. Nearby, we noticed scattered metal scraps. Not many, but enough to show signs of fresh cutting. The edges were shiny, not rusted like everything else. It was as if someone had been working on them during the night, then left in a hurry. But how did this person enter and exit without setting off any alarms or unlocking the doors? Peterson and I checked the boiler room next, using the hallway that connected to that area. The old furnace was cold to the touch, covered in dirt and rust. However, the floor around it was free of dust, like someone had swept it clean. We also found a small puddle of water under a rusty pipe, possibly from a recent leak. When Peterson looked up, he discovered that the main exhaust vent to the chimney was slightly open. A trickle of soot ran down one side, fresh and dark, not like the gray, settled dust everywhere else. We stood there, baffled. The property management company sent a representative later that day. She took pictures and showed mild alarm at the sight of warmed equipment. But she insisted no one had permission to work inside. She told us that if we suspected squatters, we should file a report with the local police. The police came by, performed a quick walkthrough, and found no evidence of break-ins or vandalism. They wrote a brief report and left, not too interested. Everyone's official response seemed to be, "Something is odd here, but it's not our problem." Local talk about the factory only grew. Some blamed paranormal forces, ghost workers refusing to leave their jobs. Others believed small-time criminals might be using the building at night, stealing metal or testing old machinery. But that failed to explain how they fired up the vent, or why no forced entry was ever found. Peterson remained on patrol, sometimes hearing metallic clangs echo in the distance after midnight. Each time he rushed inside to investigate, the building lay still and silent. The next morning, he might discover a warm pipe or see that something had been moved. Once, he even found a half-finished metal part jammed into one of the presses, as if someone was shaping it but disappeared mid-task. Summer turned to autumn and rumors persisted. A few times, the smoke sightings stopped altogether, making people assume the activity ended. Then, a week later, a truck driver would pass late at night and swear he saw that chimney glow again. Peterson would race to the building, find everything locked, and by dawn, discover recently disturbed tools. At one point, he considered quitting, feeling uneasy about guarding a place that seemed to run on its own. But he stayed, determined to solve the mystery. Finally, the property management decided to seal the chimney permanently and weld extra bars over every door. Workers arrived in broad daylight, climbed onto the roof, and capped the chimney with thick metal plates. They also reinforced the windows. That night, for the first time in months, no smoke appeared. It seemed the ghostly operations had come to an end. A few days later, Peterson walked through the factory at sunrise, certain he would find no warm gear. Indeed, everything felt cold. People in town breathed easier, thinking the odd tale was finished. Yet the following week, a local newspaper reported that a small wisp of smoke had been seen again, struggling to rise from the edges of the sealed chimney plate. When Peterson checked the machines that morning, he discovered a row of gears resting on a table, freshly polished as though they had been crafted during the night. The inside of the factory was cold everywhere except one corner, where a single pipe felt slightly warm. Even now, the place remains locked and guarded, waiting for a final decision on whether to demolish it or sell it. Some nights, if the wind is still and the sky is clear, a few folks claim they see a hint of smoke drifting around the old chimney. So far, no one has caught the unseen workers in the act, and no official explanation has ever been given. Whatever was running that factory, it seems determined to keep going, ready to spark its smokestack on nights everyone least expects, all while leaving fans of local legend to wonder who or what keeps those machines alive after everyone else has turned out the lights. I live in a small town at the edge of a winding river. Life here is usually quiet with little excitement. We have a handful of shops, a diner or two, and a central street where most businesses stand side by side. One building on that street has always caught my eye, the old Greenway grocery store. It closed down long before I was born, and over the years, everyone stopped talking about it. The structure looks forgotten. Windows dusty, sign hanging crooked, paint peeling off the walls. Even the parking lot is cracked and full of weeds. But one morning, something strange happened that made us all pay attention again. A friend of mine, Charlotte, drives to work every day before sunrise. She has an early shift at the hospital in the next town. She told me that one gray morning, while driving past the old grocery store, she noticed a bright glow coming from inside. At first, she thought it must be a reflection from her headlights, but as she looked closer, the windows seemed lit from within, like the store had power again. She even thought she saw silhouettes of shelves, possibly stocked with goods. Surprised, she slowed down, but her clock read 5:15 a.m., and she was already running late. She decided not to stop. By the time she drove home later that afternoon, the store looked dark and dusty again. The next day, Charlotte mentioned this sighting to me, and I found it odd. Greenway Grocery has been shut for decades with no sign of renovation. The roof occasionally loses tiles in storms. So how could the lights come on at dawn? We shared this story with friends at the local diner. Some doubted her account, suggesting maybe she was tired and imagined it. But a few people said they, too, had passed by early in the morning at various times, noticing the lights shining. One man claimed it looked as if the entire store had gone back in time, with bright neon signs and well-stocked aisles, though he never stopped to investigate. Curiosity got the better of me, so I decided to see for myself. My job normally doesn't require me to get up so early, but one Saturday I set my alarm for 4:30 a.m. I slipped into my car, coffee in hand, and drove downtown while the sky was still dark. At first, everything looked normal. Street lamps flickered, the sidewalk was empty, and the old grocery loomed ahead as a shadowy shape. But as I drew closer, I spotted a faint glow through the front windows. My heart sped up. I parked across the street, got out quietly, and crept toward the store. Sure enough, light shone from inside, though the windows were still grimy. I could make out the vague outlines of shelves, all of them looking surprisingly full. I thought I saw rows of canned goods in cereal boxes lit by overhead fixtures. It was as if the building had electricity again, though the power was supposed to have been shut off years ago. Curious, I pressed a hand against the glass door. It was locked as expected, but the interior lights were absolutely on, and if I squinted, I could almost see a checkout lane in front, complete with a register. However, I noticed no movement, no employees, no shoppers, nothing. After a few minutes of stunned silence, I decided to walk around back. Maybe there was a rear entrance or a sign of a generator running. Around the corner, the alley was dim and pungent with the smell of damp cardboard. I found a rusted delivery door, its handle chained shut. No light seeped through cracks. No noise. It looked as abandoned as ever. Nothing to suggest a hidden power source or a renovation team working inside. My curiosity on fire, I tried to peer through a tiny broken window near the top. Darkness. It was too high for me to get a good angle. Amazed and a little unnerved, I returned to the front, noticing that the faint glow seemed to fade. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was nearly 5:40 a.m., and the sky was lightening in the east. Slowly, the store's interior dimmed, like someone was turning off lights one by one. Within a couple of minutes, the entire building was dark again, the windows revealing only dusty shelves. It was as though I had imagined everything. Part of me wanted to break the door down to see if the stocked shelves were real or just illusions. But I resisted, not wanting to break the law. I went home with a jolt of adrenaline and told Charlotte what I had seen. She nodded seriously, relieved that someone else had witnessed it too. Excitement buzzed between us. Soon, word spread among our circle of friends, and a few more people started waking early to check. Each had a similar experience, arriving at just the right time to see the windows glow from inside. If they arrived too early, it might still be dark. Too late, and the lights would vanish. No matter how many people tried banging on the door or peering through the windows, nobody ever saw an actual employee or heard any sound from within. And once the sun came up, the store always returned to its dusty, abandoned state. People began sharing theories. Some believed it was an elaborate prank, perhaps by the current owner, who wanted to drum up attention. Others whispered about ghosts, saying the store might be replaying old memories from back when it was open. A few suggested time loops or parallel dimensions. It sounded outlandish, but nobody had a better explanation. We asked around about who owned the building now, but records at Town Hall showed it belonged to someone out of state who had never responded to letters or tax notices. The property taxes were somehow being paid each year, though no one knew by whom. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to organize a small group investigation. 4 of us volunteered. Charlotte, me, my friend Thomas, who has a knack for electronics, and my cousin Maria, always up for an adventure. We planned to arrive at different times in the early morning, each with a camera, hoping to gather undeniable proof. We met at around 4:45 a.m. in a parking lot down the street. We split into pairs, one pair heading to the back alley, the other staying at the front. The plan was to see if the interior looked the same from both sides when the lights allegedly turned on. That morning was chilly, and a light fog rolled through the street. At 5:10 a.m., Charlotte whispered over our walkie-talkie that the front windows were beginning to glow. Thomas and I were in the alley, but we saw no light through the cracks in the rear door. We tried recording with his phone camera, but everything was pitch black on our side. Then, around 5:20 a.m., the glow intensified at the front. Maria confirmed she could make out shelves full of produce, cereal, and even a bakery section against the far wall. Charlotte snapped pictures, but when she checked them, they mostly showed reflection or blur. The store's lights appeared washed out in her images, making it impossible to see the details. Thomas and I jogged back around to the front to see for ourselves. Sure enough, light spilled through the windows, and behind the glass you could see tidy rows of goods. My heart pounded. I tried the front door, locked as always. This time, though, we heard a faint hum, like a refrigerator unit running inside. That hum lasted only a moment, then stopped. Maria aimed her video camera at the window, but all she got was glare. In person, we could see everything clearly, but on film, it looked like we were pointing the camera at some bright haze. Technology seemed to fail us. We decided to wait until the lights faded, then break in, hoping not to cause serious damage, but we felt we had no other way to confirm what was happening. As the glow weakened around 5:35 a.m., Thomas got out a small crowbar. Carefully, he pried at the front door, searching for a loose hinge or a rotten frame. The building was old, but surprisingly, the lock and frame held strong. We moved to a side window and tried the same approach, only to find it boarded from the inside. Meanwhile, the lights inside went off, leaving us in the dark again. With growing frustration, we abandoned the break-in attempt, worrying neighbors might call the police if they spotted us. The sun rose, painting the sky pink and orange, and in those first rays of daylight, the interior looked just like everyone said, covered in dust, empty shelves, random trash littering the floors. We pressed our faces to the glass. Gone were the neat rows of groceries, replaced by a lonely set of broken shelves with a thick layer of dirt. We left feeling deflated. Still, we had each seen with our own eyes that something was there. Some strange phenomenon that filled the store with light and stocked goods at dawn. People in town talked about it like a local legend. Some, eager for normal explanations, insisted it must be a trick of the light or a reflection from somewhere else. But for those of us who had stood at that locked door, it was too vivid to be a simple illusion. The next few weeks brought more sightings. Early commuters sometimes glimpsed the fully lit store, noticing even small details. Fresh fruit piled high, a stand offering newspapers, or a reflection of a ceiling fan spinning overhead. Then, as soon as the day brightened, everything vanished into dust. More than once, people tried to call the power company asking why the building had electricity. The company insisted the place was not receiving service. They had cut it off many years ago when the store closed. So if there was no electricity, where did the lights come from? No one could say. Rumors grew that whether we liked it or not, Greenway Grocery was stuck in some past moment, flickering back to life in the hour before sunrise. Some older locals recalled the store's heyday, describing how the shelves were always full. The manager greeted everyone by name, and the bakery smelled like warm bread. One older woman even said that the images we were seeing might be echoes of those happy times. Whether it was a curse or a blessing, she didn't know. She only shook her head and said it felt sad to think about what once was. After a while, the sightings became a strange normal. People still gossiped about it, but no one could solve it. We learned that if you really wanted to see the miracle store, you just had to wake up early, drive down Main Street, and watch the ghostly lights. I began to wonder, what if someone did manage to break in while the store was lit up? Could they grab a loaf of bread and prove this reality by bringing it outside? Or would it crumble into dust as soon as the sun rose? One morning, an out-of-town reporter came by, hearing the urban legend. She managed to capture a short, grainy video of the lit windows just before dawn. Obviously, the footage wasn't crystal clear, but it made local headlines. In the video, you could faintly see the outlines of stocked shelves. She posted it online, and a wave of paranormal enthusiasts descended on our town, looking for the mysterious grocery store that revived itself each dawn. They set up tripods and high-tech cameras. Some claimed success, others said they saw nothing but a dilapidated building. It was almost as though the store decided who got to see it. By the end of that craze, no one had conclusive evidence proving anything beyond a strange glow and speculation. As time went on, the phenomenon stayed. Sometimes I'd pass by on a random early morning and see that soft glow, no matter the season. Even in winter, with snow piled around the sidewalks, the inside appeared warm and inviting for that brief window of time. Each time, I felt torn between amazement and melancholy. It was a reminder of something lost, something that once gave life to our community and then faded away. I wish I could report some grand conclusion that we found the cause or that the store eventually opened for one last day with real items for sale. But life often doesn't hand us neat endings. Greenway Grocery remains locked, dusty, and abandoned under the sunlight, yet strangely alive in that brief hour before dawn. People here accept it as part of the town's tapestry, a quiet marvel we can't fully explain. Maybe one day a new owner will come and renovate the place, discover hidden wires or some secret behind the walls. Or maybe it will forever stand as a silent enigma, bridging the past and present in a glow that only appears when most of the world is still fast asleep. Even now, if you find yourself in our town before sunrise, look for the old grocery store on Main Street. You might catch the warm light shining through the grimy windows and see the stocked shelves of another time. Stand there, watch it closely, and feel the gentle hum of something beyond everyday logic. Then as the sky turns from black to gray, watch how it fades. You'll be left staring at dust and shadows, wondering if it was all real or just a fleeting dream in the quiet hours of morning. They were sitting in the local cafe, sharing a pot of tea, and I happened to be at the next table. One of them, a tall man with tired eyes, kept describing how he felt that something stood right behind him while he was resting on the bench. He swore he heard whispers in his ear, though nobody was around. The other traveler nodded, confirming that she too sensed a presence breathing heavily just over her shoulder. They had both jumped up, expecting to see someone. The bench and the nearby path were empty. This story was so odd that I couldn't help but ask them for more details. They looked relieved to share it with someone from the area. The man said they had come to the Riverside Park because of its scenic view, hoping to capture photos for their travel blog. The day had been sunny and mild. They found a wooden bench near the water, a perfect spot to relax. Everything felt peaceful at first. But after a few minutes, they heard soft murmurs, low and indistinct. It sounded like 2 or 3 voices whispering words they couldn't understand, almost as though they were right behind the bench. They turned quickly but saw no one. Curious, I thanked them for the story and decided to head over to that same Riverside Park the next day. It's a beautiful place, with a gentle river curling around old oak trees and a paved walkway for joggers and cyclists. Families often gather there on weekends. Sure enough, there was only one wooden bench near the water's edge, a little worn from the weather but sturdy. I sat down, took in the fresh air, and waited. At first, all I heard was the water's flow and the distant chirping of birds. A breeze made the leaves rustle overhead. After about 15 minutes, I noticed a slight chill in the air, though the sun was still shining. I also became aware of a faint murmur behind me, too soft to make out any words. My heart began beating faster. It was exactly like the travelers had described. A quiet, hushed sound, as though people were talking just beyond my shoulder, their voices barely above a breath. I quickly turned. No one was there. The nearest person strolled about 100 feet away, oblivious. Determined not to scare myself silly too soon, I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was the wind through a gap in the bench or some strange echo off the water. But as I sat still, the whispers returned, a bit clearer. The strange part was that I couldn't tell the language, or even if it was one language. Sometimes it sounded like a faint hum, sometimes like gentle sighs. My hair stood on end when I thought I felt a light puff of air on the back of my neck, as if someone were softly exhaling. Suddenly I heard twigs crack behind the bench. That made me jump to my feet, whirling around to confront whoever might be there, but the grass was empty. I stood there, heart pounding, scanning the area. A couple of other park visitors shot me puzzled looks. They must have thought I was a little unbalanced, spinning in place for no reason. Trying to hide my nerves, I walked away, deciding to return later with a friend for a second opinion. That evening, I mentioned my experience to my friend Bianca, who has a great sense of adventure. She listened with wide eyes. Instead of brushing it off, she suggested we investigate. Bianca had a small digital recorder she sometimes used for notes in her photography hobby. She said we could take it and record the sounds directly from the bench, maybe catch the whispers on audio. So the next morning, just after sunrise, we headed to the park, hoping it would be quieter with fewer people around. The bench looked ordinary in the gentle light. We set down the recorder, turned it on, and placed it at one corner of the bench while we sat at the other. For a while, everything was still. We listened, hearts pounding with anticipation. Then came the soft murmuring again like a breeze carrying distant voices. Bianca shot me a startled look, confirming she heard it too. She pressed the recorder's mark button to note the timestamp. Carefully, we leaned our ears toward the space behind the bench. The whispers faded in and out, never solid enough to identify words. It was enough to make my skin crawl. We decided to give it about 20 minutes. During that time, we both felt a subtle chill circle around us. At one point, Bianca gripped my arm and mouthed the word breathe, then tapped the back of her neck. She was certain she felt a gentle, warm breath right there, as if someone invisible hovered an inch away. When we finally couldn't take it anymore, we snatched up the recorder and hurried off. At home, we played back the audio, hoping the device had captured something. At first, we heard normal sounds. The river, some passing birds, a jogger's footsteps. Then, around the 11-minute mark, a faint hiss-like noise began. Turned up louder, it sounded like whispers, though distorted. It was impossible to make out actual syllables, more like shh, 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 quiet but constant. Bianca and I felt goosebumps. We shared the recording with a couple of friends who also found it eerie but couldn't explain it. We decided to inquire about local history. An elderly neighbor recalled that the park was once farmland, long before the town was built up. She heard stories of a family tragedy near the river, a mother looking for her child who went missing during a severe storm. Another rumor suggested that during the town's early days, someone drowned there, and their spirit remained unsettled. These were just stories passed down with no solid proof. But the idea that restless voices might linger in that spot made the whispers on the bench even more unnerving. Over time, more tourists reported the same experience, wanting to rest and enjoy the view, only to leap off the bench, frightened by unseen people whispering. Some claimed they felt a gentle touch on their shoulder or the sensation of fingers combing through their hair. Others said the voices sometimes grew louder, as if angry. These accounts began popping up on travel websites, creating a reputation for the whispering bench. A few adventurous visitors even came to experience it on purpose, hoping for a paranormal thrill. Not everyone believed, of course. Skeptics in town said it was a natural echo effect caused by the curved riverbank. They argued that perhaps voices from across the water were bouncing back in a strange way. One older fisherman swore that if you sat at the bench while people talked on the opposite shore, the sound might carry in a hushed, eerie manner. Still, none of them could explain the feeling of breath on a person's neck or the sense of someone very close behind you. The local government considered removing the bench, thinking it might cause the town unwanted trouble. But the park is public, and plenty of regular folks still enjoy coming there. The bench stayed. It soon became a quirky attraction. Some people visited out of curiosity. Others avoided it entirely. The whispers continued regardless of who sat there, ignoring open minds or closed hearts. On some days, people claimed they heard nothing. On others, the voices arrived in abundance, chasing away entire groups of tourists who raced off in alarm. I've gone back occasionally, never alone, because the memory of that cold breath still gives me shivers. Each time I'm struck by how harmless the bench appears in daylight, just a worn seat next to a peaceful river. But if you linger too long and the conditions are right, the air grows thick, and you start catching soft murmurs. Even if you refuse to believe in ghosts, you might feel a tickle or a gentle sigh on your ear, sending your thoughts spinning. I sometimes think the bench might be stuck between worlds. Maybe tragedies of the past echo in that spot, imprinting themselves on the environment. Or perhaps it's a natural acoustic phenomenon that simply spooks us. Whatever the reason, the effect is undoubtedly real for those who experience it. People come, sit down expecting relaxation, and leave shaken, swearing they felt a presence at their back. These days, the bench remains an ongoing mystery. Locals mention it to new arrivals with a mix of amusement and caution. Tourists who dare to test it out do so with cameras ready, only to run off in fright more often than not. Some capture faint whispers on audio, others get nothing. Yet the stories keep piling up. If you ever come to our riverside park early in the morning or late in the evening, take a seat on that old bench if you dare. You may sense nothing unusual, or you may find yourself turning around fast, sure that unseen people are standing right behind you, breathing softly, whispering secrets no one can fully hear. And if you do feel that cool breath on your neck, My advice is to stand up slowly, breathe steady, and walk away. Sometimes the most unsettling presences are the ones we can't see but can still feel and hear, whispering just out of sight. I first noticed something strange at Briarwood High when I stayed late one afternoon to work on a group project. The hallways felt deserted. My footsteps echoed on the polished floors, and lockers stood quietly in rows. The sunlight grew weaker as the evening wore on, painting the windows with orange light. After my friends left, I sat alone in the library, focused on an essay. Suddenly, at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, the school bell rang loudly. At first, I thought maybe a late sports practice had ended, or an event required a quick announcement. But the echo of that bell bounced through empty halls in a way that made my skin crawl. There was no practice scheduled, no teacher or student around. I put my papers away and decided it was time to go home, telling myself it was just a glitch in the school system. The next day, a few students whispered that they too heard the bell ring after hours. Some said it happened around 9 at night, others around midnight. Each story was similar. The old bell system, installed decades ago, would suddenly blare out, stirring the silent hallways. No staff could explain it. The principal told people not to worry. Maybe the system was acting up, or power surges were causing random rings. It might have slipped out of people's minds if not for another mystery. Each morning, a few lockers across the building were found standing open. Their contents, if any, looked ruffled or tossed around, almost like someone had been searching them. Students felt uneasy, especially when the same lockers kept being affected more than once. The metal doors were never broken, just left ajar. None of the security cameras in the halls showed anyone tampering with them. It was as if they opened by themselves sometime during the night. I became more concerned when my friend Daniel's locker was one of those that popped open. He swore he had locked it properly. He told me that the day before he was sure the padlock clicked shut. Yet, the next morning, the lock was still on, but the door sat open by a sliver. His books were scattered, like invisible hands had combed through them. When Daniel reported it, the staff just checked the locker mechanism and replaced it, assuring him it was a mechanical issue. But we both knew that explanation felt weak. As the bell kept ringing in the middle of the night, more rumors bloomed. Some insisted it was a prank by a clever hacker controlling the electronic bell system. Others spoke in hushed tones about the old caretaker who once looked after the building years ago. A man who loved the school and rang the bell himself back in simpler times. He had passed away on campus grounds, or so the story claimed, and lingered in spirit form. Nobody confirmed these tales, but the eerie atmosphere grew each day. One Wednesday evening, I decided to investigate. My mother allowed me to stay late under the condition that I text her every hour and not wander alone for too long. I hung around after classes, quietly doing homework in the cafeteria, waiting for the building to grow still. The dim overhead lights buzzed softly as I watched the clock tick closer to nightfall. By 9 o'clock, nearly everybody had gone home except a few members of the cleaning crew mopping the floors. By 10 o'clock, even the custodians were leaving. I hid in a corner by the lockers, feeling a mixture of fear and excitement. The hallway lights had been switched off, leaving only the faint glow from exit signs. Through tall windows, I could see the parking lot lamps shining weakly. My heart thumped, every small noise amplified in the silence. An hour passed and nothing happened. Then, just before midnight, I heard it. The bell. It rang once, sharp and startling. My ears rang from the sudden loudness. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from yelping. The sound vibrated through the halls, then ceased. The school fell silent again, but not for long. I heard footsteps, soft but distinct somewhere around the corner. Summoning courage, I crept along the corridor, staying close to the walls. My eyes strained to see through the darkness. At one intersection, I thought I saw a faint figure like a shadow gliding along. The form drifted past a set of lockers, vanished briefly, then appeared again near the doors to the cafeteria. My heart nearly stopped. The figure seemed too hazy for a normal person. Suddenly, clangs sounded. Lockers started popping open in a wave, door after door. Metal banged against metal, echoing loudly. I crouched low, peering around the corner, and saw locker doors standing wide. Some inside compartments were empty, but a few had notebooks or jackets. The items spilled onto the floor without explanation. The faint figure, or shadow, hovered near them, as if searching each one for something. Then I blinked and it was gone, melted into the darkness. My knees felt weak. I forced myself to stand and approach the open lockers. My flashlight revealed textbooks scattered on the ground, pages bent. A lonely pencil rolled quietly, then stopped as if guided by an invisible hand. I whispered, "Hello?" only to be met with a hollow echo. Nobody answered. A second later, footsteps tapped behind me. I froze, fists clenched, but nothing appeared. Another open locker door slammed shut with a metallic crash, making me jump. In a flash of adrenaline, I sprinted down the hall, trying not to scream. The old bell sounded again, short and sharp. It felt almost like an alarm warning me to leave. I didn't argue. I ran for the exit and dashed out into the deserted parking lot. My hands trembled as I texted my mom to come get me right away. The next day at school, I felt exhausted from lack of sleep, but the events remained crystal clear in my mind. Was there really a ghost wandering the halls, searching lockers? Or was it all a strange, overlapping glitch with the bell and mechanical locker failures? I shared my experience with Daniel and a few close friends. Some believed me right away, especially those whose lockers had been found open in the mornings. Others teased me about letting my imagination run wild. Daniel suggested we talk to Ms. Park, the oldest teacher on staff, who had been at Briarwood for over 30 years. She might know rumors or secrets about the building's past. When we asked, Ms. Park frowned, hesitating. At last, she admitted that years ago, a teacher had lost a special keepsake in the school, an old locket containing a photo of her daughter. She searched everywhere, even late into the night. Desperate, she rang the bell to call attention, hoping someone who stayed behind might help. But she never found it. Soon after, that teacher left, heartbroken. Ms. Park also recalled that some staff back then mentioned hearing the bell ring late at night, as though the teacher's spirit, or something else, kept searching. Ms. Park wasn't certain if it was more than legend, but her eyes flickered with worry. She told us kindly, "If something is truly wandering those halls, it might be looking for that lost locket. But I can't say for sure. Briarwood has many stories floating around." We had no proof this was connected, but the idea of a restless spirit or a leftover energy searching through lockers for a missing item gave me chills. It might explain the rummaging. Perhaps the entity rung the bell each night as a signal of its ongoing search. In the following weeks, the pattern continued. The bell would ring unpredictably, sometimes at 9 in the evening, sometimes at midnight or later. Each morning, custodians found a few lockers popped open, their contents scattered. The principal tried disabling the entire bell system, but the noise persisted, echoing eerily down empty corridors. It was as if the bell had a life of its own. Eventually, the school board decided to install new lockers with more secure locks and remove the old bell switch in the main office, hoping that would fix the issue. Unfortunately, the changes did little to stop the nightly ringing. The events sparked local gossip, but official statements brushed it off as mechanical trouble. Almost everyone, including me, learned to live with the strangeness. Teachers and students whispered about it, but tried not to dwell on it. The rummaged lockers became a nuisance, yet no serious damage was done. It was eerie but not harmful, more like a mysterious presence refusing to leave. Sometimes I wondered if the missing locket or some other unresolved memory bound whoever or whatever walked those halls. Even now, after graduation, I hear new students talk about the nighttime bell. They roll their eyes at the ghost story, but many secretly avoid staying in the building after dark. The lockers, replaced and upgraded, still occasionally stand wide open in the morning, as though unseen hands can't stop searching. The staff never officially admits anything paranormal, but they also can't give solid reasons for the phenomenon. No matter how many times the bell's wiring is checked, it keeps ringing at odd hours, echoing through the dark hallways of Briarwood High. If you wander there late at night, you might hear it yourself. A single clang or a row of rings, followed by the clang of locker doors. And if you're very brave, you might catch a glimpse of a figure drifting down the corridor, drawn to each locker as it hunts for something precious lost to time. But be warned, once you feel that presence, you'll never see the school halls the same way again. After all, some echoes of the past refuse to rest. And at Briarwood High, the empty school bell still calls out in the silence, reminding everyone of what remains unseen. I learned about the strange happenings at the old chapel from a friend named Clara, who walked by that spot every day on her way home. The churchyard sat at the edge of town near a row of tall trees. The chapel itself was small and made of stone, with a tall steeple that once rang out bells for services long ago. Now the roof was cracked and the front door boarded up. Signs hung on the fences, warning people to keep out. The city had condemned the building years before, citing safety hazards. Clara told me that on several evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she heard soft chanting coming from inside the chapel walls. At first she assumed it was just the wind blowing through broken windows or maybe birds nesting in the rafters. But the more she listened, the more certain she became that these were voices, low and rhythmic, like a choir singing under its breath. Sometimes she even thought she saw faint lights flickering through the stained glass windows, giving off an orange glow against the dusty glass. Intrigued, I decided to see for myself. I arrived one late afternoon, the sun turning orange across the sky. The chapel stood before me, silent and dark. Weeds covered most of the graveyard, and tombstones leaned crookedly. I walked around, peering through the iron fence. Everything felt still, with no sign of life. After waiting for almost an hour, the light began to fade. Suddenly I caught a glow in one of the window's faint flickers, like candle flames dancing against a wall. My heart quickened. There was no electricity inside, no caretaker, and the doors were nailed shut. How could there be candles burning? Stepping closer, I strained my ears. At first all I heard was the rustling of leaves. Then a soft hum drifted on the breeze. It was not wind or birds. It sounded like human voices chanting in unison, rising and falling with a slow, steady rhythm. I couldn't make out any words, nor even the language. The tone reminded me of monks chanting in an old abbey. It grew stronger for a moment, then quieted down, as if receding deeper into the chapel. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see through the stained glass windows. They were covered in layers of dust and grime, except for the flickering light beyond. I walked around the back, hoping maybe there would be a missing board or a broken door. The back entrance was completely blocked by rotted boards nailed firmly in place. A city notice read, "Danger condemned." A chain with a rusted lock hung from the door handle. Yet behind that door, I swore I could hear those voices echoing in some secret ritual. I shivered, realizing that even if I pried the boards off, I'd be breaking the law, and I didn't want to get in trouble. Instead, I stood there listening carefully, filled with both fear and fascination. After a while, the chanting died down. The candlelight dimmed until finally, there was no glow at all. The night grew silent except for a gentle wind. The chapel looked once again like a simple ruin. I left, my mind buzzing with questions. Who could be inside, chanting at dusk? Why remain hidden in a locked, crumbling building? Over the next few days I spoke with townspeople. Some brushed off the story as nonsense, claiming animals sometimes caused odd noises. Others admitted they, too, heard chanting or saw candles in the windows after sundown. A few older residents hinted at old tales. The chapel once belonged to a small group that held evening services long ago. Rumor had it they practiced secret ceremonies, but no one could confirm. The group eventually disbanded, and the church was abandoned. Still, some villagers believed the spirits, or perhaps the memory of those gatherings, lingered in the stone walls. I grew restless with these half-answers. One evening, Clara and I went back together, armed with a small camera in case we could capture anything on video. We positioned ourselves behind a row of hedges across the street, the perfect spot to watch without being seen. The sky turned purple, then black. Stars began to twinkle overhead. Right on cue, around the same time as before, we spotted the faint glow in the windows. It moved from one side of the chapel to the other. Then the chanting started. Soft, deep voices blending in a slow, pulsing tune. Clara attempted to film the window, zooming in as far as her camera lens allowed. The screen showed a flickering light, but very little detail. Whenever we strained our ears, it felt as though the chanting grew louder, echoing off the stone walls. A few times, I thought I heard a single voice among the rest, leading the others in a low chant. We stayed for nearly an hour, our hearts pounding. Then, as before, the lights went out abruptly. Silence descended. It was like the entire building decided to sleep, leaving us with no proof but our own trembling nerves and some poor-quality video of flickering orange glows. We shared our footage with a small circle of friends. They could see the flicker, but nothing more. A couple of them decided to check it out for themselves on different nights, at varied times. Some returned with similar stories describing how they heard distant chanting and glimpsed candlelight. Others saw or heard nothing, suggesting the phenomenon didn't happen on a fixed schedule or to every visitor. As the weeks passed, rumors grew. Adventurers came to see it, but most left with more questions. The old chapel remained sealed, its front door hammered shut with broken planks. The city refused to allow anyone inside, citing safety rules. Officials occasionally investigated after receiving complaints of trespassers or strange lights, but they found no broken locks, no sign of forced entry. The chapel's interior stayed off limits, an unsolved mystery. Some people speculated it might be a group of modern-day worshippers sneaking in with a hidden key. Others whispered about ghosts performing a nightly service that replayed endlessly, stuck in time. There were even theories about glow-in-the-dark graffiti or small animals knocking things around. But none of these explanations could replicate the haunting chanting that many claimed to hear with their own ears. Clara and I tried one final time, hoping to solve the puzzle. We arrived just after dusk, determined to walk around the chapel's sides and record every angle. We used better equipment, a friend's high-quality camera, and a sensitive microphone. We parked on a quiet side street and crept through the overgrown graveyard, the grass brushing our ankles. The microphone picked up only faint crickets chirping. Then, at the stroke of some unseen clock, the chanting started once more, softly at first. Candles flared inside, casting dancing shadows on the window glass. Our camera caught those shadows' wavering shapes that looked almost human for half a second, then melted away. Suddenly the chanting changed pace, growing louder and more layered. It sounded as if many voices were singing at once, though we still couldn't catch words or a tune. My body tensed. Clara gripped my arm, her face pale in the moonlight. Then everything ceased in an instant. No chanting, no flicker. An eerie hush spread over the dark churchyard. It felt like stepping from one world into another. We stood frozen, the camera still pointed at the silent building. After that, we decided it was best to leave things alone. Whatever caused the chanting and the flickering lights, it clearly didn't want to be found. Sometimes, I think that chapel exists in two states, empty and condemned by day, visited by invisible congregation at dusk. Maybe it's a lingering echo of some old ritual. Maybe a group truly has a secret key to the place, continuing a hushed service. I doubt we'll ever know for sure. From time to time, someone new claims they heard singing or chanting near the boarded-up doors, with pale lights glinting on the cracked windows. They leave unsettled, telling the same tale. The building was locked, totally deserted, yet the chants were so clear. People in town now call it the Murmuring Churchyard, a quiet legend that stirs the imagination. If you ask around, locals will point you that way at dusk, with a warning to listen carefully. They might also say, "Whatever you hear, don't try to break in. Some mysteries are best left in the candlelit shadows." Whenever I pass by at sunset, I still feel a shiver up my spine, half expecting the chanting to waft through the air. And although I'm tempted to stop and listen, a part of me thinks it's wisest to keep walking, leaving the secrets behind those sealed doors undisturbed. I first learned about the mysterious radio broadcasts from my neighbor, Mr. Collins. He's an amateur radio enthusiast who spends late nights in his garage tuning old radio sets and fiddling with homemade antennas. One morning I found him in his front yard, eyes weary from lack of sleep. He looked excited yet troubled. When I asked if he was okay, he told me he had picked up a strange radio signal the night before, music he'd never heard before, and whispered voices over the static. It didn't match any known station on the usual frequencies. I was curious, so I pressed him for details. According to Mr. Collins, the broadcast cut through his normal station around midnight. One moment he was listening to a local talk show on the AM band. Then the station faded away, replaced by a low hiss. In that hiss, he heard faint music, old-fashioned and eerie, like a slow waltz performed by echoing instruments. After a minute, the music faded, and soft whispers broke in, speaking words he couldn't quite catch. At first he thought it might be simple interference, but the voices almost formed sentences. The signal remained for about 5 minutes, then vanished, letting the original talk show return. News of Mr. Collins's strange experience spread around our street. A few people joked that he must have dozed off and dreamed it, but local ham radio operators came forward, claiming they too had received fragments of this odd broadcast on different frequencies late at night. Each described whispered voices mingling with strange music or, in some cases, mere humming. No one recognized the tunes. They suspected it came from an old radio tower on the outskirts of town, the remains of station WPHR, which shut down many years ago. The story behind WPHR was something I only heard in bits and pieces. Years back, it was a small, independent station playing a mix of local news and jazz music. It never had large audiences, so it struggled financially. After it closed, the tower remained in place, rusting by the side of a rural road. Some said the equipment was all taken away, leaving only an empty shell. Others whispered rumors that the station's final broadcast ended abruptly under mysterious circumstances. Nothing was documented, though. Over time, the tower simply stood there, silent and unused. My own curiosity grew, driving me to do some investigating. I visited the local library to see if they had archives about WPHR. Old newspapers mentioned the station's closing, but gave no real reason beyond financial troubles. Mr. Highland, the librarian, remembered hearing local gossip that the station's last show had an odd meltdown on air. But when I asked for more information, he admitted he didn't know the details. He suggested I check the old industrial district, where the station's building was said to be located. Maybe I could find records or leftover equipment. One quiet Saturday, I drove out to the rural road near the industrial zone. The day was overcast, adding a bit of gloom to the scene. After a few turns, I spotted the tall, rusted radio tower rising behind a crumbling brick building. A faded sign near the entrance read, "WPHR authorized staff only." The chain-link fence stood half-torn, and tall weeds covered the lot. My heart pounded as I parked and walked closer, feeling a sense of unease. The place looked abandoned, windows broken, door boarded up. I could almost imagine the building breathing, its worn bricks exhaling decades of silence. Near the front door, I found an old mailbox stuffed with yellowed papers, advertisements, letters, unpaid bills from over a decade ago. I tried peeking through a gap in the boards. The inside was too dark to see anything but dust. No sign of working radio equipment or modern electronics that could power a signal. A soft breeze made the tower's rusted metal creak. Despite that, the lot was silent. no hum of electricity. I felt chills, imagining unseen watchers behind those broken windows. I returned home and told Mr. Collins what I saw. He agreed to bring over some portable radio gear and do a stakeout with me in my living room, hoping we might replicate his experience. We set up around 11 p.m., scanning the bands for anything unusual. For a long time, we heard only typical late-night radio chatter sports recaps, static, distant stations fading in and out. I grew bored, nearly dozing off. Then, at exactly 12:13 a.m., the static shifted. A faint melody emerged, slow and sad like an old recording. It sounded a bit scratchy, as though played from a worn record. Mr. Collins and I exchanged wide-eyed looks. We turned up the volume. The tune lasted maybe 20 seconds, then gave way to a soft hiss. Within that hiss, we caught whispers. At first, the voices were too quiet to understand, but one phrase stood out. It sounded like "return" to the air, repeated over and over, barely audible. The hair on my arm stood on end. There was a gentle click, then a woman's voice, soft, melodic, but impossible to identify. She spoke a short sentence which almost sounded like, "We are still here," though we couldn't be certain. Then, in an instant, the signal cut, and normal static resumed. No known station was assigned to that frequency, at least not in our region. We wrote down the exact number on the dial, planning to check official listings the next day. When we did, the registry showed no authorized broadcasts there. Mr. Collins noted that the frequency was near what WPHR used in its final days, but not precisely. Possibly the old tower was transmitting at some unusual offset, if it was transmitting at all. Word spread among the amateur radio community, and soon more people tried to capture the signal. Some managed to record brief snippets of the unknown music. One clip, shared by a local operator named Sandra, revealed an orchestral piece that no one recognized. Experts tried using music identification apps, but the software drew a blank. Another operator claimed he heard short bursts of Morse code within the static, though it was incomplete and made no sense. The phenomenon developed a small following online, with folks labeling it the sleepless station. As the weeks went by, the signals became more frequent. Some nights, the broadcast played for nearly 10 minutes, transitioning between odd, outdated-sounding songs and hushed, echoing voices. On top of that, people started reporting strange audio illusions, repeated words or chanting that faded just as it became clear. One ham radio hobbyist insisted he heard pleas for help, but his recordings were too garbled to confirm. Another swore they heard laughter, reminiscent of a radio host chuckling, but no context behind it. A group of explorers tried sneaking into the old station building one evening. They wanted to see if some secret transmitter was operating inside. According to their online posts, they found only debris, graffiti, and collapsed ceilings. No working machines, no lights or generator. The tower's wires were corroded, severed in places, making it impossible to broadcast anything at least by normal means. They left with more questions than answers. Some people grew uneasy, suggesting the signals might be supernatural. They believed the station, in its last moments, had broadcast something tragic or haunting, leaving a permanent imprint on the airwaves. Others considered it a hoax, maybe run by a skilled radio engineer playing pranks. A handful of local historians pointed out that decades ago, the station's final program was rumored to be an overnight jazz show, cut short by a power outage. But nobody could confirm the details. Official records were lost when the owners left town. Things took an even stranger turn when folks started hearing their own names in the whispers. Mr. Collins heard the name Collins repeated over a faint hiss. Another operator reported hearing Sandra, followed by soft laughter. People who recognized these names felt shaken, wondering if someone was deliberately targeting them, or if it was all in their heads. The phenomenon sparked tiny groups of believers convinced that the station was calling out from beyond. Skeptics rolled their eyes, attributing it to imagination and random static. I tried to stay rational. Maybe there was a legit, but hidden transmitter. Perhaps a collector found old tapes from WPHR's archives and decided to broadcast them for fun, messing with people. Yet each time I tuned in at midnight, the sense of mystery grew. The songs were unlike anything I'd heard, mournful, staticky classics that refused to match any known track. The whispers, though inconsistent, felt too deliberate to be random. It was as if someone on the other end was attempting to communicate. But with what purpose? One night, the signal came through stronger than ever. The music was clearer, a piano piece that made me feel a strange mix of sadness and calm. Then the whispers again, but louder, forming disjointed sentences. Stayed behind, need, find. I jotted them down furiously, though my hand shook. Right before the signal vanished, I heard a final murmur that sounded like, "Cannot rest." I switched off the radio, my heart pounding. If this was a prank, it was extremely well orchestrated. Local news stations briefly covered the story, interviewing ham radio operators who confirmed picking up the transmissions at random times. A reporter visited the old WPHR building, filming its broken walls and the rusted tower. The footage aired, but no official answer was given. Soon people moved on to other news, and the story faded from mainstream attention, leaving only those intrigued enough to keep listening. Before long, though, interference grew stronger on many frequencies, drowning out the mysterious station. Reports of the otherworldly broadcast declined. Some said the signals ended altogether. Others insisted they heard them once or twice a month, far weaker. A few die-hard fans spent nights scanning the dial, determined to find the station again. Now and then, they reported fleeting glimpses of the old music or a whisper, but it never lasted long. Eventually, the phenomenon became a local legend, the station that refused to die. Some see it as a ghostly echo of a radio show that yearns to be heard. Others say it was all a hoax, easily explained by odd atmospheric conditions or disguised pirate radio transmissions. Still, when clouds cover the moon and midnight creeps in, a handful of devoted listeners continue to search the airwaves, hoping to catch a faint tune that defies identification. Sometimes they do hear a distant melody, or a voice barely above silence, whispering half-phrases that stir the imagination. I've tried to let the mystery rest, but on quiet nights I can't help twisting the radio dial just in case. Part of me wonders if the station wants to share a final message, some forgotten broadcast never fully delivered. Another part wonders if I'm chasing shadows. But whenever the static shifts and a soft chord emerges, my heart leaps with that old excitement. Because maybe, just maybe, I've stumbled onto the sleepless station once again. And in those moments, it feels like the voices from WPHR are still out there, wandering the night, calling softly through the static for anyone daring enough to listen.